Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes the Darkest Hunter? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. However, as Izuku started to move some things around and prepare himself for the night, he heard a sound come from behind him, and he grabbed a metal pole near him and swung it with all the strength his feeble body had. However, the pole was caught and in front of Izuku stood a tall man with white hair. Izuku felt as if he should know the man, but he couldn't remember ever meeting here. Izuku snapped out of his thoughts when the man spoke, and Izuku backed up as he dropped the pipe and was on guard and expecting to be beaten as everyone else does to him. "Young man, why are you outside at this hour and why does it look like you are trying to sleep here?" the man asked, and Izuku looked up at him confused on why he hasn't beaten him. The man noticed Izuku's confusion and asked him about it. "Why are you looking confused? Did you expect me to do something or ask something else?" he asked, and Izuku nodded his head. "I'm quirkless. Why? Why aren't you hurting me as everyone else does? Even my parents neglect me, so why aren't you harming me since I am worthless?" Izuku asked as he glanced at the man between his arms, and the man's eyes widened. "What?" he stated in shock, and Izuku flinched back expecting to be hit, but he soon found himself pulled into a warm hug. Izuku didn't know why he felt safe with this man. He felt as if he could trust the man more than his family, so he decided to ask the man, "Mister, why do I feel safe with you? Safer than I do with my family, as if I know you?" Izuku asked, and the man chuckled. "Well, we have met before, but you wouldn't remember me. No, you wouldn't, and I am sorry for that, my son," the man said, and Izuku's eyes widened and he pulled back trying to figure out what the man just said. "You heard me right, Izuku Yagi. No, Izuku Midoriya. You are my son, and I am sorry I haven't been here for you. I didn't return when Inko got together with Toshinori Yagi, since I thought she and you would be better off, but it seems I was wrong." So wrong," the man said, and Izuku asked for his name and he told him. "Son, my name is Hisashi Midoriya," Hisashi stated, and Izuku nodded his head. Izuku then asked what he was going to say before he corrected Toshinori's name, and Hisashi said it was nothing. "I'm assuming you were about to say All Might?" Izuku said, and Hisashi's eyes widened and confirmed. "I know. I heard them talk about their hero work with Izumi and, his quirk, if you know what I mean, though I don't know if you do," Izuku said, and Hisashi chuckled. "I do, son. I do know far more than you know. How about I explain who I truly am once we get out of the cold, since I need to explain why I wasn't around and how I know All Might. So let's get you to my hotel room," Hisashi said as he reached his hand and pulled Izuku onto his shoulders. "Oh, what are you doing?" Izuku asked, confused on why he was on his father's shoulders. Hisashi raised an eyebrow. "I'm giving you a piggyback ride? I'm assuming All Might has never done it for you. I will make sure you enjoy the life that you should have, son," Hisashi said as he started to walk away from the beach after grabbing Izuku's bags. Izuku asked why he was staying in a hotel, and Hisashi told him why. "I actually live in America right now. I only came back to look at Inko and you from afar. I do it once a year on your birthday, and by the way, happy early birthday since it's tomorrow in a few hours," Hisashi said as Izuku remembered that it indeed was tomorrow and he would be 9 now. He thanked his new, or rather old father, and they soon arrived at the hotel room. They went up to his room and Izuku liked the view from the room. Then Izuku noticed that they were in Tokyo. "Wait, when did we get into Tokyo?" Izuku asked, confused since they did not walk that long, and Hisashi laughed a bit. "You fell asleep for a short period and I teleported at that moment to Tokyo. You just didn't notice since you were so tired. How about I explain my past and everything about me in the early morning, and you can decide if you want to stay with me or not because of my past. My past has some issues that you will need to know about. If you don't want to stay with me, I will ensure you are set up with someone else and will have a stable life. No matter what, I will ensure you live a better life, so let's sleep for the night, okay?" Hisashi asked, and Izuku nodded his head since he was sleepy. "Well, there goes stranger danger, and all since I have zero proof, expect my gut telling me you're my father. Don't rape me in my sleep now," Izuku said as he finished changing clothes and slipped under the covers. Hisashi's eyes widened at his son's statement and were flabbergasted at his son's lack of danger sense. We will so talk about that statement in the morning. Hisashi grumbled as he opened his laptop and wrote some emails to his lawyers in America to get working on paperwork for Izuku. Hisashi was also glad that Inko never legally declared him dead, since that left a huge-ass loophole for Hisashi to exploit. Inko never legally divorced Hisashi, and the marriage had happened in America due to him taking her there for it. He had ultra motives for doing that, like if he ever wanted to take Inko and just leave everything behind, which he had planned to do when All Might had attacked him that day. As such, the divorce has to happen in America, and he also has American citizenship. This also meant Izuku had American citizenship as well, but the Japanese government didn't know about Hisashi and Inko being married since it happened shortly before Izuku's birth, and they hadn't had time to transfer the document to Japan for them to recognize it. As such, Inko could legally marry in Japan, but this meant she voided the marriage in America, and he would get full custody of Izuku in the American court system due to her adultery that she committed, and Izuku also being an American citizen with Japanese citizenship. Thank God I never got her American citizenship, or else this would be harder to do. Hisashi thought as he requested his lawyers to prepare everything to get the courts to void his marriage and grant full custody of Izuku to Hisashi. Unknown to everyone, Hisashi was actually a very successful businessman and had an empire back in America. It was called the Midoriya Enterprises and was the #1 business. Everyone wanted a piece of the company, and many have tried to marry him, but he never remarried since he didn't want to. Everything was actually willed to Izuku already, but now it would be easier for Izuku to take control of everything since he will be involved in it. Third POV. Izuku felt so comfortable. He felt so relaxed and safe. He realized he hasn't felt like that in a long time during his sleep. Then he realized and wondered how he was feeling like that when he should be in a dump right now on the beach. Wait. I was found by someone who claimed to be my father. Izuku thought as he pushed himself up quickly and looked around. Then he felt himself being pulled straight back down onto the bed. Go back to sleep since you only slept for 6 hours. You need a minimum of 8 since you are a growing boy. Hisashi grumbled as he pulled Izuku in close to him against his chest, and Izuku didn't know what to do. He's never been hugged since the age of 4. God, it feels so warm. Izuku thought as the warmth from Hisashi made him fall right back to sleep without him even trying to. Soon a few more hours passed and Izuku woke up to a smell of food. Then his stomach grumbled and he was embarrassed. Hisashi came out of the sweet kitchen and smirked at him. I hear you are hungry. Come enjoy the food. Hisashi said as Izuku got out of the bed and cautiously made his way to the table and looked confused. What do you do? I'm not used to eating with others. I've always had to make my own food, and I had to retreat to my room since I couldn't eat in the dining room since they would always ask why I ate so much food when I barely ate anything at all. Izuku stated, and Hisashi had to control his anger at Inko. How the fuck is that the same woman I fell in love with? Dear God, brother, I am pissed with the 8th user of your quirk. Hisashi thought as he put the food on the plates on the table and picked Izuku up and put him into the seat. It's okay to sit with me and eat. Just enjoy and let me know if you want more. We need to ensure you get a proper diet in you moving forward so your body can make up the growth it has missed out on due to their neglect. Hisashi stated, and Izuku thanked him for the food and slowly ate and had a bit of territorial aspect with his food that Hisashi noticed. He's likely had to defend his food from other kids that wanted to cause him problems in school. That will need to be worked out of him with time. I need to make sure he sees a therapist. Hisashi thought. Soon they finished eating and Hisashi cleaned the food as Izuku just sat there. Hisashi then gave Izuku a glass of water and himself some as he sat down and looked at Izuku. Okay, first. In the future, don't go with strangers that claim to be family. You are lucky that I am actually your father, but besides that, I promised you the truth of my past. Hisashi said, and Izuku just smirked with a toothy grin. Hisashi just rolled his eyes at the toothy grin. God, just like my brother with that grin. Hisashi thought. So, God, you are likely going to hate me for this, but no, I don't do it anymore, Hisashi said, and Izuku just looked at him and spoke. I doubt it can be worse than you being All Might and neglecting your stepson who is quirkless when you were quirkless as well, or being a mother and neglecting the son but doting on the secondborn and forgetting the firstborn. My standards are quite low, so just shoot. Izuku said with a blank face that Hisashi had an urge to laugh. Dear God, you have had to mature quite quickly due to your situation. Hisashi muttered and Izuku nodded his head. Hisashi decided to start the very beginning. I guess let's start with One for All and the full story of it since I am connected to it. There once were two brothers during the dawn of quirks. The older and the younger brother were close. So close, but yet they turned against each other. The older brother decided to gather forces together and work against the government since they were not protecting the quirked individuals, but soon the old brother got twisted and wanted power for himself. He wanted control and his quirk allowed control. He used his quirk for evil and gathered his forces and waged war during the dawn of quirks. This older brother's name was lost to time for most people and he was soon called by his quirk name All for One. His quirk allowed him to take, give and combine quirks at his will, and he used this to control people through fear. His younger brother opposed him and was thought quirkless at the time. The older brother thought that if he kept him safe in his twisted mind and forced a quirk on him, then the younger brother would join him. The younger brother was locked in a locked room for a while, but in the end, he opposed the older one with the quirk that was granted, but what the older didn't know for a while was that the younger brother quirk merged with an unknown quirk inside of the younger ones. It became a whole new quirk called One for All. That is how that quirk came to be created and transfer through 8 different people, with the 8th being All Might. Hisashi said as he stopped and took a drink of water and then looked at Izuku, who was listening carefully. Now you might wonder where I come into this. Well, I am the retired villain of Japan known as All for One, and I am over 200 years old, and you were also not born quirkless. Hisashi stated and watched Izuku's expression change from many things. Shock, sadness, confusion and anger. Did you take my quirk? Izuku asked and Hisashi nodded. Why? Izuku asked in a tense tone as a few tears leaked out. Because I was afraid you would hurt yourself with it. It's an advanced version of mine and it activated right after birth, which a baby having a quirk that could take, give, combine, and copy quirks that would be dangerous. I had intended to give it back, but All Might found me soon after your birth and I got damaged and hurt in the fight. I almost died from it and I'm still not fully recovered from it. The quirks that I stole over the 200 years are what keeps me alive. I can give you your quirk back right now if you want. Hisashi stated and Izuku nodded his head and Hisashi touched Izuku's head and he felt pain, but it was less painful than all of the beatings, so he didn't scream. I'm impressed you didn't scream, Hisashi said, and Izuku said he's had worst, which made Hisashi pale a bit at that. Hisashi really wanted to hunt down the people that had hurt his son. Well, in that fight I had also done damage to All Might. It's why he is so skinny, which I'm proud of now, wondering what I know. Hisashi said with a smirk on his face. So, you're retired now from your villain affairs? Izuku asked and Hisashi nodded his head. Indeed, I don't do anything in the underworld anymore. I do still have contacts that feed me information about important attacks or things that happen so I can keep myself up to date, but I focus mostly on the American underworld and not Japan. I'm not a wanted man in America and I'm only wanted in Japan since that is where I did my acts. Also, All Might thinks he killed me all those years ago. I am now the business owner of Midoriya Enterprise, which is the #1 business of America, which means I'm extremely rich, which considering I had 200 years to amass wealth means a lot of money. Hisashi joked and Izuku laughed a bit as well. So, if I wanted to be a hero still, even with what All Might did to me, would you be cool with it? Izuku asked a bit shyly. Not in Japan, no. In America, sure, since that is where we are going. I also have connections with the American Hero Commission and government that knows my secrets of being old as hell and being All for One. As long as I don't go stealing a shit ton of quirks from normal citizens and only criminals, then they won't bug me and I can live as I want to. They would be interested in hearing about me having a son that wanted to become a hero. Hisashi stated and Izuku smiled greatly. Though he had a problem. But I don't want to make people quirkless, Izuku said, and Hisashi rolled his eyes at his son. You seem to have forgotten your quirk is All for One advanced. You forgot yours has the ability to permanently copy a quirk without stealing it. You have to be in prolonged contact for about a minute or so from what I could tell, but you could likely train that down. Anyway, I have 200 years worth of quirks that you could copy from the first time around. After that, once you get a provisional license or during hero training, you could copy from thugs, criminals, villains, and anyone else that you run across in the hero field. Hisashi stated, and Izuku's eyes widened at that and smacked his head. That is when Hisashi noticed something red under Izuku's sleeve, and he grabbed Izuku's arms and pulled the sleeve down and went pale at what he saw. "Oh, son, when did you start?" Hisashi asked. Izuku looked down in shame. It's the only way I could have some control. They wouldn't let me go to a therapist? I needed control of something in my life," Izuku said as he broke down in tears, and Hisashi moved to him and pulled him into a hug and rubbed his back. "It's going to be okay. Just promise me if you ever feel like you need to cut, then come to me. No matter what I am doing, I will stop it for you and we will talk. Even if I am on the phone with someone. Nothing is more important than you. Okay?" Hisashi stated, and Izuku nodded his head. "I will have you set up with a therapist that knows all about my past when we arrive in America. He works for me for quite a few years and can be trusted with secrets," Hisashi said, and Izuku thanked him, and Hisashi said it was okay, and it's only the start of the love and care that Izuku would receive from now on. Soon they calmed down enough and moved back to the bedroom and sat down on the bed and just hugged each other and bonded a bit more. "Dad, when are we going to leave Japan? I don't want us getting stuck here once they noticed I'm gone, if they haven't already, which is doubtful in my opinion," Izuku asked as he laid pressed against his father's chest, listening to his heartbeat, which made Izuku calm down so much. Hisashi thought it over and decided they would leave that afternoon. "I'll cancel the last meeting I had scheduled since I was in Japan. I can do it via remote location and just tell them someone important came up that required me to return to America ahead of schedule, so they won't complain. Also, far as I can tell, they indeed haven't noticed you yet. It's Saturday right now, and I'm doubtful they will notice until Monday, when the school should call to report that you didn't show up for classes," Hayashi stated, and Izuku nodded his head. After resting for a bit longer, they decided to get up and changed as Hisashi called the private plane to get ready to depart early. Izuku played around with feeling his quirk inside of himself, and he was adapting a bit to it and the feeling of it. After about 2 hours, the plane was ready and they headed off to the airplane. "You own a nice plane, Dad," Izuku said, and Hisashi chuckled, and Izuku wondered what was funny. "Do remember, you are my son, meaning you own all of this as well, since you are the only child I've had in 200 years. I never got with anyone outside of your mother. Now I wondered what pulled me to her in the first place with how she turned out. She and you are the reason I decided to retire, but now I wonder if it was just fate wanting you to be born and fall into my care instead of me and her really being together," Hisashi stated, and Izuku just stayed silent and was a bit sad that his dad has been alone for so long. Izuku hugged his dad and said, "Don't worry. I am going to be here now for you. You won't be alone anymore," Izuku said with a smile as he hugged his father, and Hisashi smiled with a tear down his eye. "Oh, you remind me so much of your uncle. You two act so much alike. I can't wait to see what type of man you grow up to be," Hisashi said as he rubbed Izuku's head and buckled Izuku in for the takeoff and sat across from him. Soon they were in the air within 30 minutes and would be in America in about 14 hours or so. After about 3 hours into the flight, Izuku saw Hisashi pull out a laptop and start his meeting. Hello Mr. Yaoyorozu. Apologies for canceling the in-person meeting. Something came up that requires me to leave Japan early, as I'm already back on the flight to America," Hisashi said, and Izuku recognized the other person's name. It belonged to one of the wealthiest families in Japan, but they had nothing on his father's wealth or power. "No issues, Midoriya. It's quite all right, though I hope everything goes well for you," the man said, and Hisashi nodded his head, and they started to talk about the business deal for the next hour or so. Soon Izuku's stomach rumbled and Hisashi heard it. "Sorry, Mr. Yaoyorozu, 1 second, Hisashi said as he stood up and grabbed some food from the small kitchen area and made a sandwich and some fruit, and then gave it to Izuku. "Son, here is some food. Eat up. We will get your health checked by the doctors when we return to America, so we can make sure you are getting everything your malnourished body needs," Hisashi said, forgetting the business video chat was still going, and then he heard Mr. Yaoyorozu asked him what he just said about a son. "Hisashi, Did I just hear that you have a son? Mr. Yaoyorozu asked since he was an old friend of Hisashi though he had no knowledge of all the past things he did. Yes, you did. Doubt you would pretend you didn't hear that though, would you? Hisashi asked with a roll of his eyes at Mr. Yaoyorozu on the other side of the screen. No. I won't. When have you had a son? Mr. Yaoyorozu asked. I've had a son for 9 years now. I was separate from my family for years since I had that accident, and when I returned I found my soon-to-be ex-wife with another man and just stayed away. I just found out last night that my horrible soon-to-be ex-wife and her new husband in Japan at least have neglected my child. That's Momo's father name that I am making up. They neglected him, and their child that is almost a year younger would assault him since he was assumed quirkless, which is bullshit. Everyone, God, I don't want to talk about it. Hisashi said with anger in his tone that Seth Yaoyorozu picked up. I understand. If we ever get the chance we should introduce our children as they might become friends, since being from well-off families makes it hard to find trustworthy friends that aren't after your money. Mr. Yaoyorozu stated, and Hisashi said he would consider it for the future since he would be making sure Izuku is healed before trying to introduce him to people. Soon, Izuku fell asleep and just slept through most of the flight. Third POV. Izuku was currently in a nightmare, or what he would describe as hell. He was living through his memories of his life up to that point, and of course, it was literal hell on earth for him due to all of the physical and verbal violence that Izumi Yagi, Shoto Todoroki, and Katsuki Bakugo had shown him over the years. This nightmare also included all the bullying he received from the other students as well, and the fact that the teachers did nothing when they saw it. Soon though he broke out of his nightmare with a happy thought of his father. Izuku woke up and looked around and realized he was having a desire to cut. He wanted to find something to cut with before the words from his father hit him from before. I promised him I would go to him. Izuku thought as he moved around the plane in search of his father and found him in the back on a video call. Izuku didn't want to interrupt him though, so he just stood there, but he made slight sounds that Hisashi with all of his quirks noticed and turned his head. Hisashi paused the video call sound from his end and asked Izuku what was wrong. He said, "You said to come to you when I want to." Izuku stuttered and Hisashi got the idea. He quickly moved to Izuku and checked his wrists for any fresh wounds but found none. Good. It seems his mind is forcing the promise to the front of his mind since I've shown him kindness. So he seeks me out due to it. It's a start to getting him on track to being healthy again. Hisashi thought. He then asked what caused the urges to cut, and Izuku explained he was in a nightmare of all of his memories. Hisashi nodded his head and pulled Izuku into his arms and went and sat down in front of the laptop with Izuku in his lap. The people on the other side were surprised to see a young child with their CO. The people on the other side of the screen were all of the board members for Hisashi businesses. They would operate the companies that he owned when he had to work on different things. Hisashi soon unpaused the sound so he could talk. Okay, where were we? He asked, and they were all silent. He raised an eyebrow before one of them asked who the young man was. Oh, this is the future CEO of Midoriya Enterprise. My son Izuku Midoriya. Hisashi stated, and everyone was in shock, and Hisashi just laughed at their reactions. One of the older members of the board spoke up and asked him when he had a son. Hisashi sighed and looked at Izuku, who had fallen asleep against his chest. He just turned 9 today actually, or yesterday. Time zones and all. Anyway, he is my biological son I had with my wife who I am now divorcing. She got together with another man after my injuries. You all know that I received it 8 or so years ago. I come to Japan near his birthday each year to just look from afar, and I found him running away from my soon-to-be ex's house at night. Turns out what I didn't know was that he was being abused and neglected, just because he was falsely diagnosed as quirkless. He has a stepsister who physically bullied him with other people in Japan since they don't look good on quirkless people, and his mother and stepfather just completely neglected him. His mental health and physical health aren't good right now, so it will be a bit of time to get him to have self-worth and all, but I'm already seeing positive signs with him just receiving kind treatment from me. He's actually pretty damn smart since I've looked over some of his notes, and he defiantly takes after me in intelligence. Hisashi said as he picked up one of Izuku's notebooks about heroes and their quirks. The board members nodded their heads and asked some more questions. Sir, will he be attending school or receiving homeschooling? I'm asking since several of us have children that attend the private middle school here in the city, and our sons could likely become friends with him and show him actual kindness since he hasn't received that type of care from those of the same age as him. Asked one of his senior board members, and Hisashi thought it over. I will likely homeschool for the remaining semester since it will be a start of a new school year next semester. It will also allow me to help his mental state more before introducing all of that to him. Hisashi responded, and they nodded their heads. We could also slowly introduce the kids. I'm assuming you will bring him to the office with you for a while. We could bring our children for a few hours before having them leave and slowly introduce them so he adapts to them. This way when he does start school he will already know people and feel more confident. Stated another senior board member, and Hisashi nodded at that and approved of it. Soon they finished talking about Izuku and moved back to business. They talked about some new expansions to the business and taking over a support company that interested Hisashi. Midoriya Enterprise was more or less in any and all markets since it has been around for almost as long as Hisashi himself has been for. The really senior board members knew the truth behind Hisashi since they have been with him a long time, but the younger board members only knew bits and pieces and would be told over time everything. Soon Izuku woke up again and realized he was sleeping in Hisashi's lap and tried to get out, but Hisashi stopped him. I see you are awake. How are you feeling? Hisashi asked, and Izuku stopped and thought. Better? I'm still getting used to all of this, but having you around helps with the thoughts. Izuku said, and Hisashi nodded his head. He gave Izuku a banana to snack on since they were only an hour or so from landing. Soon the flight ended and Izuku realized where they were at. They were in the United States on the East Coast. More accurately, they were at the JFK International Airport in New York, New York. Now that I think about it, I didn't ask exactly where you live at, did I? I also never asked for 100% proof like a DNA test either before I accepted you as my father. Wow. My standards have really fallen so low. Izuku stated, and Hisashi felt an urge to slap his forehead at his son's antics. I'll have a DNA test done to show you are 100% mine, and I have your birth certificate and records in my home. You do have American citizenship after all, since I'm an American citizen, which I got over 100 years ago since it was useful. Also, in regards to where I live, do you know Central Park? Hisashi said and asked. Izuku nodded his head and said he did. Well, the city of New York and the state had some financial troubles at one point long ago in the past, about 120 years ago, so I made them a deal. I covered the debts that they had in exchange for ownership of the land between the East Doctor, West Doctor, and 102nd Street crossing. This gave me a lot of land, and I still let it be used by the public, and only where the house is built is blocked off. The house is located closer to the Lasker rink and the small pond area next to that. It's a bit in the woods, so we have privacy, but it's in that area. Hisashi said, and Izuku had a rough idea of where it would be located based on his father's description. Soon they got into vehicles that had appeared for them and were driven to the home, and Izuku could say that he really enjoyed the look of the home. It was a nice wooden log cabin type home that blended right in with all of the trees in the North Woods area of Central Park. Back view. Living room. Kitchen. Dining room. Sauna. Izuku's bedroom. Hisashi's bedroom. Pool room. Home gym and workout space. Training room for quirks or combat. Hisashi had shown Izuku around the entire house when he received a notification on his phone. Let's head upstairs. There are a few people I want you to meet with. Hisashi said as they headed upstairs, and Hisashi had Izuku sit in the living room and wait as he went to the front door. Izuku just looked around and waited until he heard his father and some other voice come into the room. Son, I want you to meet Seth King. He's a loyal friend of mine that knows everything about my past. I've also given him a quirk that helps slow down his aging, so he is a bit older than he looks. He appears in his 50s, but he's actually about in his 70s. Hisashi said as he introduced Seth King to Izuku. Hello, young Master Izuku. I am Seth King, and I perform almost all legal matters for your father over the decades that I've worked with him, Seth stated as he shook Izuku's hand. If you ever run into legal trouble or trouble in general and you can't get a hold of your father, then I want you to call me and I will come to you and work on getting a hold of your father while I handle whatever issue you are in, Seth stated, and Izuku nodded his head as Hisashi gave Izuku a new phone since Izuku didn't have one. It had a handful of numbers pre-programmed into it like Seth King's number. Anyway, Hisashi, I've brought all the documents you will need. The front of his mind since I've shown him kindness. So he seeks me out due to it. It's a start to getting him on track to being healthy again. Hisashi thought. He then asked what caused the urges to cut, and Izuku explained he was in a nightmare of all of his memories. Hisashi nodded his head and pulled Izuku into his arms and went and sat down in front of the laptop with Izuku in his lap. The people on the other side were surprised to see a young child with their CO. The people on the other side of the screen were all of the board members for Hisashi businesses. They would operate the companies that he owned when he had to work on different things. Hisashi soon unpaused the sound so he could talk. Okay, where were we? He asked, and they were all silent. He raised an eyebrow before one of them asked who the young man was. Oh, this is the future CEO of Midoriya Enterprise. My son Izuku Midoriya. Hisashi stated, and everyone was in shock, and Hisashi just laughed at their reactions. One of the older members of the board spoke up and asked him when he had a son. Hisashi sighed and looked at Izuku, who had fallen asleep against his chest. He just turned 9 today actually, or yesterday. Time zones and all. Anyway, he is my biological son I had with my wife who I am now divorcing. She got together with another man after my injuries. You all know that I received it 8 or so years ago. I come to Japan near his birthday each year to just look from afar, and I found him running away from my soon-to-be ex's house at night. Turns out what I didn't know was that he was being abused and neglected, just because he was falsely diagnosed as quirkless. He has a stepsister who physically bullied him with other people in Japan since they don't look good on quirkless people, and his mother and stepfather just completely neglected him. His mental health and physical health aren't good right now, so it will be a bit of time to get him to have self-worth and all, but I'm already seeing positive signs with him just receiving kind treatment from me. He's actually pretty damn smart since I've looked over some of his notes, and he defiantly takes after me in intelligence. Hisashi said as he picked up one of Izuku's notebooks about heroes and their quirks. The board members nodded their heads and asked some more questions. Sir, will he be attending school or receiving homeschooling? I'm asking since several of us have children that attend the private middle school here in the city, and our sons could likely become friends with him and show him actual kindness since he hasn't received that type of care from those of the same age as him. Asked one of his senior board members, and Hisashi thought it over. I will likely homeschool for the remaining semester since it will be a start of a new school year next semester. It will also allow me to help his mental state more before introducing all of that to him. Hisashi responded, and they nodded their heads. We could also slowly introduce the kids. I'm assuming you will bring him to the office with you for a while. We could bring our children for a few hours before having them leave and slowly introduce them so he adapts to them. This way when he does start school he will already know people and feel more confident. Stated another senior board member, and Hisashi nodded at that and approved of it. Soon they finished talking about Izuku and moved back to business. They talked about some new expansions to the business and taking over a support company that interested Hisashi. Midoriya Enterprise was more or less in any and all markets since it has been around for almost as long as Hisashi himself has been for. The really senior board members knew the truth behind Hisashi since they have been with him a long time, but the younger board members only knew bits and pieces and would be told over time everything. Soon Izuku woke up again and realized he was sleeping in Hisashi's lap and tried to get out, but Hisashi stopped him. I see you are awake. How are you feeling? Hisashi asked, and Izuku stopped and thought. Better? I'm still getting used to all of this, but having you around helps with the thoughts. Izuku said, and Hisashi nodded his head. He gave Izuku a banana to snack on since they were only an hour or so from landing. Soon the flight ended and Izuku realized where they were at. They were in the United States on the East Coast. More accurately, they were at the JFK International Airport in New York, New York. Now that I think about it, I didn't ask exactly where you live at, did I? I also never asked for 100% proof like a DNA test either before I accepted you as my father. Wow. My standards have really fallen so low. Izuku stated, and Hisashi felt an urge to slap his forehead at his son's antics. I'll have a DNA test done to show you are 100% mine, and I have your birth certificate and records in my home. You do have American citizenship after all, since I'm an American citizen, which I got over 100 years ago since it was useful. Also, in regards to where I live, do you know Central Park? Hisashi said and asked. Izuku nodded his head and said he did. Well, the city of New York and the state had some financial troubles at one point long ago in the past, about 120 years ago, so I made them a deal. I covered the debts that they had in exchange for ownership of the land between the East Doctor, West Doctor, and 102nd Street crossing. This gave me a lot of land and I still let it be used by the public, and only where the house is built is blocked off. The house is located closer to the Lasker rink and the small pond area next to that. It's a bit in the woods, so we have privacy, but it's in that area. Hisashi said, and Izuku had a rough idea of where it would be located based on his father's description. Soon they got into vehicles that had appeared for them and were driven to the home, and Izuku could say that he really enjoyed the look of the home. It was a nice wooden log cabin type home that blended right in with all of the trees in the Northwoods area of Central Park. Back view. Living room. Kitchen. Dining room. Sauna. Izuku's bedroom. Hisashi's bedroom. Pool room. Home gym and workout space. Training room for quirks or combat. Hisashi had shown Izuku around the entire house when he received a notification on his phone. Let's head upstairs. There are a few people I want you to meet with. Hisashi said as they headed upstairs, and Hisashi had Izuku sit in the living room and wait as he went to the front door. Izuku just looked around and waited until he heard his father and some other voice come into the room. Son, I want you to meet Seth King. He's a loyal friend of mine that knows everything about my past. I've also given him a quirk that helps slow down his aging, so he is a bit older than he looks. He appears in his 50s, but he's actually about in his 70s. Hisashi said as he introduced Seth King to Izuku. Hello, young Master Izuku. I am Seth King and I perform almost all legal matters for your father over the decades that I've worked with him, Seth stated as he shook Izuku's hand. If you ever run into legal trouble or trouble in general and you can't get a hold of your father, then I want you to call me and I will come to you and work on getting a hold of your father while I handle whatever issue you are in, Seth stated, and Izuku nodded his head as Hisashi gave Izuku a new phone since Izuku didn't have one. It had a handful of numbers pre-programmed into it like Seth King's number. Anyway, Hisashi, I've brought all the documents you will need. Also, what the hell did you two fuckers do? This letter says these three idiots assaulted and bullied Izuku for years at the school and that you two neglected him? Explain right fucking now. Endeavor yelled as he looked at All Might while holding his son's arm. Shoto was scared shitless and realized their actions were about to be found out. This caused the other parents to read the letter, and they were in shock, as well as Toshinori soon took the letter and read it. He was in shock and tried to remember doing anything with Izuku, but he couldn't. What have we done? Toshinori thought as he sat on the bed. He then looked around the room and noticed something in the trash can. He reached over and it was bandaged with blood. He paled at that and saw razor blades with dried blood on them. Ray saw them and gasped. Oh my god. He's cutting. You all drove him that far? Ray stated as tears went down her face. The kids were confused until they saw the blades and realized the implications of them. They pushed Izumi Yagi to start harming himself on top of all the harm they would cause him on a daily basis. Ray and Mitsuki started looking around the room and noticed clothing was gone. The letter only detailed what had happened to him and that he was done with the treatment. It didn't even talk about their heroes' identities or knowing about one fro, also they didn't know that he knew about it. The parents knew about their jobs and the quirk, while the kids only knew about their jobs, with only Izumi knowing the truth of the quirk out of the kids. Though Izuku did learn of it, which they didn't know about. Ray and Mitsuki brought attention that Izuku had clothing missing, and that gave them a hint that he ran away. As such, All Might made some phone calls. Several calls went out to Principal Nizu of UA, Gran Torino, Sir Night Eye, the detective, Recovery Girl, and Eraserhead, who was Inko's adoptive brother. After a few hours, they all arrived at the Yagi house to get a handle on whatever situation All Might had called about. So let's get this straight. You, Toshinori, and Inko neglected your son Izuku for years, all because he was quirkless? Then we also have the three idiotic children who believed it was best to stop Izuku's dreams of being a hero by physically and verbally bullying him for years as well? We also have the fact that he is most likely suicidal due to all of this, but we can confirm the fact that he physically harms himself, and last but not least we have the fact that he has run away and you don't know when? Sir Night Eye stated out loud, and the Yagis and the three kids nodded their heads. Everyone groaned at the mess of a situation that they have found themselves in, though Aizawa was downright pissed. He decided to speak up though. Inko and Toshinori, he said, and they looked at him with everyone else looking at him. I'm telling you this right now. Once we find Izuku, I'm removing him from your custody and he will be living with me moving forward. Since you want to only dot on your daughter, that's fine because I will take care of him. Aizawa said with a glare, and the two of them flinched back but tried to argue that he is their child. I don't care. Moving forward, Inko, you are no longer family. Izuku needs more than what you two can provide for him. Aizawa said as he got up and started to leave. I'm going to go out and search for him. Nizu, send me any useful information from them that might help me. Aizawa said, and Nizu said he would. Soon Aizawa was gone and they were all quiet. Nizu then looked at the kids and then at the parents before thinking. You kids are lucky, none of what you did is on your record. If it was, you wouldn't walk in UA doors at all. Nizu stated, and they stiffened up. Endeavor scoffed. Shoto, consider the recommendation I was going to do no more. If you want in any hero school, do it under your own power and pass the general exams. Endeavor said, and Todoroki nodded his head. The Bakugos were hesitant to even allow Katsuki to even go to hero school, but decided to allow it, but only after he goes through therapy. Nizu latched onto that idea and suggested that all three children should go to a therapist and anger management to ensure they fix themselves before UA. Let's be clear. I can't really stop you from applying since this won't end up on your records and most of what you did is protected until you were 7. So, you are lucky. But I can, and I will make your time at UA a bit less enjoyable. Regardless of the outside of UA, you three will be required to see Hound Dog at UA during your time there, and you will be on a shorter leash overall since I will be putting you in Aizawa class if you somehow pass. This way he can enjoy himself and keep you three in line. Nizu said. They all nodded their heads at the conditions placed upon them. Soon the conversation moved towards how to start a search for Izuku, and this is where the detective took the lead of the conversation. As it stands, Izuku's case likely won't receive much attention, sadly, due to society's views on quirkless people. If you were to reveal that you're his father, then more people would search for him, but then there is also the danger of people holding him hostage if a villain finds him first. Either way has a disadvantage to it. The detective stated, and the Yagi family gripped their hands when Endeavor spoke up. We could paint it as him missing, but that he is also a witness in a case. Which is kind of true, since I'm sure you are going to dig into the school for the stuff they allowed, and he would indeed be a witness for it. This way he can put more focus on finding him, and we can do it via my office instead of All Might's office. Endeavor suggested, and Nizu agreed with that route. As such, Izuku would be painted as a missing child that is also involved in an important case that needs to be found. The detective nodded his head and made notes to set the case up like that with the Endeavor's agency so no one could question it in the future. All Might asked Sir Night Eye if he would use his quirk to see if they would find Izuku, and Sir Night Eye declined since it would only cement it. Though without All Might knowing, Sir Night Eye did indeed use his quirk when he was going to leave and had placed his hand on Inko's shoulder. Soon the heroes and the detective left. Rei took her son home and the Bakugos left as well, which left the heroes and the detective standing in the street as they got in the detective's car to drive off. As they were driving, Nizu asked Sir Night Eye if he did indeed use his quirk. I see you caught me. Sir Night Eye stated. Nizu asked if they would find Izuku, and Sir Night Eye thought about it. Uncone for sure. I couldn't see the details as my perspective I was given was not great. I could tell it was in your office at UA and some years had passed. Inko called Izuku's name in a sad tone, and there was another voice. It's been a while since I've heard Izuku's voice, so I can't tell you if it was his or not, and if it's years in the future then his voice would undergo some changes as well. I can tell that there was anger in the male's voice though. There was deep anger, which would be understandable if it was Izuku. He likely hates them and wants nothing to do with them if we did find him. Sir Night Eye said, and everyone in the car just nodded their heads. They were silent for a bit longer before Nizu spoke up. All we can do is keep searching. I've never believed your quirk is 100% true. I've always believed it provides for the highest probability future but could still be changed depending on many people's actions. We just need to keep searching and be ready for whenever we find him and make sure we provide him the love that the Yagis failed to do so. If he was at UA, it could mean that he attends UA as a general student or something, or somehow make it into the hero course. I will work on removing the quirkless rule since I've had plans to do it anyway, and this will just provide another route for him to be there. Nizu stated, and everyone nodded their heads. Soon their drive came to an end and Endeavor got out at his agency with the detective as Nizu, recovery girl, and Sir Naitai took a cab from the agency to their own destinations. This began the search for one Izuku Yagi, though they wouldn't find him until he wanted to be found. Third POV. Several days have passed since Izuku had arrived in America, and it was now Thursday. Multiple things had happened, and they had also decorated his room a bit and gotten him new clothing. Izuku had also started talking to the therapist a bit and opening up slowly. The first session was tense and Hisashi had to stay in the room since Izuku didn't really want to let go of him once they arrived. Note, I'm BSing on some of the therapist shit, so don't take any of it as reality. The therapist told Hisashi that it was a natural defense mechanism that Izuku had developed. Hisashi has presented himself as a safe home, as a protector that can wipe out any threats to Izuku, so Izuku is latching onto him for anything he finds uncomfortable. It's more of how a small child of a 2 or 3-year-old would act when they would be introduced to newer things that make them uncomfortable. They seek shelter behind their parents. Izuku is more or less doing that now, as he didn't have safety growing up. Indeed, he has safety during 0 to 4, but after that his safety net crumbled and now Izuku was latching onto his new one in fear that it would leave him like how his parents neglected him last time. Hisashi was glad to have that information and could observe Izuku for any habits that would be concerning or that would show that he was acting younger than he was since he now had a safe home. The therapist said that some habits would likely show up, but they would go away the longer he felt safe, and Hisashi kept protecting Izuku from major threats or dealt with things like an actual parent should. So if someone tried to bully him, then Hisashi should step in and solve the issue, unlike his former parents. That will work a lot of the habits out of Izuku that he would develop that makes him appear as a younger child than he actually was. After the first session, they agreed twice-a-week sessions moving forward until the therapist thought Izuku was in a good state to lower the numbers. Of course, more could be added at any time. Outside of the therapy, the clothes shopping was more enjoyable for Hisashi in Izuku's view, since Hisashi was enjoying dressing Izuku up in anything and everything he could find. Moving outside of both of those things and to more important things, we come up to the court case. Seth King, Hisashi's lawyer for almost everything, called them up and informed them that the court wanted Izuku and Hisashi to both appear for the case since the court judge wanted to physically see Izuku. They were confused about why but accepted it. That is how they found themselves waiting outside of a courtroom with Seth King, who was acting as the lawyer. They were soon called into the courtroom and stood with their lawyer. Izuku jumped in his father's lap since there were only 2 seats. The judge called for the court into order, and there was an attorney representing the government and then their side since they were requesting something of the government, so they had a representative there. Let's begin. You may be wondering why I called you here, Mr. Midoriya. I wanted to physically see the said child that was being claimed to ensure that they were indeed real. I also want to use my quirk on him. My quirk allows me to tell if someone is telling the truth or not, but it's subjective to that individual person's knowledge. Are you willing to consent to this, Izuku? The judge asked Izuku, who looked at his dad. This is your decision, Izuku. Just know I will be here if you feel uncomfortable with any of her questions, okay? Hisashi said, and Izuku felt less tense after that and agreed. The judge said Izuku could stay there if he wanted to sit in the seat next to her. Izuku decided to go up to the seat. When did you first meet Hisashi Midoriya? The judge asked Izuku. He looked at her and started to answer. I first met him, as far as I can remember, on the beach where I had planned to sleep the night since I had just run away from my mother's and who I know now is my stepfather's home. But Dad knows me from birth since he was there the day I was born based on what he's told me. Izuku said, and the judge nodded her head. I have watched the memories that you brought to the front of your mind for the court officer. Can you tell me what your relationship is, or rather was, with the 3 children in the video? I want to confirm what was provided to me. She asked him, and Izuku explained who they were. She then asked how Hisashi has treated him so far and if he was being good to him. I don't know how to define if he was doing a good, really? Izuku said, and she asked for a bit of detail on that. Well, I've only known pain and suffering, so anything outside of that is really better compared to that. Dad has taken me shopping for clothing, though I am sure he got far more enjoyment out of dressing me up in all different clothing. Izuku said, and they could hear Hisashi chuckle under his hand. He's also made me food when I always had to make it myself in the past. He's sat with me when I didn't want to be alone for the first therapy session since Izuku said as he stuttered on the last part. Izuku, it's fine if you can't say it. Do you want me to? Hisashi asked Izuku, who nodded his head. The judge looked at Hisashi in confusion. Your Honor, my son's mental health is really bad due to the treatment he's received from my hopefully soon ex-wife, if you grant it. That family drove him to the point that he has started self-harming himself. He likely has a range of mental issues that we will be dealing with as we discover them with the therapist, but self-harm is currently known, and self-confidence issues as well. Hisashi said, and the judge's eyes darkened a bit at what she heard. She asked Izuku if he was comfortable with showing his wrists, and he showed her, and she confirmed what she saw and made her notes. Thank you, sweetie, she said to Izuku, who had a bright smile on for being thanked. The judge made more notes for a few minutes. Izuku, do you think you would ever want to see your mother or stepsister again in the future? She asked, and Hisashi knew why she asked this. It would determine how harsh the judge is on cutting any possible contact from Inko to Izuku if she ever found Izuku. As it stands, no. I hate them. I did nothing wrong, and yet they treated me like that. I don't have plans to reconnect with them far as I am concerned, since I have Dad to care for me now. The only thing I expect from them is for them to cause me pain, unlike with Dad. Izuku said, and the judge nodded her head. After a few more questions, the judge told Izuku he could return to Hisashi. Thank you too for coming here today. The judge started off with and looked at Hisashi. As it stands, you have provided enough proof that your marriage should be ended. I normally would require you to attempt to get in contact with the other party with reasonable attempts to have both sides present to end a marriage, but due to the fact that the other side has caused harm to a child that is involved in this case, and said child has a hatred for the other party that I can confirm with my quirk, I cannot in good concise allow the other side to find the location of the child via the court's actions, stated the judge before looking at the lawyer for the government. If the government has no opposition, then I will grant a nullification of the marriage with Inko Yagi, formerly Inko Shimura, before she married the second man in Japan, even though she was married in the United States as Inko Midoriya, the judge said as she looked at the government lawyer. The lawyer shook his head and said they had no objections to the court order for that. Next was the part about Izuku. Outside of the marriage which did produce a child, this court hereby issues the following in regards to the child Izuku. This court finds that Inko Yagi, formerly Inko Midoriya, formerly Inko Shimura, is unfit to care for the child involved in this case, Izuku. We find that all custody will be awarded to Hisashi Midoriya. No child support or any monetary compensation will be awarded, since it would involve contacting said other parties involved, which would endanger the life of the said child. This court also sees fit that a restraining order will be applied against Inko Yagi, formerly Inko Midoriya, formerly Inko Shimura, as well as Izumi Yagi. However, this court acknowledges that this restraining order has no effect outside of the United States of America. The judge stated and looked at Hisashi's lawyer, who accepted the terms, and the government lawyer, who accepted it as well. The judge then continued for a bit longer. This court also finds that Izuku is indeed a United States citizen, even though he was born in Japan, which grants him Japanese citizenship. His father is an American citizen, and Izuku is granted birthright citizenship alongside his Japanese citizenship, but this court requires the re-announcing of Izuku's Japanese citizenship to ensure that Japan's courts can't attempt to grant his custody back to Inko Midoriya in their jurisdiction in the event that he ever returns before he retreats the age of maturity in Japan, which is 18, the same as the United States age of adulthood. Is this agreeable to both parties? Asked the judge, and both sides agreed to it. This brought an end to the court case, and Izuku documents were verified and identification issues which would arrive at the Midoriya's home in a few weeks. Congratulations Izuku on being formally recognized by the government as Izumi Midoriya moving forward, stated the judge, and Izuku thanked her. Soon they left the courtroom and the government lawyer approached them. The identification papers will all arrive in 2 weeks or so at your home address. We have on file for you Mr. Midoriya. The removal of his Japanese citizenship will be recognized by the United States, but we won't send it to Japan, which would alert them that he is here. We don't want All Might attempting to come here and starting an international incident over this, even though we would never agree to his demands since we saw what we did in the memories. He's also weakening as confirmed in the memories, so we see less value in agreeing to any of his requests that would harm Izuku since he plans to be a hero in the future. The commission president sends his regards and can't wait to see your son in the future when you bring him by, stated the government lawyer. Izuku was shocked that the man knew about All Might's form even though he blocked that portion out about his being All Might. Hisashi saw Izuku's confusion and explained. Remember, the commission president and a handful of people in the government are in the knowledgeable of my past and my quirk. Means they know All Might's quirk and his true name. When those that know me saw the case related to me, they send a lawyer who they read in on me and everything that I've done, which included All Might. This means they know about your quirk since I've told them that you want to be a hero, remember? Hisashi said, and Izuku nodded his head. As such, you have more value to the government than All Might, who is going to retire. You also will be a hero in America, unlike him who is in Japan. This means that you will be defeating crime here and helping the government, unlike he is, since he's going to have to retire in the next decade or so due to his wounds. However, you will only grow more powerful, so they will want to establish good relations with you, which they have done via this and making sure we have no issues with All Might or your mother. Hisashi said, and Izuku smiled at that and nodded his head. That's good, I guess. It means that I will have an easier time becoming a hero if I don't have to worry about hiding the actual quirk from the government. Izuku said, and Hisashi nodded his head since that was true. America wasn't like Japan with all of the discrimination against so-called villainous quirks. America had a slightly higher quirkless rate at 10% as well, so it wasn't so unnormal either. The Midoriya's quirk would indeed cause some fear since it was a shocking quirk, but the government was strict on discrimination laws as well, so Izuku would just need to deal with some bullies that would dislike him for his quirk itself, but overall he wouldn't face issues of becoming a hero since the government likes the idea of him being one, since he would be a powerful one that they could call for special missions. They also likely will want him to become a special agent hero. Hisashi thought. The Special Agent program helped train powerful heroes and sent their agents out on harsher missions that normal heroes couldn't handle. Sometimes killing was required, sadly, which Hisashi didn't want Izuku doing, but even a normal hero must kill sometimes to save people. As such, there wasn't much difference except the frequency of hard missions and the possibility of having to kill being slightly higher due to the more difficult villains that they have to deal with that might need to be put down to ensure the public safety. Anyway, that was a concern for the future as the Midoriyas soon headed home for the day since the court case took a few hours and both Midoriyas were hungry now. Third POV. It's been about 4 weeks since Izuku had run away from his mother's care. They did find out that he was reported missing and was being searched for as a witness in an important case via the Endeavor Agency. The missing person report was filed about 3 days after Izuku had run away, since he ran away Friday night and he was gone all weekend and Monday as well. Izuku and Hisashi talked about it and both found it funny that Toshinori and Inko had decided not to reveal their hero identities and his connection to them, but they likely were using the reasons of villains would hold him hostage as the reason not to reveal it. However, that made Izuku just dislike them even more since they weren't willing to risk it all to find him even though he ran away. Hisashi had noticed Izuku's anger towards them one day and had decided to sit Izuku down in the study room a bit and talk about his anger. Izuku, I want to talk about your anger towards them, Hisashi stated, and Izuku tensed a bit up. You're not going to tell me to forgive them, are you? Izuku asked, looking at his father with concern. No, God, no. I'm just concerned that you are going to hold on to the anger so much that it leads you to make foolish decisions in your life. I don't want you to repeat the same mistakes I did where I became a villain. Your dream is to be a hero, so you will need to manage your anger into other outlets instead of directing it all towards them for their actions. It's okay to hate them, but to be angered about it and let it affect your actions is another thing. Do you understand what I am getting at? Hisashi asked, and Izuku sat there in silence for a few minutes. He looked at his father and nodded. I think I get what you mean. If I let my anger control my actions, I may do something I would come to regret and that I can't take back. That I might stoop to their level and be no better than them. Izuku said, and Hisashi nodded his head and was glad that Izuku had gotten the main message that he wanted to convey in having this conversation. You are correct. Now, how was therapy yesterday? Hisashi asked, and Izuku thought about it. Better. If they gave me some coping methods I can use and some breathing methods to help me if I have panic attacks. It's getting easier to understand everything they did to me and my emotions surrounding it. Izuku said. Hisashi was glad the therapy was starting to pay off, and the behaviors that Izuku showed where he clung onto Hisashi at almost any moments had lessened with time. There were still some moments where Izuku just wanted skin contact with Hisashi and sought it out, which he provided, but overall Izuku was able to act independently more and more. I also wanted to see if you wanted to come with me to the Enterprise. I've stayed home since I've brought you to America, but I need to start making some appearances again at the business. I don't need to make an appearance every day, but it's easier to do some work in the office, and I also want to introduce you to the board members in person. I also know they would like to introduce you to their kids who would attend the same school as you, but they wouldn't be going to a hero school with you as far as I know, since most of them intend to just go into business. Hisashi stated, and Izuku thought it over and nodded his head. He kind of wanted to get used to being around kids his age again, since he would need to be social once again. Over the past week and a half, both of them have been starting Izuku's physical and quirk training in the gym and combat training room. The physical war aimed at making Izuku's body lean and compact since it fit his body type more like Hisashi's. They also started training Izuku's abilities to copy, steal, give, and combine quirks. Hisashi, being Hisashi, was the perfect person to train Izuku since Izuku could use a mountain load of quirks that Hisashi had on hand. Izuku could also learn to take the quirks, give them back, take multiple and combine them, break them apart again, and copy some quirks as well and destroy them if he didn't want them. Hisashi made Izuku take certain quirks that he was required to keep. The quirks that Izuku currently had. Advanced All for One, Birth quirk. This allows the user to copy, take, give, and combine quirks. Currently, there is no limit to the number of quirks that the user can hold. It takes about 1 minute to copy a quirk with physical contact. Other actions can be done within seconds. Hyper Regeneration. This allows the user to use stamina to regeneration their body and wounds. Stamina Booster. The user's stamina is recuperated at x2 their natural body rate. Familia Telepath. This allows the user to send messages to people that he considers close to or who he considers family. Geolocation. This allows the user to acquire the general location within 100 feet of a person that they are thinking of. These quirks were the required ones that Hisashi wanted Izuku to never get rid of for any reason. Then there were some that didn't require explaining, like the regeneration and stamina booster. The familiar telepath was so he and Izuku could keep in contact with each other if they were separated or if Izuku was being attacked by anyone, since Hisashi did have a special permit license just so the government didn't have to deal with him using his quirk to defend himself or against others like criminals if he wanted to take a criminal's quirk. He was forbidden from taking random citizens' quirks though, and was required to report any new quirk he gained, which Hisashi agreed with since they were so easygoing with him. American laws were a bit loose on quirk usage for self-defense, but you still couldn't freely use them every second of the day. As such, if Izuku was in trouble, then Hisashi could go help him. The geolocation allowed Izuku to find his father's or anyone else's location if he had a mental image of them in his mind. It also allowed him to find his own location, which he could then send via Familia Telepath to Hisashi, who could teleport himself to Izuku. Izuku didn't take the teleportation quirk since it was a bit gross in his views. It made sludge come out of his mouth and teleport then. Hisashi told him he got a copy of it via an old doctor friend that he no longer is in contact with. Izuku did copy some quirks from his father to build his own quirk set as his father has. Izuku didn't think he wanted to be a highly publicized daylight hero and would likely work more at night. As such, Izuku started to build his quirk set to work around the idea of working at night or a shadow team. The first quirk of 200 years worth of quirks that he found in his father's arsenal was a quirk called Crow. Crow, This allows the user to communicate and order crows to do his bidding. Izuku could also connect his mind to the crows and see through their eyes. Though if the crows don't like him, then they can break free of his control through sheer willpower, though it's unlikely of it working. Knowledge. The user absorbs the knowledge of things once they come in contact with it. Identity. If they touch an apple, they know where it was grown from and what type of apple it is. Shadow Master, combined quirk, pitch black and shadow minion. This allows the user to materialize any shadows with varying strength and form it to meet their needs. The user could make items like whips or weapons, clones made of shadows, wings out of shadows, or anything else that their mind can imagine. The user can even travel via the shadows since he is one with the shadows. Pitch black. This allows the user to control shadows, and the darker the shadows under control, the stronger they are. Shadow minion. The user is able to control their personal shadow and make it materialize as a physical form. Shock absorption. This allows the user to take kinetic energy and absorb it into his body and use it to boost their own strength. Velocity. The user can steal the kinetic energy from people and objects in motion to gain more speed while slowing the person or object down due to the stolen energy. Double strength booster. Grants the user of the quirk a doubling effect of their natural strength. The stronger the individual's body is, the stronger the doubling effect is of their strength. Color changer. This quirk allows the user to change the color of any hair on his body and allows him to change the color of his eyes as well. As such, Izuku had 9 quirks that he purposely wanted and then 10 with his birth quirk. Then once you had the 4 required quirks of his father, he would 14 quirks total to start out with. Izuku knew he would increase his quirks over time and wouldn't need to worry about not having a certain quirk to fit his needs, as he was sure he would meet people that he would copy from over time, and the copying doesn't cause any pain at all, so people wouldn't even know if he copied them except for him hanging on to them for a minute or so. Izuku has gotten good, but they so far found that he wasn't really able to decrease the copy time that he was required to go through so far. They would keep training it to see if it would decrease in the future, but it looked like it wouldn't as it stood. Anyway, outside of all of those things, it was now time for Izuku and Hisashi to head off to Midoriya Enterprises and for Izuku to be introduced to the children of the board members so Izuku could start getting reintroduced to children around the same age as him. Izuku would also be attending the next school year in about a few months once it started, but Hisashi wasn't concerned about Izuku's education level since he was already at a high school level. Izuku's already that far ahead due to not spending any time with friends or really playing outside due to bullies. As such, he spent his time studying in his room and improving his education in hopes that his parents would notice his intelligence, but they never did. As such, even though Izuku was still in elementary school, he was far ahead of everyone else, and by the time he started high school, he would likely be at the college level. Hisashi was debating on having Izuku just take a placement test so Izuku could focus on training and just interact with people his age at the business or out in public. I guess I will just need to talk to Izuku about it since I don't want to force him to spend all day at school and be bored. Hisashi thought as he focused on driving to the company headquarters location, which was only 30 minutes or so from the house, which was a good thing for them to be honest. Third POV. Soon the 2 Midoriyas arrived at the company. Izuku was in a little suit that just made him look adorable in Hisashi's opinion. Izuku rolled his eyes at his father's look. I can imagine him thinking about buying a large amount of clothing to dress me up in again. You would think he is a woman with the amount of love he has with dressing me up in all different types of clothing. Izuku thought as he followed his dad into the building slightly behind him. Izuku decided he wanted to explore the place, and he already had an ID pass that would get him into any room he wanted in this place since he was inheriting it anyway, so Hisashi saw no need for Izuku to be restricted from any rooms. Also, the other children from the board members wouldn't be around until the later part of the day since they were all at school. Izuku sent a mental message to his father, "Dad, I'm going to explore the building since I don't want to sit in your office all day. I also want to get used to the building layout." Izuku sent the message via the mental quirk, and Hisashi sent a message back approving of his decision. As such, Izuku split away from his father right in the lobby and started his exploration. As such, no one knew in the building that Izuku was Izuku Midoriya, aka son of Hisashi Midoriya. Midoriya Enterprise Headquarters. Overall, The building was a unique style as it also had a lot of underground sections with most of the offices above ground with any testing rooms, quirk rooms, experiments, or anything else that they want to keep from competitors' eyes. Izuku had separated early from his father, so he honestly wanted to test the security of the building and see how far he could get inside without someone questioning him. As such, once he saw his father go up the elevator to his office, Izuku decided to slip right next to some workers and followed them into another elevator without them noticing him. He also hid his badge so no one would see it. The workers in the elevator did not notice him in the elevator with them, and Izuku rolled his eyes. Soon they came to a floor filled with desks, and Izuku followed the workers out of the elevator and into the room. Still, no one noticed Izuku or tried to stop him. After about 5 minutes of walking around, Hisashi had come to the floor since he knew Izuku was on it, and he wanted to see if anyone noticed his son yet. As Hisashi walked through the floor, all of the single women were gushing about how Hisashi looked and dreaming of marrying him since they believed he was single. Well, he is single now, but do they really think I would accept some random women as my new mother? Fuck that. Izuku thought as he rolled his eyes at all of the women acting like they were acting. Izuku decided to slip into the elevator and go to a different floor. He sent his father a message about playing a game of hide and seek where Izuku goes to all the different floors and see if a worker notices him and what they do since it was not common for random children to be in the building. Hisashi agreed since he was interested as well. As Izuku made his way through the various floors, he was noticed by several people, but no one actually stopped him even though he had no visible badge on him. It got to the point that Izuku was getting a bit annoyed with no one stopping him to at least check if he was a son of an employee. He even walked through the cafeteria area where he was completely visible for everyone to see. At one point he even got food from the line and sat down to eat. He did get a lot of looks, but no one asked him who he was or asked about his badge that was nowhere to be seen. Even Hisashi was starting to get a bit annoyed with his employees. It was one thing if they didn't stop Izuku, but it was an entirely different thing to not report a random individual being in the building without a badge. Izuku had gone to several floors where he could have gotten into desks where they were planning new product lines for several different subsidiary businesses. There was a reason that Midoriya Enterprise was the parent company to all of these other businesses. They sent out new ideas and concepts to the subsidiary companies who furthered them along, and the parent company would watch out for issues or fix things when things went wrong. Hisashi had accessed the reports and call log to the security department, and they haven't received anything since Izuku had entered the building, and that was 2 hours ago. If Izuku had been a spy from another company, they could have lost a lot of data. Izuku had even taken things out of desks as well and swiped flash drives from desks which he didn't even know what was in them either. That fact had pissed Hisashi off the most. His father kept going onto the different floors as well, so people knew he was in the building. Even if he wasn't, they should still be on top of basic protocols if they see a random person in the building. Even the board member children wear badges to enter the building and move around. The only people that don't are Hisashi and the board members themselves, so it's a limited group that doesn't do it, and they are known. This is the first time Izuku has been in the building. Though at the 3rd hour mark an incident had happened. As Izuku walked past one woman who was talking about marrying Hisashi Midoriya, Izuku couldn't keep his mouth shut and had made a comment about the woman wanting to be a homewrecker. They didn't need to know he was recently divorced, and Izuku wasn't going to let just any women or man, if his father went that way, get into his home. He already had one horrible mother figure, and if his father could go 200 years with only one woman, then he could go Antoer 200 without another one that wasn't actually good. Though this comment from Izuku earned looks from the woman and comments from her. She said Izuku should keep his mouth shut since he didn't understand adult things and that he would when he was older. Whatever you say, doubtful he would go for you when you have a rotten personality, Izuku commented and turned to walk away when the woman grabbed him by the collar and pulled him backward. This caught the attention of other workers who had just noticed Izuku being in the office. "Oi! Let go of me, you crazy woman!" Izuku shouted at her and struggled to get free. This is when things turned as the woman got fed up with Izuku. "It seems your parents didn't teach you manners," she said as she turned around and slapped Izuku across the face, earning gasps from everyone. Several male workers moved in and pulled the woman off Izuku and pulled him away from her. At that point, Izuku was in shock and was having flashbacks to being bullied and neglected. 3Q. 1. Q tears and screaming. Sniffle papa. Izuku cried out and broke down into tears. The woman just screamed for him to shut up since she realized that this wasn't looking good for her, as her coworkers were calling security to deal with the situation, but sadly for her she chose the wrong kid. Who the hell made my son cry? Hisashi yelled out, and everyone paled when they heard his voice and saw him running over. When he arrived, Izuku ran to him and grabbed onto his leg, and that is when he saw the handprint on Izuku's face from being slapped. Who the fuck dared to harm my child? Hisashi screamed out, and everyone pointed to the woman that did it. Security arrived and Hisashi told them to detain the woman and call the police to arrest her for harming a child. The woman paled at that and tried to defend herself and make up lies of Izuku assaulting her. You think I am stupid? There are security cameras I can check, so it's pointless for you to lie to me, Hisashi said as he just pulled the video up showing what happened. Soon the police arrived after about 10 minutes and had arrested the woman. Hisashi had ended up calming Izuku down, and he ended up falling asleep at the sound of Hisashi's heartbeat. Hisashi called a company-wide employee meeting in the massive auditorium room where they do company-wide meetings such as these or large product launches to the public, where they invite investors and other people to see the reveal of new product lines. Within 30 minutes, all of the employees, for the most part, had all gathered in the auditorium. They all wondered what the meeting was about since there was nothing scheduled today, but the ones on the floor where the incident happened knew why they got called. The board of directors also knew why the meeting was called. They were honestly pissed. They were pissed about Izuku getting hurt and the fact that so much data could have been stolen by any random person that walked into the building, since no one had called security about a random individual without a badge. Good afternoon, or I would say that if I wasn't so pissed. Hisashi started out and ever flinched a bit at his tone. So I want to talk about multiple things, but I'm sure you are all wondering about the kid that is sleeping behind me who looks adorable with his sleeping face. Well, hands off, since that is my son. The one woman today decided that assaulting my son was an acceptable action. Even if he wasn't my son, I accept none of you to harm a child, because if I find out about it, you can consider your job here gone, Hisashi stated, and everyone was in shock about hearing that their boss at having a son. They all thought he never had a family, but they just got proven wrong. They were also scared that someone had dared to hurt sad boss's child. They all prayed for that foolish woman's soul to survive Hisashi Midoriya's wrath. So several things with my son. Yes, he will inherit this company, so you should treat any he says as if it was something from me. I will be teaching him how to operate the business, but he's honestly very smart and had my brains, so it won't be long before he gets fully involved after a few more years of growing up. Don't be surprised if he comes in with white hair and white eyes like me, since he changes them via a quirk user we know all the time to match me. Don't ask about the mother, Hisashi said, laying some ground rules for everyone. They all nodded their heads as they listened in. Then it was time for the more serious topic, as Hisashi started to plug flash drives into the laptop he had on the stage that was connected to a projector behind him. He had two screens so he could make sure he wanted to show anything before he actually showed it. Now, the next topic. If you see someone without a badge and they are not me, the board members, and my son moving forward, then what does the company police state? Anyone? Hisashi asked, and a person yelled out to call security. Hisashi nodded his head. Indeed, to that person that said called security. It's one thing to ask a person where their badge is, but really you should call security for them to deal with it. The problem with that is my son has been in the building for 3 hours, and until today none of you knew of him. He did not wear a badge the entire time. Once he moved, pasted the lobby. So, 3 hours worth of people seeing him, and no one called security. Do you know how big of a security risk that is? Hisashi asked, and no one answered, but Hisashi could see it in a lot of their eyes that they understood. Hisashi started to display documents off the flash drives. My son, at my request, snagged a lot of sensitive data from desks. He had a decent amount of information here that could cost us about $1 billion in damages if this got into our competing company's hands. That is how big of an issue this is. If you see someone without a badge, then call security at once. Stop what you are doing and call security, or have someone near you do it if you are on a call with someone else already, Hisashi said, and everyone shouted out that they understood. After talking about some other things and how he planned to make some security changes moving forward to better help protect the building, like installing an alarm system that would go off if someone entered past a certain point without a badge on, but that people should still call if they don't see a badge present just to be safe if it isn't a board member, Izuku Midoriya, or himself. Hisashi then dismissed everyone to return to work, and Hisashi picked Izuku up, which made some people smile at seeing their normally cold stone boss being sweet and happy with his son. Hisashi had grabbed Izuku and taken him upstairs to his office. The board members all came into his office and their children were with them as well since they were already out of school. The kids asked if Izuku was alright and Hisashi nodded his head and spoke. He will be. Getting attacked by an older woman likely caused some memories to resurface of his upbringing. His mother, though never laid a hand on him, did not take care of him. She neglected him, and his stepsister physically and verbally bullied him to extreme levels. Hisashi stated, and the kids flinched back a bit and then looked at Izuku with a bit of sympathy. They asked if they could help in any way, and Hisashi said to just be friends with Izuku, which they accepted to do. After about 10 minutes of sleeping, Izuku woke up to see everyone in the room with him. Well, hello everyone, that I have no idea who you are, but I will assume you are the board members and their children, Izuku stated as he rubbed his eyes a bit and moved to sit next to Hisashi. Everyone chuckled a bit at Izuku's statement since it was right, but it was just funny in how he phrased it. Hisashi, these are the board members for the parent company. Through them, I do a lot of the work. Though do note that this isn't a publicly traded company and I own 100% of it. I've never taken it private nor intend to ever. I'm not required to have a board of directors, but it's nice to have people that I trust to throw the work to who I know will ensure it gets done. I can also go to them for their opinions on things or leave them in charge to run the business. For example, when I had that accident at your birth that forced me out of your life, they took over and ran until I recovered. As such, if you ever need help in the future when you run the company, then just lean on them. Hisashi said, and Izuku nodded his head and greeted them all. Izuku took all of their names in but focused mostly on the two senior members since they knew everything about his father's past and quirk. As such, they would be the ones that he deals with almost all of the time since he knew he could trust them with anything. The first man was called Kristen, and he was of Japanese descent but had an American mother. He did spend years in Japan but moved to America with his mother after the death of his father and hasn't returned since unless it was for business. Izuku also was told by his father that the two senior members both have a minor slow-aging quirk since Hisashi liked to keep trusted allies close at hand for as long as possible. The second senior board member was of American descent and his name was Jared Creed. He also had the anti-aging quirk as well. Both men were in their 60s, but Jared had become a close member of Hisashi's inner circle when he was a bit younger than Kristen. As such, Jared looks much younger even though he is roughly the same age as Kristen. After talking to them for a bit longer and being introduced to the children of the board members, it was almost time for the day to come to an end. Hisashi had decided to pull Izuku off to the side for a private conversation. Son, I wanted to talk about your education. As it stands, you currently have an education level of a high school student. As such, I've been debating whether or not to actually send you to school when the new school year starts since you would be more or less bored. You would also only be going for the social aspect, which we could arrange for you to get via other means. I would like your thoughts on this since you are young but you are mature due to your experiences. Hisashi stated, and Izuku nodded his head and thought it over. In all honesty, Izuku did not want to go to school to learn the things he already knew about. As he thought it over, he decided to ask some questions. If I didn't go, what would I do instead? Izuku asked, and Hisashi nodded his head and was glad his son asked the important questions. You first would need to take a placement exam to qualify to not go after all. Wherever your education level lands, then that is where you will start at. If it lands in the last year of high school, then you will learn the material you need to graduate and take another placement exam to test out of school. Once that happens, I want you to start college-level education early and take online classes. Hisashi said, and then took some water and drank some of it before talking again. Depending on how all of that goes, we would start far heavier in your quirk and physical training more than we already are since I know you want to be a hero. Unlike Japan, America allows you to be approved to take their hero exam if you have sponsors that are willing to pay for the cost of the exam outside of the exams that are given to the hero schools. As such, you don't need to attend a hero school to receive your license. There is also a special program that I don't want to talk about right now, but I am sure the commission will want to ask you to join. I would like to delay that until you are 12 at minimum. Hisashi said, and Izuku thought it over. It sounded like a good deal and he wanted to go about that route. I want to do that. Let's have me take the placement exam and then go from there. I could also start learning more about the things I will need to operate the business, and I can take over some functions from you to help integrate myself in the long term, since we are both not likely going to die for centuries since our quirks and all. I'm going to hold off on taking the anti-aging one until I'm close to 14 so I can obtain a nice young look but still look a bit older than what I am right now. Izuku said as he smiled. Hisashi shook his head. Dear God, my child is going to be a lady killer. Hisashi thought as he rubbed Izuku's head. Soon they decided to head back to the house and get started on setting up the placement exam. Izuku had said goodbye to the children of the board members and told them he would speak to them another time. Overall, Izuku didn't know how to feel about those kids. They were nice and all, but Izuku knew they were wanting to become friends with Izuku due to his father and their parents. Izuku wanted to befriend people on his own and decided he would see if he could have good luck at doing it with other people out in the city every so often. No one really knew about Izuku being Hisashi's son, so Izuku wouldn't have anyone really trying to befriend him just over that and his newfound wealth via his father. Soon though they arrived home to find the family lawyer Seth King waiting for them. Why hello Seth. What brings you here since I don't remember us having a meeting scheduled? Hisashi asked. Seth nodded his head and confirmed that they didn't. Indeed, I came here about your will and estate documents. How we had your documents set up is that in the somehow astronomical misfortune that you die is that Izuku gets everything via a series of trusts and other methods. Seth stated, and Hisashi nodded his head knowing this but didn't see an issue. Well, the issue you might be missing is that Inko is named in the documents as well, since we assumed she was a fit parent and everything. She was made the one managing the trust with the board's help. We need to remove any mention of her and just give Izuku full control of everything. Again, I don't see you dying or anything with your quirks, but you pay me for these types of things to make sure there are no bumps in the road that we could have foreseen. Seth stated, and Hisashi now understood why this needed to happen. Okay, let's go in the house and change everything up. I'm assuming you have everything already made? Hisashi asked and received a confirmation. Also, Izuku's citizenship paperwork and everything else has arrived. I grabbed them out of your mailbox and opened them. I've reviewed them and everything is in good order, so there are no issues there. Seth stated, and Hisashi thanked him. Soon they both sat down and Izuku just went to the gym and started to work out a bit. Over the past few weeks, his body has gotten healthier due to the better food and proper diet he has been eating. As such, Izuku could see a massive change in his body form since he went from a skinny stick kid to a leaner and with some excess fat on him since he has been taking in more food than he has burned off, which was good for him to have a healthy body and weight. Now, it was time to start getting a proper workout to increase his strength and speed. After working out for about an hour, he heard his father call for him, so Izuku headed upstairs after wiping down with a towel. Yeah, Dad? Izuku asked, and Hisashi waved him over. Sign these documents. They are confirming you as my sole heir to everything I own. Though you will never need any of these documents since we will live for centuries, well, unlike All Might finds me somehow and attacks again. Hisashi said with a shrug, but Izuku didn't find that comment funny and had a tear in his eye. All Might won't take you away, right? Izuku said with a sniffle, and Seth turned to Hisashi with the look on his face that said, you just done fucked up, man. Hisashi realized he screwed up as well as he pulled Izuku into a hug and calmed him down. No. He won't, even if he finds me here in America. He can't do shit to me since I'm not a wanted criminal in America. I also got the government at my back to help me, unlike in Japan. Hisashi stated. Izuku nodded his head, and soon they broke apart and Izuku went to take a shower since he was dirty from working out. Third POV. Izuku was currently running in Central Park as he had taken to running around all of the paths that are made around the park. It's also reasonably safe as well since there is a police precinct made on the park itself due to how high traffic the park is. Also, there are a handful of heroes that have patrol routes through the park. As such, Central Park is a safe place for civilians to roam around at without fear of being attacked. It has also been about half a year since Izuku has been with his father. Many things have changed in Izuku's life. One example of the changes is that Izuku did sit for his placement exam, had passed his high school education and everything below. As such, Izuku was now starting his college-level education and was working on his bachelor's degree in quirk science. Izuku wanted to get a PhD in quirk science, but he knew it would take time, which he honestly had, so Izuku didn't bother rushing his college-level education, but he didn't slack off in it either. Izuku's therapy sessions have also been moved recently from twice a week to twice a month since the therapist deemed him stable enough. Izuku still had anger and resentment towards his previous family, but he was getting better at not holding on to the said anger anymore. Hisashi wasn't worried that Izuku would turn down the same path that he himself had taken 200 years ago. The doctors were also giving Izuku a clean bill of health with his improved diet and body weight. Izuku now was far more lean and compact, but he was starting to grow in height at a fast pace since he was actually having an actual diet that he needed to grow instead of being starved of the resources his body needed like in the past. As Izuku was running through the park, he heard a scream on his return journey towards his home. He followed the sound and had found a group of children surrounding two smaller children on the ground. Izuku decided against calling the police since it might be them just playing rough and it was likely something he could just get involved in and scare them off by threatening to call the police. Izuku listened in and heard the main group of children picking on the two children on the ground. They were talking about how the two needed to stop coming to their territory, which was ironic in Izuku's opinion since the land they were on was owned by Hisashi Midoriya, though it was still open to public use. After listening in a bit more and before one of the bigger kids could throw a punch, Izuku stepped in and got involved. "Oi, what do you think you are doing?" asked what kid. Izuku just rolled his eyes at them, which just annoyed them. They started talking about how Izuku shouldn't interfere in their matters and that it was their space that they didn't want other children coming to. Izuku scoffed. "First, this is open to the public to use but privately owned land that you are standing on currently. So it's not yours at all to decide who can come and go. Second, you are picking on them for what? Just being here? That is pathetic, especially for the fact that you stated you wanted to be heroes and all from what I heard about. So listen well and clean your ears out. You won't try and stop people from coming here in the future, nor will you harm others, or I will call the police on you and report you. It would be quite hard for you if you wanted to become heroes with you assaulting people, no," Izuku said with a smirk on his face, and a lot of the children standing in front of him flinched back at the threat of calling the police, but one main boy scoffed at Izuku and decided to push the issue. "I can do what I wish. My father is a deputy commissioner in the police force. The police won't do anything to me since they won't risk losing their jobs," stated the bully. Izuku asked him what his father's name was and the boy willing gave it. Izuku pulled his phone and looked it up. Izuku nodded his head and confirmed that the name was listed as a deputy commissioner. "What's your name then and all of yours?" Izuku asked the boys and they stupidly gave them. Izuku then called Seth King up and after a few rings, he answered. "Hello, Seth." "Yes, I am doing fine. I have some names for you." "Yes, they are," Izuku stated as he gave the names. Everyone was confused why he was giving someone their names. "Yes. The reason I gave you them is that I want you to file paperwork banning them from the land that we own in Central Park. Also, I want you to look into their families and bring the issue up with the mayor of the city and the police commissioner since the first name I gave you claims to be the son of a deputy commissioner and is using his father's position to threaten people and most likely threaten police officers," Izuku stated, and after being silent for a few minutes he nodded his head. Soon the phone call ended and Izuku ended the call. They were all silent as they looked at him. "So good news or rather bad news for you. Your family will soon receive notices stating that you are banned from entering this section of the park since it's private property. 2. An investigation will be started to look into your threatening of people with your father's position and if he had knowledge of you doing it, which might cost him his job. All of you other boys will also receive notices banning you from this section of the park as well. Any questions?" Izuku stated with a kind smile which wasn't so kind since he was just bashing them. They were all stunned when the main boy spoke up asking who the hell he was. Izuku just smiled widely at this since his confidence since being with his father has skyrocketed. I am Izuku fucking Midoriya and you are on my family's land. Izuku stated with a grin. The boys all ran away after he said that, but Izuku rolled his eyes since that wasn't going to stop anything that was set in motion. Izuku then turned around and looked at the two kids that were being picked on. Izuku though froze when he was about to speak. Cute, he thought as he laid eyes on the girl in front of him. The girl had crimson red hair with 2 ponytails. Soon he snapped out of his thoughts and started speaking. Are you both alright? Izuku asked the girl and her friend who had brown hair but didn't catch Izuku's attention as the crimson hair girl did. Thank you though for saving us, the red-haired girl said with a smile. The other girl thanked Izuku as well before they all started to talk. Izuku didn't pay much attention to the other girl because his attention was focused on the crimson-haired girl who he learned was named Stella Vermilion. He asked if they lived in the city and the brown-hair girl said no, while Stella said that her family had just moved to the city since their family business was expanding and she was still figuring everything out. If you want, I can help you around the city. I've only been here 6 months, but it's better than nothing. Right? Izuku suggested, and the brown-hair girl rolled her eyes at Izuku's attempt to flirt, or what she thought was him flirty. The girl decided to leave since she had only met Stella when they got bullied and said she had to go, which just left the two of them. Well, I'll accept your offer. Shall we go explore? She asked, and Izuku nodded his head as they left the area they were in, and Izuku took her to the things around the central park. These things included the small zoo at the park or the art museum. Then they stopped at the playground that was near the small amusement park that was seasonal. This little amusement park is seasonal. It changes with the seasons, so during winter they have ice skating. I didn't do it when I first came to New York since I had things that were far more important to handle, Izuku said as they walked past it and into the playground. Stella thanked Izuku for showing her around the park and asked if he would show her around the city on another day, and Izuku agreed. They even swapped numbers as they sat down in the park. Izuku decided to get to know her a bit more than the general questions that they had talked about while walking. So you said your family's business had expanded and you just recently moved here. What does your family do and where did you guys expand from? Izuku asked her as they sat down. She looked at him and shrugged a bit. I don't involve myself that much into it. I know I will inherit the business in the future, but that won't be until I'm older. Right now my father wants me to enjoy life, and I also plan to be a hero as well. I can tell you that we did expand from France though. The family business centers around many different things and I know only some of them. I do know we do some work in luxury brands that we export out of France. We had recently made a deal with a major company here in New York that is an international company but does most of their business in the United States, but I don't remember the name since I wasn't involved in anything. I just came along for the ride, Stella stated, and Izuku nodded his head. I wonder if it's with my father's business, Izuku thought. Then he asked her if she missed any of her friends back in France. Not really. Most of them were my friends due to my parents' businesses. I'm hoping to make friends here in America, which it seems I've made one, she said as she smiled at Izuku. Damn, that's an arrow to my heart, Izuku thought, and he cursed himself for having a crush on a girl he just met. Soon it was starting to get darker out when Stella's phone ranged. She pulled her phone out and it read, "Father," on it. She answered it and Izuku could hear the other side due to how close they were sitting. "Ah, hello Papa," she stated, and Izuku heard the other side asked where she was since she hasn't come home yet. I am currently at the playground in the Central Park. I ran into a problem with some bullies, but this boy came and saved me, and he showed me around the park and took me to a lot of the sights in the park, Stella stated, and she kept nodding her head to her father's statements. Okay, I'll be waiting, Stella said, and ended the call. She then turned to Izuku and asked if he would mind waiting until her father came and picked her up. Izuku nodded her head and agreed to wait. After about 10 minutes, a male's voice was heard from behind them as they were playing on the swings. Izuku and Stella turned around and saw what Izuku assumed was her father due to the red-crimson hair that they both shared. Overall, the male was quite bulky, not all might bulky but definitely extremely fit. There you are, sweetie, the man said as he hugged his daughter. He then saw Izuku, who was standing up now. The man introduced himself to Izuku. "Hello, young man. I am Francis Vermilion. I want to thank you for helping my daughter earlier today with the bullies. What is your name, by the way?" Francis asked Izuku. "It's Izuku, sir," Izuku said, not saying his last name, and the man noticed but didn't say anything about it. "Well, young man, I and my daughter need to go for today," he said, and Stella came over before they left. "Icky, I'll text you later since we traded numbers. Remember, you promised to show me to other places in the city, so you better keep the promise," Stella said, and Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Icky?" he asked, and she nodded her head. "Yup, you're Icky from now on," she said as she turned around and pulled her father away. Izuku just shook his head at her antics and the new name. Ironically, they would see each other sooner than they thought. Third POV. Izuku and Stella talked over text messages a lot for the next month and a half. They couldn't meet up in person since both of them had gotten busy with their parents. Stella's family was finishing everything they needed to finalize their move to America and were finishing opening their American headquarters, while Izuku and Hisashi had been training non-stop and adapting Izuku into the business environment. Hisashi wanted Izuku to get his feet wet with learning the reports and everything, so Izuku would be given a stack of documents to read and Hisashi would question him on different things that he should have noticed in the documents. Izuku was also getting much better in his training as well and had taken a few more quirks to add into his stockpile. Quirk list. Advanced All for 1. Birth quirk. This allows the user to copy, take, give, and combine quirks. Currently, there is no limit to the number of quirks that the user can hold. It takes about 1 minute to copy a quirk with physical contact. Other actions can be done within seconds. Hyper regeneration. This allows the user to use stamina to regeneration their body and wounds. Stamina booster. The user's stamina is recuperated at x2 their natural body rate. Familiar telepath. This allows the user to send messages to people that he considers close to or who he considers family. Geolocation. This allows the user to acquire the general location within 100 feet of a person that they are thinking of. Crow. This allows the user to communicate and order crows to do his bidding. Izuku could also connect his mind to the crows and see through their eyes. Though if the crows don't like him, then they can break free of his control through sheer willpower, though it's unlikely of it working. Knowledge. The user absorbs the knowledge of things once they come in contact with it. Identity. If they touch an apple, they know where it was grown from and what type of apple it is. Shadow Master. Combined quirk. Pitch Black and Shadow Minion. This allows the user to materialize any shadows with varying strength and form it to meet their needs. The user could make items like whips or weapons, clones made of shadows, wings out of shadows, or anything else that their mind can imagine. The user can even travel via the shadows since he is one with the shadows. Pitch Black. This allows the user to control shadows, and the darker the shadows under control, the stronger they are. Shadow Minion. The user is able to control their personal shadow and make it materialize as a physical form. Shock Absorption. This allows the user to take kinetic energy and absorb it into his body and use it to boost their own strength. Velocity. The user can steal the kinetic energy from people and objects in motion to gain more speed while slowing the person or object down due to the stolen energy. Double Strength Booster. Grants the user of the quirk a doubling effect of their natural strength. The stronger the individual's body is, the stronger the doubling effect is of their strength. Color Changer. This quirk allows the user to change the color of any hair on his body and allows him to change the color of his eyes as well. New quirks that Izuku added to his stockpile. Warrior Replication. This allows the user to learn the fighting styles of others at a faster pace and adapt the fighting styles into one overall compact and efficient fighting style. This provides an overall edge in battle if the user engages in close quarters combat. Null. This allows the user to negate the effects of other quirks upon himself if he decides to have it active. ID. A lie detector quirk wouldn't work on him, and ring is true if he had it active. Pain Negation. This allows the user to lower the amount of pain they feel from injuries and allows them to push through during a battle. It can be turned on and off at the will of the user, so they can make sure they aren't missing a wound that needs to be taken care of. Though the hyper regeneration takes care of Izuku's wounds. Now, outside of the training and everything else that has been going on, Izuku had learned that his father had requested him to come to a meeting with him. The meeting was with a newer business partner, but they were still a well-established company that was from France. This company has expanded into the American market, and Midoriya Enterprise was helping the company out since it would give them access to a new business segment that they haven't done much in. The France company was mainly focused on more luxurious brands such as clothing, perfumes, high-end food establishments, and some other things that Midoriya Enterprises didn't get involved much in as it currently stood. Hisashi, however, wanted to invest more into these segments since Midoriya Enterprise had their hands in almost anything and everything, and this would present another chance at expanding their limited influence in those segments to be more influential, since they would have some ownership in the American segments that the French company would open. It would also open the door into the other company's businesses if Hisashi played his cards right. Izuku got dressed in his more business attire outfit and waited for his father in the living room of their home. Today he decided to sport his white hair and white eyes to match his father. In this state, he looked more or less like a miniature version of his father, and Izuku always enjoyed that fact. Hisashi accepted it for several reasons. 1. Hisashi wanted Izuku to feel comfortable with his own looks. 2. Based on the words of the therapist, is that Izuku suffers from some self-hatred when he sees his green hair and green eyes, since it reminds him of Inko Yagi. As such, the therapist told Hisashi to always accept what Izuku might change his hair and eye color to on the fly, since it shows that Izuku is having a day down in regards to his mental health. Though Hisashi was told that Izuku would likely mellow out onto a permanent hair color moving forward in the future once he lets go of his anger fully for the most part. The therapist believes that Izuku will likely settle on white hair and white eyes due to its connection to Inko. Hisashi and Izuku soon made it to the office and went to Hisashi's office. The meeting would be in the next hour or so. So, I've given you most of the information regards to the meeting. The main reason I needed you was because the owners of the business have a daughter that will lead the business in the future but isn't really involved at the moment until she's older. I just need you to entertain her for an hour or two since she is the same age as you. Okay? Hisashi asked. Izuku nodded his head and was willing to help. Soon, his phone vibrated and he saw it was from Stella. She had told him that her parents had dragged her to a meeting for the business since they wanted her to meet the other side and start getting used to doing things like that. Izuku wished her luck and she just sent a smiley face back. Hisashi saw the texting and made a joke about Izuku having a crush, which caused Izuku to almost drop his phone and then glare up at his father. Stop being an embarrassing dad. Izuku pouted at his father, who just kept teasing him. Soon it was time for the meeting, and Izuku followed his father into the meeting room to find one Francis Vermilion and a woman who looked like an older version of Stella. Izuku looked around the room and found the person he hoped to be in the room when he saw Francis. Indeed, just sitting in a chair behind the adults was one Stella Vermilion. Izuku wanted to dart over but knew it would be rude since they were in a business setting. Though Hisashi recognized the girl based on Izuku's description and look at his son, who was visibly brighter and having a hard time staying still. Hisashi smiled a bit and then spoke to the other party in the room. Hello, Francis. It's good to see you again since the last time. I'm assuming this is your wife you told me about. Hisashi asked as he shook hands with Francis. Indeed, this is my wife Astria Vermilion, and behind us is our daughter Stella Vermilion, Francis stated as he introduced his wife and daughter. Hisashi introduced himself and then waved his son over. Izuku then walked up and waved at Stella, who looked confused. You forgot about me? Izuku said with a small sad smile. Hisashi rolled his eyes since his son forgot that he changed his hair and eye color. Even though you look similar, you still have a large difference between the two since it creates two different feelings from you. Hisashi said. Son, you forgot you changed your hair and eye color, Hisashi said, and Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Sorry. Hello everyone, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Stella imagines me with green hair and green eyes. Izuku said, and Stella's eyes widened and then she hugged Izuku, who started to stutter. Hisashi just chuckled a bit with the other parents. Why did you change your hair and eye color? I kind of liked how you looked before, she said, and Izuku snapped back to the color green without even really thinking about it, which shocked the Vermilions. That's cool. Is that your quirk? She asked, and Izuku rubbed his head and shook his head. Think of my quirk on the lines of a copy quirk. It's more than that, but it's easier to explain like that in concept. Izuku said, covering his entire quirk with a half-truth. Stella nodded her head, and then they heard a small cough and they turned around to find Astria looking at the two of them. "Stella, is this the boy that saved you from the bullies?" she asked, and Stella nodded her head. Astria thanked Izuku, who said it wasn't a problem. "Izuku, would you take Stella around the place and train her for an hour or so until we are finished?" Hisashi said, and Izuku agreed and took her hand and lead her away. Though boy children could hear the parents make jokes about them, which caused them to blush. Izuku took Stella to one of his favorite rooms in the building, which was the office game room. "I like coming into this room since there are ways to entrain myself when I hit my limit with doing the business work," Izuku said to Stella. She nodded her head and asked if he was involved heavily in the business. "I'm getting more and more involved in it. I don't go to school since I graduated high school already and working on my college degrees. I'm also privately training with Dad to be a hero in the future, but that will take years. He thinks he will pay for the exam outside of the hero schools when I hit 12 since he plans to train me to learn everything I need," Izuku said, and Stella nodded her head. "I don't know where I want to go to hero school at. I'm recently tested out of my middle school classes and started working on high school knowledge, but I think my dad will still have me attend a hero school since they don't have the experience to train me in that regard," she stated, and Izuku nodded his head. He did tell her if she ever wanted to train, then they could try to find some time. She thanked him for the offer and told him her quirk. Izuku was interested in the quirk. It was more or less a fire aspect quirk. It was called Phoenix Queen and allowed Stella to control all fire and even heal herself with it. It also allowed her to summon and materialize an actual sword as well. That was an interesting quirk in Izuku's viewpoint, as it had several different aspects. Stella told Izuku that her family had a line of heroes in their family except for her parents, who didn't feel as if that was their calling and had decided to go into business instead. Izuku had heard several of the family hero names since he was a hero nerd in the past, and some of her family lines were quite famous heroes in France. Soon the time passed and the meeting between the families came to an end. Stella hugged Izuku goodbye and said she will text him later. Izuku waved back and said goodbye as well. He never realized that he never changed his hair color back either, nor felt his anger that he had towards his past family since early morning, since he was too focused on Stella the entire time. Hisashi had noticed it though and made a note to inform the therapist of it. Third POV. 3 years have now passed since Izuku Yagi had gone missing from his home one Friday night. Izuku would now be 12 years old since it was his birthday. The Yagis still haven't given up hope of finding Izuku, but for the most part, everyone else that wasn't directly connected to him in some way had given up hope. Endeavor, Nizu, Sir Night Eye, the detective, Recovery Girl, and Aizawa haven't given hope either and have kept their ears and eyes open for any new information but haven't heard of anything about him. The Bakugos and Todorokis haven't given hope up either, but they didn't do anything to help in the case due to not being heroes, so they had to leave it to everyone else, which saddened them. What saddened Izumi though the most was that the public had discovered somehow that she was the daughter of All Might and Green Tornado due to a reporter getting a picture of the three of them one day. The reason this saddened Izumi was that people learned of Izuku's disappearance and only cared more about him being gone due to him being related to All Might and Green Tornado. However, up to that point, no one cared much about him, which showed Izumi more of how wrong she was to treat her brother like she did. Izumi, Shoto, and Katsuki have all attended therapy and have gotten better with time. The school was closed down and students sent to new schools due to what the school did. It was decided that the school would be destroyed since no teacher wanted to be hired at the school since it was that bad, and they feared its name on their resume would hurt them. The public though did not learn of the reason why Izuku had disappeared, since some officials in the government decided to cover up All Might's and Green Tornado's child neglect, since it was deemed that it would be troublesome if criminals were inspired due to their actions. As such, Izuku's runaway due to neglect and physical harm was kept as simply him disappearing for unknown reasons publicly, with only those involved initially in the case knowing the full truth, since the case regarding the school was sealed by the said government officials, which sealed any evidence of the harm Izuku came under at the school. Though the Yagi family never learned who ordered it, Nizu had suspicions that it was the Hero Commission that had gotten involved to protect the #1 hero reputation, since they feared it would inspire villains, and Izuku was only quirkless in their eyes, so they didn't care about him. Izumi had also started her training to start adapting to hold one for all. All Might decided that he couldn't wait forever to give the quirk up, but Izumi made him a deal. He would hold onto the quirk until a year or so before UA would start. This way Izumi could slowly train her body up to be more prepared to take the quirk on, and it would also leave more time for them to find Izuku before transferring it to her. If they found him before UA started, then the quirk would be offered to Izuku instead of Izumi, since she wanted him to have the chance to become a hero like he always dreamed of. Though, unknown to the Yagis, Izuku was already training to be a hero and was far ahead of her in multiple categories. Anyway, outside of starting her physical training for becoming the 9th user of One for All, Izumi has also started training with Bakugo and Todoroki, who both have leveled out with their egos and attitudes over the years due to the therapy and anger management. Izumi and the two others have even taken to doing a lot of community service outside of their daily routines because they found enjoyment in doing it, and some of the community services helped with physical training. For example, they had located a beach called Takoba Municipal Beach Park, which was turned into a junkyard due to trash washing up on the beach and illegal dumping by other people. The city had fallen behind and the beach was abandoned since no one wanted to put the work into cleaning it. That is how one day Izumi found herself sitting on a half-cleaned beach with Bakugo and Todoroki about 6 months after Izuku's 12th birthday and the marking of him being gone for 3 years. Do you think he will ever forgive us if we do find him? Bakugo thought out loud. Both of the other two didn't have an answer really. We can only hope that he will forgive us, but we also need to consider the fact that he will hold resentment towards us and not want anything to do with us. If he is like that, we will have to take it slowly and work his walls down slowly over time, which could take us years, but I refuse to give up. Izumi said with a determined tone, and the two boys nodded their heads and agreed to not give up either. Soon, they got back to work on cleaning the beach. While they were doing that, though, there were dark forces moving in the world, preparing for a chaotic future that none of them realized about, but it would also make the past come crashing into the future far quicker than anyone would realize. In a lab, "Doctor, we've secured the resources that you requested," stated a man who looked like he was made of mist. The doctor nodded his head and thanked the man. "Good job. Now, it's time we start pushing our plans forward, but I think it will be good to do a test run of our first variation of my project," stated the doctor, who was sitting at a computer. The mist man seemed confused on the test run. "Sir? Wouldn't that alert the heroes of our presence and bring the attention to our group and start making them seeking us out and try to find us?" asked the man, and the doctor nodded his head. "Indeed, that is why we will release the creature in America, so it can't be tied back to us here in Japan. By the time they did make a connection, it would likely be a few years, which by then our projects and goals will be in full swing, and at that point, it won't matter since we will have the entire country of Japan government after us. Since we do plan to kill the symbol of peace and whoever the 9th user is after all," stated the doctor, who laughed. The mist man nodded his head before leaving the room to take care of his ward that the doctor had found years ago. The mist man never knew why the doctor had picked this child up, but didn't care since he was required to obey orders from the doctors, since he was programmed to listen to the doctor or the master, since he was blood-bound to them by All for One when he was created as one of the first successful high-end nomus after all. After the mist man left the room, the doctor turned to look at the tubes that were all against the walls. Soon I will finish what All for One started all those years ago. Though, I could never understand why he decided to disappearance over a decade ago. There is no way that the yellow muscle head had actually killed Master in that fight 12 years ago. I refuse to believe it. Though the doctor started working again on his project that he started after the disappearance of his master All for One. The doctor had discovered the way to combine multiple quirks into a human body by taking quirks from other people and forcing them into another person. As such, these creatures were born. Though my project is doing good, it's still a far shot from Master's creations like Kurogyri and Gigantomachia, who were created via his actual quirk. I am just glad that Kurogyri can't disobey me, since Master had bound him to both of us via blood, so only Master's blood can override my command since his blood was put on a higher priority list. Though the doctor, as he kept working. Yagi home. Now, while dark forces were gathering and plotting, Inko Yagi was sitting in her son's room where it's been unchanged for years. She could never bring herself to change the room, nor could All Might. All Might had always lived with so much regret when he realized what he had done to Izuku. He had promised himself that he would never treat a quirkless child like how his father treated him, and he ended up doing it. He ended up just like the man that he was always disgusted with during the past. However, he could only promise himself now to improve and hope that he could earn forgiveness from Izuku once they found him, even though he didn't feel like he deserved forgiveness. Inko had pulled back from the public eye a lot more and spent a lot of her time on rescue missions more than anything else in hopes of somehow finding Izuku on a mission. She also started doing charity work for quirkless children, which people understood due to her having had a quirkless child. Inko though did it out of redemption since she knew these children most likely went through something similar to her son, so she wanted to help them as much as she could so they had a better life than they would have had previously. Though unknown to the Yagis, time was only counting down until the day that the past met the present, since Sir Night Eye and the others involved in the case knew that Izuku Midoriya was going to be found most likely in the first year of Izumu's time at Yu due to his vision, but they didn't know if he was going to be found dead or alive due to the tone of the vision, so they could only prepare for it and prepare for any fallout and hope the worst outcome hadn't happened. And in Izu's view, the worst outcome was Izuku becoming a villain who came back to seek revenge, since it would destabilize Japan's hero system to learn that All Might's son became a villain due to the family's actions T had gotten covered up, which only made it worse in Nizu's viewpoint. Nizu believed the issues should have been revealed to the public years ago, since it would have allowed the public to recover from them with time while All Might redeems himself in their eyes, but if Izuku comes back with vengeance then it's most likely over for the hero system. Third POV. Years have passed and Izuku Midoriya was now slightly over 12 years old. Izuku has also started to figure out his feels for Stella and had approached his father about the so-called issue. That is how Izuku found himself in his father's office back at the house. Izuku hardly came into the room since it was his father's office, and there wasn't much of a need to enter the room since he had his own private office if he ever did any business work at the home as well, since he has gotten more heavily involved in the business as the years passed. Izuku has grown up quite well and has also recently obtained his first PhD in quirk science from Columbia University, which was 10th ranked university in the world and 3rd ranked in the United States. Izuku had started work on another PhD but wasn't putting as a heavy focus on it as he did the first one. He was getting a PhD in business management since Izuku was going to run the entire business one day. He decided he should just get the degree now instead of later on. However, back to the reason why Izuku was sitting in his father's office and was a nervous mess. Hisashi felt like he had an idea of why his son was a nervous mess and was in his office, but he decided to let his son confirm his thoughts first before speaking of it to avoid a potential unneeded mess if he was wrong. So, son, you said you had something you wanted to talk about and that you needed advice on? Hisashi asked as he moved them both to chairs near a window for a more comfortable setting instead of it being more formal of sitting across the desk from each other. Izuku nodded his head and took his time to speak. Hisashi looked over his son and just let him take his time. He's more or less calmed down on the constant changing of the hair color due to Stella. Since she liked looking at him with green hair and eyes so much, he would always keep it green and had added streaks of white into his hair, which Stella honestly found cute in her opinion, which would always make Izuku a blushing mess. Though, Izuku did leave the eye colors alone since it was hard to make them two colors in the same eye and he found it weird to have one color for each eye. Hisashi thought as he looked his son over, waiting for him to speak his thoughts. Soon though his wait was over as Izuku finally spoke up. How do I deal with confessing my feelings to a girl? Izuku asked, and Hisashi smiled since he was right on the money of what the issue was. I had a feeling it was going to be this topic. First, we will need to also have a conversation about the birds and bees. I know you likely already know, but I need to cover my bases. Second, indeed, how to confess your feelings. Hisashi said as he nodded his head and thought it over. For me, I just outright said it to your mother, even though she turned to be a bitch later on. But moving on to Stella, Hisashi said, and Izuku waved his hands and tried to deny it was Stella, but Hisashi shook his head. Please, Izuku, neither myself nor the Vermilions are blind to you and Stella's little tango around each other over these years. We're surprised it lasted this long, in all honesty. Now you can just outright confess or try to be a bit romantic about it. I suggest making a gift or something to make it romantic. Maybe even taking her back to the place you both met and then confessing there could be an idea. Hisashi said, and Izuku nodded his head. Soon they kept talking for about half an hour of ideas and how Izuku could go about it. Now, we need to talk about the birds and the bees. I know you don't want to do it, but I got some warnings to give about some things. First, if you are going to have sexual relations at any point, then be safe about it. I would rather not have a grandchild with you still being only 12 years old, so wait until you're like 15 or something. Hisashi said, and Izuku gave him a questioning look. Hisashi shrugged and spoke. Remember, time and age are more or less a novel concept. I am over 200 years old, remember. You also have taken the anti-aging quirk already but have it deactivated right now, so you don't really have to worry about age either in the future. I just don't want you making a kid yourself until you're a bit older, and Stella also needs to grow up. Now, on the topic of your anti-aging and Stella. Hisashi said, and Izuku's eyes widened in the realization. He's never thought about it until that moment, but he realized Stella would die and he would outlive her by centuries. That thought made him so sad and heartbroken. I can see where your thoughts are going and they are a real concern, but remember what your quirk is. You can copy quirks, give them, combine them, and take them. Make a copy of the anti-aging and give her one in a few years at an age that she will like, since she won't be able to turn it off like you, or I could use our main quirk. I've shown you how to go about inserting a second quirk in a person since we did it for a recent member of the board that has become a senior member. If you rush the process, it could hurt their brains and bodies, causing brain damage. As such, you need peace and quiet, and to take as long as the process requires for their bodies to accept it. I've done it multiple times with the senior members and others close to me. I've even done it once before in the past long ago on another man that had died, but one of my unique quirks allowed him to live again since I made him into a new entity which I called Kurogiri. I did this by reviving him in a sense and adding a new quirk into his body that healed him but also granted him a warping ability. He never did regain his memories though, which I had hoped for since he died protecting children. It had happened right after you were born as well, and that's why I did what I did, since I felt the question of what if they were you. Though, I don't know what happened to him since I had encountered All Might soon after that, so I lost him, and even geolocation can't find him due to his quirk and the fact that he's really two people in one due to his appearances. I did find a quirk that could grant his memories back, but I've never found him. Hisashi stated as he explained how the process worked more carefully, since Izuku could give Stella a quirk to make her age really slowly so they could enjoy the centuries together in the future, since Hisashi believed the two of them were made for each other, since Stella would always ground Izuku whenever he was troubled and Izuku would always care for Izuku for anything she needed even if she didn't ask for something. Izuku nodded his head and took a copy of the memory quirk, so if he ever ran into the so-called Kurogiri, then Izuku could give the man his memories back, so if he ever wanted to go back to the old life, he could, since Hisashi said he was an intelligence entity but lacked purpose, so he wasn't sure what he was doing nowadays, since he should have free will unless something happened that he didn't think of. Then they were back on the topic of him and Stella. Izuku was once again being embraced by his father due to the topics they were talking about, but soon it came to an end and Izuku had a good idea of what he wanted to do. A few weeks passed and Hisashi and Izuku were doing their normal training. Izuku had been taught almost everything he would need to know to be a hero, from laws, how to treat injuries, how to calm people down, and so forth. Hisashi decided it was time for Izuku to try out for the hero exam, but that also meant that the Hero Commission would request Izuku to enter their special agent program, which Hisashi was unsure of if Izuku would accept, since it would increase his likelihood of him killing someone. Hisashi decided to sit Izuku down after the training and explain the entire program and what would likely happen if he got his license early. So, from what you told me is that the hero system is more complex than most believe it to be. That the world has a hero system that operates outside of most countries' jurisdictions, since the United Nations operates the so-called special agent heroes. Izuku asked and Hisashi nodded his head. Well, that is a lot of power in the United Nations' hands, isn't it? Izuku said and Hisashi shrugged. Not really, since there are a limited number of special ranked heroes that are around, since the government knows it gives these heroes and the UN more power. The special agents still need to report to their own country a lot of the time, but the UN can request them for missions. The special agents also need to be very powerful as well, which limits the number of them since the countries don't want to look like fools if their agents die on the first mission since they weren't really up to standard. As such, there are only around 100 or so special agents in the entire world, which is very limited, but again they are extremely powerful people that would give All Might a hard time. Hisashi said, and Izuku asked if they would give him a hard time as well. Hisashi shook his head. In an actual fight then not really. All Might caught me off guard that day since I was on my way home. I've also gained a lot more quirks since then and wouldn't underestimate him as I did. There's a reason all 7 before he died, which sadly does include your grandmother Nana Shimura. Sorry, Hisashi said, and Izuku shrugged. He never met her, so he wasn't attached, and if she were anything like Inko then, well, Izuku wouldn't complain about her being dead. Izuku did mention that it was weird of his father to marry the daughter of a person he killed. I didn't know. She went by Aizawa at the time since she was adopted. Nana Shimura gave her away with her son since she didn't want me touching them. I got to admit, I might have back then with the mental state I had. Hisashi said, and Izuku rolled his eyes. So, that actually brings up a question. Did she ever find out, because that would explain why they neglected me and allowed Izumi to act the way she did towards me? Izuku asked, and Hisashi froze. He thought it over but shook his head. No, unlikely that she knows, Hisashi said, and he was confident that Inko never found out. Yeah, that's worst. It would be one thing if she did it with that in mind. But it's worse that she didn't know and still did what she did, Izuku said with a frown. They realized they got off topic a lot and moved back onto the topic of the special agent program. Anyway, with your quirk which grants you the path of always growing stronger, I'm 100% sure that the president of the commission will request you to join the program since he knows about our quirks and your desire to be a hero. Especially one that avoids the public spotlight most of the time since special agents tend to operate in the shadows most of the time. This means you have a higher chance of killing people as required by the mission since a villain might be deemed too big of a threat to keep alive since they would just cause death and destruction if they ever escaped again or are presented the chance. These tend to be the type of villains that special agents deal with most when requested by the UN. So, I need to warn you about it and you need to decide if you will accept their request or not. Hisashi said, and Izuku sat there thinking it over. He knew that he would likely have to kill as a hero since hell even All Might tried to kill his father, so if the so-called symbol of peace has done it then many other heroes have done it as well. I think I might accept since it will help keep me in the dark more. It will also present chances at getting far more powerful quirks to stockpile as well since I can be a deterring force against powerful villains from returning if they lack a quirk to do their major crimes with. Izuku said, and Hisashi nodded his head knowing this was likely the case. Hisashi then told Izuku that he would request the hero exam to be set up in the next few months so they should prepare for it. Izuku also had to confess to Stella as well. Third POV. About a month after the talk with his father, Izuku was waiting for Stella to show up at the park. He decided that he wanted to take her to the ice skating ring first, since it was in session now, since it was starting to get colder out. After waiting for a bit longer, Stella showed up and Izuku was having trouble controlling himself from blushing really hard as she walked up to him with a bounce in her step. Dear God, get control of yourself, man. You are a walking arsenal of quirks and you can't control yourself around the girl you love, Izuku thought in his mind, but realized he had thought of the words love instead of like, and realized how bad he had fallen for Stella. Dear God, I hope she doesn't reject it. Izuku thought, and Stella asked him what would she reject, and he felt like he jumped out of his skin since he muttered it out loud. You will find out later. First, I wanted to take you to the ice skating ring, Izuku said, and she nodded her head. Soon they spent about 2 hours skating before Izuku had decided to take her back to where they first met. There was a bit of light snow on the ground, but Izuku didn't care. Stella had asked him why they were back here where they met, and Izuku nodded his head to himself, and she looked at him worried that he was going insane. Stella, I wanted to bring you here to ask you something. Will you become my girlfriend? Izuku asked as he presented a rose to her. Stella's eyes widened as she saw Izuku with the rose and the look in his eyes. She was frozen for a bit, which made his confidence drop and start thinking that he had just destroyed their friendship because of one-sided love. I'm sorry. I had hoped you had some feels for me, Guess I was wrong. Is there any way he was saying as she leaned in and kissed him on the lips. Yes, you idiot, I will be your girlfriend. Sorry it took me so long. I was shocked that you finally asked since I've been hoping you would ask for the past year now, you big idiot. Stella said as she smacked the back of his head lightly. It was Izuku's turn to widen his eyes. Oh, so that's what Dad meant when he said our parents were waiting for us to get together after our tango around each other? I see. Izuku stated, and that just caused her to blush even more. They both broke out into laughter at the situation and how their parents had been watching them for the past year or so dancing around each other on the issue. Izuku decided to take Stella to a restaurant that was near the park since it was just slightly after lunchtime. They spent the day with each other, and Izuku texted their parents in a group chat that Stella accepted his confession and that they were dating now. The parents all sent back congratulations while Stella's father sent threats that Izuku better treat her right or he was going to hunt him down through. Stella's mother seemed to have taken his phone away from him and apologized for her idiot husband, and Izuku said it was fine and that he expected the threats. Hisashi had invited the Vermilions over for dinner and had planned to tell the entire family the family secrets since Stella deserved to know if she was going to be involved with them on the family level. Izuku was nervous about it, but Hisashi said it was fine and was doubtful that they would shun them. As such, that is how they all found themselves at the Midoriya's home eating dinner that Hisashi had made. So, Vermilions, we have a confession to make about our family that you need to know if Stella and you two plan to be connected in death with us, Hisashi said as he set his silverware down and stopped eating. The Vermilions looked at Hisashi while Stella looked at Izuku, who was nervous. She put her hand on Izuku's hand to help him calm down, which did help a bit. The parents asked what he meant. Do you remember when we told you Izuku's quirk was a copy quirk? He stated, and they nodded their heads. Well, that isn't exactly accurate. It has that function, but it's an advanced feature of what Izuku's and my quirk does. Our quirks are called All for One. Ever hear anything about that name? Hisashi asked, and Francis's eyes widened, which meant he did. It's a story passed by my side of the family since we had a family member that was in Japan during the dawn of quirks. Are you telling me you are connected to that man? Francis asked, and Hisashi shook his head. I am that man, Hisashi said, and Francis's eyes widened, and Hisashi could see the fear in it while the woman was just confused. Don't worry, Francis. I'm not threatening you or your family. I gave up that life about 12 years ago when Izuku was born. Though I had an accident that forced me out of his life, and I only reunited with my son when he was 9 when I took him away from his disgusting mother. Hisashi stated, and Francis calmed down a bit but was still tense. Stella, noticing the tension, asked Izuku to explain. Stella, my dad was what you would consider the world's first supervillain starting at the dawn of quirks 200 years or so ago. When he met my mother, who I hate, they had me, but Dad got attacked by a well-known hero of Japan when he was coming home one day. This led him to be injured and forced him out of my life, since that same hero ended up meeting my mother and marrying her. They had another kid and never knew I was the son of their enemy. Ironically, the hero was All Might, the symbol of peace, who became my stepfather. He and my mother neglected me for being quirkless since Dad took my quirk at birth, since it could have killed me since it manifested then. Their child also physically and verbally assaulted me for years after the age of 4, since quirkless people are treated like they are worse than trash in Japan. I ran away, and Dad, who looks from afar every year at my birthday, found me since I ran away the day before I turned 9. That's how I came to America, and soon you and I met after a while. Izuku stated. Stella was shocked at learning everything, but she has questions. So you take quirks from random people to make your stockpile of quirks? Yes. And Izuku said no. Dad used to during his whole villain phase, but my quirk allows me to copy people's quirks if I am in contact with them longer than a minute. I can copy, take, give, and combine quirks, while Dad can do everything but the first part. Some high up in the government knows of Dad and me here in America. They have even given him a special license to use his quirk. He's not allowed to take quirks away from civilians, but criminals he can, but just has to report it to the government so they know. I've gotten all of my quirks so far from Dad since I just copied out of his 200-year stockpile of quirks. Izuku stated, and Stella nodded her head and asked if he's copied hers yet, and he said no. Doesn't fit the set I'm working on. I don't plan to be a daylight hero currently. I might whenever you become a hero so I can be around you all the time, but right now I plan to work in the shadows, so I've built my quirk set around nighttime with some others mixed in," Izuku said as he showed off a few quirks that he had. Stella thought it was cool and liked the quirks he showed off. She asked what all quirks he had and he told her them all without holding back. Then Stella's mother asked about Izuku not growing old like Hisashi and how that would impact their relationship. Not really any impact. Whenever Stella wants to stop her aging, Izuku will force a second quirk into her. It's possible to do it via me and him without causing damage, but it takes a while. I've done it to a lot of my close associates that know the truth about us. So whenever she wants to lock in her age, she just needs to ask, so I suggest when she's in her late teens since you women like your youth. Izuku can turn the quirk on and off anytime he wishes due to our base quirk, but Stella won't be able to, so she needs to wait to receive it whenever she wants to lock it in," Hisashi stated, and they nodded their heads, and Stella was daydreaming of being young forever, which Izuku shook his head at. They talked about more things about Hisashi's past and found out that there was another quirk called One for All meant to stop the All for One quirk, and that it had been created by Hisashi on accident and that All Might has it right now. Your family history is complex. The 1st, 7th, and 8th users are all related to you in a way, Stella stated as she was rubbing her head a bit from all the information of 200 years being laid on her. Izuku just chuckled. Yeah, but number 8 is an unfit parent, so? I don't care about him. Would have loved to meet my uncle or grandmother, oh well, Izuku stated, and she nodded her head. Stella then asked when Izuku was planning to take his hero exam since they had talked about that before. Izuku looked at his father, who spoke up. It's scheduled for next month. Then we will likely receive an invite for him to join the special agent program, Hisashi said, and then explained the program. Stella didn't like that he was going to join it, but accepted since she knew he was capable of handling himself, especially with the actual quirk of his that gave him a huge advantage in battles. Izuku soon asked Stella if she wanted to go to his room to play on his consoles, and she agreed. As they were leaving, Hisashi shouted out to keep the door open, which made them blush hard. Shut up, old man, or I will make you celibate for the next 200 years. Izuku shouted back, and Hisashi broke out in laughter. Joke's on you, son. I didn't have plans to get with anyone anyway. I think one idiotic woman was enough for my old ass. Hisashi yelled back, and you could hear Izuku fall on the stairs because Stella broke out in laughter while trying to ask if he was okay. Soon the next month passed, and Izuku was with his father and the Vermilions sitting outside of a building where Izuku would be taking his exam. The exam was set on an off day, so Stella could come and support Izuku since she still attended some form of education since her parents wanted her to be social. After waiting about 30 minutes, Izuku was called to follow a man to take him to a changing room to get into his outfit that Hisashi had made. Overall, the outfit took a dark color scheme with more of an Asian theme in it with how the outfit was made. The mask was also a black and blue fox mask that matched the outfit's color scheme and had a black fabric covering all of his hair in the back. Overall, the outfit allowed Izuku to blend into the night, and even during the daytime it would be an amazing outfit if Izuku ever decided to go as a daylight hero instead of an underground hero like he will start out as. The fabric was made to self-repair if it was damaged, and there was enough material to do so since it was a stretching material. It was made to fit around most of Izuku's current quirk set and the likelihood of any future quirks except major ones that changed his body. Izuku had entered a new room after changing and was given a written test that tested him on the main laws that he needed to know and some situations that he needed to apply what he knew to them. This portion of the test was set to take 50 minutes, but Izuku finished it in 20 minutes, which surprised the judges. They thought he was going to fail but were in for a shock when the test showed he had a 100% score on the test. The exam watchers saw no signs of him cheating, and the president of the commission had even had Izuku set up to a machine to monitor quirk usage, and they saw no sign of spike indicating a quirk being activity used outside of the normal activity. As such, he was cleared to move to the next stage. The next stage was a combat section where Izuku had to defeat a range of different opponents. The thing about the separate request exam was that unlike the hero school big exams where they rescue people and then fight in large groups, the separate exam takers fight alone, and then they can choose as many opponents as they want to fight. They then will be judged on how well they do and how they acted. The exam taker does not know their opponents' names, faces, or quirk until they fight them. They have to pick the number of people to fight and just work up the list of opponents they choose from weakest to strongest. Izuku shocked everyone once again by requesting all available opponents. I want to see how far I go. I don't pass based on if I win each one anyway. I pass based on how you all judge my fighting abilities and how well I use my quirk or my quirkless fighting. So, I would like to fight them all from weakest to strongest. The exam proctors were shocked and radioed into the people in charge of the entire exam, the president of the commission, since they were on site for Izuku's exam when they saw it get scheduled. The president authorized it and was laughing. It seems the boy is like the father in giving me enjoyable entertainment with whatever they do. The man laughed as he sat in an observation room that was connected to the fighting room. Soon, the exam started and they all watched Izuku make easy work of the first 15 opponents that he fought. Overall, those people were in the lower ranks of heroes, but the fight started taking a bit longer the higher Izuku went, and there were 50 opponents total. It was about an hour later when the fights were over. Izumi Midoriya had beaten all 50 opponents total. The last 5 people were all in the top 200 of the entire nation ranks, which meant Izuku had trained quite well under Hisashi Midoriya, which didn't surprise the president of the American Hero Commission. He's not even tired overall. A bit exhausted, but still has a lot of fight in him. Likely a quirk that provides the increased stamina, thought the commission president. Soon Izuku moved on to the next section where he had to rush into a room and act as if he was responding to a rescue. Izuku did this part quite fine and was able to get all the points in this section as well. As such, Izumi Midoriya had passed his exam with flying colors and was granted his hero license, though the commission president had an offer to make which he believed they would be expecting from him, and they were. Third POV. Izuku came out of the exam and made his way over to his father and the Vermilions, who were all waiting for him to finish. They saw him come out and noticed it had only been about 2 hours when the exam was set to take 3 hours total. They were worried that he had failed, but Hisashi knew his son had passed without a doubt. If he didn't, he would actually be concerned about someone interfering, if anything. Just as Hisashi had predicted, Izuku had passed the exam with flying colors and was granted his full hero license, since this was the exam for the full one instead of the provisional one, which you only obtained via a hero school, since that is where they allow you to gain experience before the full exam, and third parties could only pay to have the full exam done and not a provisional exam is done, since the commission didn't want random people running around with just a provisional license, which was slightly easier to get since they accepted a hero school to keep them in line. As the group was celebrating with each other and talking, Hisashi noticed that the Hero Commission of America president had started coming towards them. "Son, here comes the president of the commission. I believe he will make the offer that I warned you about. Are you sure you want to accept it?" Hisashi asked, and Izuku nodded his head and was sure he wanted to go that route, since it would allow him more privileges in the hero world and give him access to the likelihood of finding more powerful quirks. It would also help him if he ever ran into All Might on the job and All Might found out about who he was, since the special agents had special jurisdiction rights, which would complicate matters for Japan if they had any ideas of trying any legal moves on him at All Might's or Green Tornado's request. The president of the commission arrived next to them and requested a private meeting with Izuku and Hisashi, which they accepted. The Vermilions would wait for the Midoriyas in a side room until the meeting was done, since they planned to go out to dinner to celebrate. After walking a bit, they arrived in the room and sat down. "Congratulations on passing Shadow Hero, Hunter. I quite like the name, though I wonder what inspired that name itself," asked the president of the commission. Izuku thought about what inspired him to make the name and then spoke. "Multiple things, as you know about our quirks. I have some inspiration from the quirk itself. I know very likely I will be used to stop villains from returning permanently if they have a dangerous quirk, either via killing them or removing their quirk, which limits their future actions. So Hunter, as in hunting people down and hunting new quirks down to add to the collection. The shadow part is because I plan to be mostly an underground hero type for a while, until Stella graduates from a hero school. After that, I will likely start going more daylight, but still focuses on special operation missions that require a massive hitter or a sneaky entrance even during daylight. As such, I want to be a shadow that people don't really think about until they notice it, because let's be honest, you don't notice your own shadow until you look down at it or it's brought right in front of you if something makes it more defined to the point it catches your eye. I will be like that, unseen until the last moment, or I deem myself needed to be seen as a determinant to villains, because getting your quirk taken would be one huge determinant to doing crime. Izuku said, and the commission president nodded his head at Izuku's words because they were true, and the commission president was happy that Izuku was mature and had an overall plan thought out. With your father involved in your life, I am sure he's already warned you and told you about the special agent program, yes? The president asked, and Izuku nodded his head at that statement. Good, if you have any questions then feel free to ask, but I am hereby formally inviting you into the special agent program. Do you have any questions about joining? He asked Izuku, and Izuku thought for a few minutes. Yes, I have some. As you know, I am with Stella, and I'm sure you are aware of my former family. In regards to Stella, would this program prevent me from becoming a daylight hero in the future if I decided to do that with her whenever she graduates in the future? Izuku asked, and the president thought it over for a few moments. Normally, we like the special agents to stay hidden for the most part. However, we could work around it and make you 2 licenses. One for your special agent position and a normal hero license. If you are doing anything that isn't for the special agent assignments, then just show your normal license, which would hide the fact that you're a special agent, stated the president, and Izuku thanked him for that. Overall, you would be asked to go on a mission that might include international trips if a case leads you out of the country or the UN requests you to go somewhere. Otherwise, you operate as a normal hero unless needed for special assignments. So I don't see anything that prevents you from working with her in the future, he stated, and Izuku nodded his head. Then he thought about Izuku's former family. That was a hotbed of a mess in his honest view. To be honest, your stepfather, mother, and half-sibling issue is a hotbed of a mess. However, it isn't something we can't handle since they haven't found you in all of these years, and unless you become the center of attention that international news picks you up, then they likely won't find you. Though a case might lead you to Japan, which would be an issue, and at that point, you will have to deal with them finding you. Even if they do find you, call my phone number at any time of the day, even if I am asleep, and we will send the paperwork renouncing your Japanese citizenship, which ties Japan's court's hands for the most part. They still might try something, but it will take time and a lot of work. By then, you could likely escape back to America, where you would be protected easier. Even if you stayed for a case, with your quirks it would be hard for them to lock you down, and even then you being an official hero ties their hands as well, since as an official hero you are legally recognized as a legal adult even though you're underage for a lot of laws. You can even drink now since you have the full hero license, stated the president, and Izuku nodded his head in understanding. He thought it over and realized that unless All Might tried to physically stop him, then they couldn't do much against Izuku. Though, your father can't even step foot in Japan since they could legally arrest him if they can connect the crimes of All for One to Hisashi Midoriya, which I fear All might figure a way out with Principal Nizu's help of UA. So, Hisashi, stop returning to Japan in my opinion and just have representatives do the work instead. They can't touch you in America since we would never authorize your arrest since we get far more benefits and you've committed no crimes since you've turned over a new leaf, so we don't see any reason to allow them to since you provide a lot of tax money and benefits to the country, stated the president of the commission, and Izuku was glad at that moment his father had turned over a new leaf all those years ago and has a clean record since then. With all of that talked about, I accept the offer to join the special agent program since it would provide me more benefits to block them and allow me to operate more in the dark without others really knowing of me, Izuku stated, and the president said he would have the special agent paperwork sent to their family lawyer and the special agent license printed soon after. The meeting came to an end and Izuku and Hisashi met with the Vermilions and informed them of Izuku accepting the offer to enter the special agent program. Stella told Izuku to be careful or else she was going to make him pay. Oh, how are you going to make me pay if I am not careful? Izuku asked, and both male adults rolled their eyes and looked at him. You screwed up. They both said at him, and he was confused until he turned to look at Stella and got the hint. She was glaring at him and then grabbed his ear and twisted it. Oh, I'm sure I can find my ways of punishing you, she said in a tone that sent shivers down Izuku's spine. Shit. I fucked up and I don't even know what she will threaten me with. Izuku thought as he felt some heat from Stella's hands. Come on. Stop heating my ears up, it's really uncomfortable. Izuku said as she just kept twisting his ear and using her fire to heat her hand up, which made his ears heat up, which only made it far more uncomfortable. The males just snickered at Izuku's plight until Izuku just gave up and submitted. Fine, I give. I promise I will be careful, my lovely Krishamheim. Izuku said in a pleasing manner that made Stella let go and just pout. Here you are just talking about not being safe and just going to leave me alone if you screw up in a battle. How did I end up with such an uncaring lover? She pouted with fake tears, but Izuku didn't care as he pacified her and apologized. She very quickly changed her attitude and smiled as making Izuku give in, and the male adults just whispered about him being whipped already, though Francis got smacked in the side by his wife who glared at him. Third POV. Izuku decided to take more quirks from his father to help him survive with being up almost all day since he would spend time at the business working, then part of his afternoon with Stella since he refused to cut time with her, and then he had hero work in the late afternoon early morning. New additions. Energy Siphon. This allows the user to siphon off energy from living things to replenish the user's own energy. Power Nap. The user can reap the benefits of a full night's rest in 30 minutes of sleep. The user can share this ability with someone if they maintain contact with them while both parties are asleep. Memory Recall. The user is able to recall anything that they have experienced. This allows them to never forget anything and they only need to think of the topic to recall the memories. Visual Teleportation. This allows the user to teleport to any place that is within his visual range and he can clearly see. This costs the user's stamina to teleport and requires more stamina if he teleports others with him. He combines this with his crow's sight to help him to travel to more complex places or further distances. In all honesty, Izuku thinks that the 3 new quirks that Izuku found from shifting through the 200 years worth of quirks are how his father has survived so long since they were so powerful. These quirks could help fuel his hyper-regeneration quirk and allow him to be effective in investigations. As such, with these new quirks, Izuku was no longer feeling the drain of pulling all-nighters after spending the day at the business or with Stella since he could use Power Nap to sleep for 30 minutes and get refreshed on his energy and stamina. As the months had passed, Izuku had now turned 13 and he had handled a lot of small-time criminals that he had encountered throughout the city since becoming a hero. However, it seemed like today was going to be a troublesome day in Izuku's opinion. As he was moving throughout the city, he had sent all of the crows that he controlled out to scout all the areas around him. About 3 hours into his patrol and it was now 4 a.m. Izuku was alerted by one of his crows that some weird creature was spotted attacking in the area around Times Square. Izuku quickly headed off in that direction because the person or thing that was fighting the other heroes and police was not going down easily even though they were hitting it hard with quirks and bullets. It had easily lifted a tour bus and tossed it into a building, damaging it. Izuku arrived on site via visual teleportation and landed on one of the shorter buildings in the area. Izuku watched the movements of the creature and could observe that it had a brain sticking out. However, that isn't what freaked Izuku out the most. A feature of All for One is more or less gaining a quirk vision view where they could see quirks inside of a person if they switch to that visual view. It turns everything black except the said quirks, and Izuku saw around 10 quirks all mangled together inside of the creature and couldn't tell what they were. Izuku dropped down and landed on a stoplight behind the heroes and police. An officer turned around and saw him and was about to ask who the hell he was since Izuku wasn't really known even in the underground hero's eyes, but before he could, Izuku gathered all the shadows in the areas and created a vortex of whips to surround the creature, locking it into position. Even though it was locked down, it kept struggling and trying to break free of his grasp. Everyone was shocked that the creature had just gotten stopped and looked at where the officer was talking to and saw Izuku in his outfit with his fox mask on. Izuku pulled out his normal hero license and showed it to the police officer, whose eyes widened. Most of Izuku's information was hidden since he was registered as an underground hero currently, so it only showed his hero name and authorization to act. Thank you, Pro Hero Hunter. We were having trouble stopping it until you arrived. The officer called out, letting everyone know he was indeed a pro hero, though they wondered why he was so short. Izuku took his license back and moved towards the creature and examined it. It really does have multiple quirks that are butchered together. I don't even know if I could pull those quirks out of it. Someone did this without all for one, which means someone has figured out how to create weapons with multiple quirks. That is very bad. Izuku thought as he pulled his cell phone out. As he did that, he summed the shadows a bit more and crucified the creature so it can't move anymore. The creature screamed in pain and the heroes looked at him as if he was crazy for causing harm to the person. It's not human, at least not anymore. Get something to contain this thing now with large enough metals to keep it contained. Izuku said with his voice modifier on so people didn't know he was so young. Izuku then pressed a contact in his phone and it ranged. Hello, Hunter. May I know why you are calling so late or rather early in the morning? Asked the president of the commission. Hello, sir. I'm calling about a high-level threat. Need you to send a representative to handle a creature I just detained in Times Square. Police are finding something to keep it contained after I release it, but it needs to be secured better than they can do it. Sir, it has multiple quirks that weren't done via AFO. Someone has figured a way out to make bioengineered weapons with multiple quirks, and I don't know if I can pull the quirks out of it, and I won't try until we are in a private setting since I'm still in public. Izuku stated on the phone as he moved away from everyone else while still maintaining the shadows to keep it contained. Overall, it wasn't that strong, but the fact that someone made a multi-quirk creature that could easily deal with basic heroes was troubling. The line was silent for a few minutes. I'll have somewhere there. Tell the police to keep it contained in a container or something, or you keep it contained until the representative arrives. Don't let the creature out of your sight. You were right to call me right away about this since that is a huge issue. We need to figure out where this creature came from. I'll bring your father in the loop on this since he might know something from being as old as he is. The representative should be there in about 5 minutes since he is already close. He is read in already about you and your father. Stated the president of the commission as he hanged the phone up. Izuku then went back to the officers who had brought a normal police van. Izuku shook his head. No, that won't hold this. We need something better, but regardless, a representative from the Hero Commission will be arriving in about 5 minutes. This creature will be sent to a special location to imprison it. Izuku said, and they questioned how they knew this, and Izuku said he called the Hero Commission president directly, and they looked at him if he was joking. Izuku just chuckled at their expression, and soon the representative arrived after about 8 minutes. The representative saw the creature and paled a bit. He had made a few calls and asked Izuku to keep it contained for a while longer. About 10 minutes later, a new vehicle arrived, and it was a heavier truck with a steel caged box in the back with a place to lock in a person with large cuffs that should keep the creature contained. Izuku moved his shadows and made them coil around the arms and legs of the creature and moved it into the seat, and he used other shadows to close the metal locking devices inside. He pulled the shadows back slightly but kept them close enough to grab if it somehow broke free. After the creature started to try and break free, it was deemed safe since it still wasn't breaking out of the hold. Izuku got into the car with the commission official and followed the transport from behind, where they went to America's version of Tartarus prison. Their most secure prison in America, which was said to be harder to break out of than Japan's most secure prison. However, unlike Japan's most secure prison, no one in America actually knows where America's most secure prison is located at. They all think it's Rikers Island, which they state is the most secured, but it's not. That's the second most secured one where a lot of top villains go to, but if they think they have a chance at escaping, they go to the hidden one. The hidden prison is accessed via an underwater tunnel, and the prison is located under the Governor's Island, which had been turned into a Hero Commission office publicly but in secret. It's where they monitor the hidden prison and other things for the heroes across America. If a prison escape is likely to happen, then the island can flood sections of the prison, drowning the people inside the said sections if the commission is forced to do it. After arriving, Izuku found his father and the president of the commission waiting for them. What a way to make your real big debut, Hunter. The news is already talking about the mysterious hero known as Hunter who hunts in the shadows. They are talking about how you handled the monster that many heroes couldn't do and have a partial image of you. It's a good thing you wear a mask or there goes your privacy, joked the president of the commission. Hisashi just congratulated Izuku for a good job, and soon they made it to the room that the creature was being held in. I can confirm what you said, son. This wasn't done via a quirk like ours from what I know. It's possible, but it looks mangled. like they were forced together. Not even when I forced a quirk onto someone with rushing did it turn out like this, and the last time I did that was 90 years ago. It looks like multiple DNAs mashed together which formed a mess of quirks. Hisashi stated, and the scientists that were read in on Hisashi and Izuku was making notes. A lot of the very important people in the commission knew of Hisashi, so they were just taking notes as he spoke since they knew he was experienced in what he was talking about. Izuku then touched the create and tried to remove one of the quirks, but it just ended up breaking apart and destroying the quirk. Interesting. I saw that happen. If we try to take a quirk, it breaks down. It's too unstable to be removed. I wonder what happens if we put a new quirk in. Copy a random quirk from me and put it inside of it. Any quirk will do, really. Hisashi said as Izuku performed the action. They watched it happen and the quirk touched the others and bounced off but stayed inside. So it tried to be combined but it rejected each other, but the quirk is still inside. I wonder if it can use it. What did you give it? Hisashi asked, and Izuku said a quirk that made it have a longer tongue. The scientist forced the mouth open as the creature tried to break free, and they saw that it didn't have a larger tone from what was observed beforehand. Okay, try to take it back? Hisashi asked, and Izuku did, but it broke apart. Well, it seems quirks that are put into this creature become unstable since it broke apart. That's good to know, Hisashi said. Izuku didn't want to try to copy a quirk out of it. I don't think it's wise for me to attempt to copy a quirk from it. It might kill me if it destabilizes all for one. Izuku said, and Hisashi agreed as well, so that test was off limits. They decided to start taking blood from it and see if they could find any DNA matches in the system for who this might have been, but that would take time due to how many people are in the country or even possibly the world, since they aren't sure it was made in the country since villains can travel between countries. Izuku then remembered that he had a quirk called knowledge. I'm going to try knowledge on it. It might give us some clues. Izuku said, and Hisashi nodded his head. Izuku performed the quirk and screamed in pain as he backed away. Hisashi quickly moved to him, as did some doctors. Shit! What the hell? Izuku cursed out loud. They asked what was wrong, and Izuku looked at the creature. Going to tell you now? You're going to get multiple DNA hints. This is some experiment that is made of multiple humans. That's why the quirks are like that. Someone is conducting mass human experiments. I could only get so much information before the knowledge quirk went haywire due to the conflicting information from multiple sources. Izuku stated, and Hisashi nodded his head since it made sense. The president asked if he got any other clues, and Izuku thought it over. As it stands, I can tell you it wasn't made in the United States. Before I got cut off, it seemed like it was about to show a foreign name for the location where it was made. However, I couldn't see it fully before it cut off. I can say it was likely somewhere in Asia. We can likely limit it down once we get the DNA hits back. Izuku stated, and they all nodded their heads. They could only wait and let the scientists do their work. Izuku, though, was having a migraine from the knowledge quirk going haywire. Dad, do you got a quirk to help with migraines? Izuku asked, and Hisashi nodded his head. Izuku copied the quirk, which was called Clear Head. This allows the user to negate any issues with their mind or issues revolving around their brain. Quirk list. Advanced All for One. Birth quirk. This allows the user to copy, take, give, and combine quirks. Currently, there is no limit to the number of quirks that the user can hold. It takes about 1 minute to copy a quirk with physical contact. Other actions can be done within seconds. Hyper regeneration. This allows the user to use stamina to regeneration their body and wounds. Stamina booster. The user's stamina is recuperated at x2 their natural body rate. Familia telepath. This allows the user to send messages to people that he considers close to or who he considers family. Geolocation. This allows the user to acquire the general location within 100 feet of a person that they are thinking of. Crow. This allows the user to communicate and order crows to do his bidding. Izuku could also connect his mind to the crows and see through their eyes. Though if the crows don't like him, then they can break free of his control through sheer willpower, though it's unlikely of it working. Knowledge. The user absorbs the knowledge of things once they come in contact with it. Identity. If they touch an apple, they know where it was grown from and what type of apple it is. Shadow Master. Combined quirk. Pitch Black and Shadow Minion. This allows the user to materialize any shadows with varying strength and form it to meet their needs. The user could make items like whips or weapons, clones made of shadows, wings out of shadows, or anything else that their mind can imagine. The user can even travel via the shadows since he is one with the shadows. Pitch Black. This allows the user to control shadows, and the darker the shadows under control, the stronger they are. Shadow Minion. The user is able to control their personal shadow and make it materialize as a physical form. Shock Absorption. This allows the user to take kinetic energy and absorb it into his body and use it to boost their own strength. Velocity. The user can steal the kinetic energy from people and objects in motion to gain more speed while slowing the person or object down due to the stolen energy. Double Strength Booster. Grants the user of the quirk a doubling effect of their natural strength. The stronger the individual's body is, the stronger the doubling effect is of their strength. Color Changer. This quirk allows the user to change the color of any hair on his body and allows him to change the color of his eyes as well. New quirks that Izuku added to his stockpile. Warrior Replication. This allows the user to learn the fighting styles of others at a faster pace and adapt the fighting styles into one overall compact and efficient fighting style. This provides an overall edge in battle if the user engages in close quarters combat. Null. This allows the user to negate the effects of other quirks upon himself if he decides to have it active. ID. A lie detector quirk wouldn't work on him and ring as true if he had it active. Pain Negation. This allows the user to lower the amount of pain they feel from injuries and allows them to push through during a battle. It can be turned on and off at the will of the user so they can make sure they aren't missing a wound that needs to be taken care of. Though the Hyper Regeneration takes care of Izuku's wounds. Mental Restoration. This allows the user to restore an individual's mental state and repair damage to their brain. Energy Siphon. This allows the user to siphon off energy from living things to replenish the user's own energy. Power Nap. The user can reap the benefits of a full night's rest in 30 minutes of sleep. The user can share this ability with someone if they maintain contact with them while both parties are asleep. Memory Recall. The user is able to recall anything that they have experienced. This allows them to never forget anything, and they only need to think of the topic to recall the memories. Visual Teleportation. This allows the user to teleport to any place that is within his visual range and he can clearly see. This costs the user's stamina to teleport and requires more stamina if he teleports others with him. He combines this with his crow's sight to help him to travel to more complex places or further distances. Clear Head. This allows the user to negate any issues with their mind or issues revolving around their brain. Third POV. Izuku Midoriya, who was 14 now, was spending time with his girlfriend for almost 2 years now. Izuku was so happy that he had followed the scream that day all those years ago and had found her. She has made him start loving himself more and decreased his self-hatred issues. Izuku, even after years of being with his father, still had self-hatred issues due to his green hair and green eyes that reminded him of his mother, but after a while with Stella's help, Izuku's issues had decreased due to her positive reinforcement. There are some days where they make reappearances, but Izuku was doing much better and Stella always made sure to support him whenever she knew he was having issues. Most of his mental issues had been addressed since Izuku had made his appearance in Hisashi's life at the age of 9, and Izuku knew he would never replace his father ever. Izuku could see the light and day differences between All Might and Hisashi. Even when he was busy, Hisashi always made time for Izuku when he asked for it. Izuku has also spent time helping Stella train, and Hisashi has even helped her. This caused Stella's experience and skills to skyrocket. Her quirk overall was a complex one, but also an extremely powerful one after being put through the ringer by Izuku and Hisashi. Stella's quirk Phoenix Queen had evolved somewhat under the pressure that the Midoriyas put her through. Her quirk evolved from controlling fire, providing a healing aspect, and materializing a sword to the point that Stella could now control the fire enough that she could materializing wings of fire that allowed her to fly, increased the healing aspect, and allowed the to materialize the sword quicker. It also allowed her to boost her strength and speed past her natural limits for a period of time. She also could make any fire be put out at will as well, even if it was caused naturally or via another person's quirk. Overall, It was about double the power that she had before she started training with Izuku and Hisashi. They were proud of her accomplishments that she has gained in half of a year's worth of training. Months passed and Izuku had decided to take Stella out for a night on the town since they had a small break from her school. They were currently sitting on a hillside and were watching the city life pass by them. "So Stella, you have about a year or so left before you attend a hero school. Have you decided where you want to go?" Izuku asked her. She thought about it and honestly, she didn't know where she wanted to go. "Honestly, if you end up with any long-term missions in another country, I would likely transfer to wherever you are stationed so we can spend time together. I don't really care about what hero school I go to. I just want to be near you, so as long as you are in the New York area, I will just attend the hero school near here, which is a highly rated school as well," Stella stated, and Izuku nodded his head at that and understood her desire. He as well wanted to be around her as well and didn't want to separate from her for a long period of time either. A week was reasonable and all, but anything longer than that would be annoying to Izuku. As they were just laying there, Stella decided to ask Izuku how his work was going in the business and in hero work. "Oh, overall for the actual business it's done well. We expanded into more foreign markets and have capitalized on several deals. We've also pushed your parents' businesses to a new height as well, and they gained traction in the American market at a faster pace than expected when the first deals were made between our families. They are expected to make a profit overall on all the American branches from their initial investments by the end of the year instead of in the next 3 years like projected," Izuku stated, and Stella nodded her head since she knew about that and was happy for her parents. Once they recuperate all of their investments, then it will be working in the black from now on, which will make things easier overall for their American branch. Izuku then started to talk about his hero work. "There are limits on what I can tell you due to laws. Overall, I'm doing quite well in the cases I've been handling. I've had to deal with some special agent cases and I have killed. It was disturbing. I felt sick with myself and disgusted, but coming home to you after the mission made it easy to push down and move forward," Izuku stated as he hugged Stella. Stella had moved into the Midoriya's home halfway into their relationship since the amount of time she spent with Izuku. The parents agreed to it but warned them not to make any children, which caused them to blush. It honestly helped Izuku improve overall, with his girlfriend of almost 2 years being around more when he had to come back from those nastier missions. On those days, Izuku knew he wasn't a monster for dirtying his hands for the sake of peace. Izuku had found some interesting quirks as well but kept them hidden for emergencies since they were a bit more destructive, and Izuku could see why they ended up being targeted for permanent removal due to how many people they killed with the quirks. Stella just hugged Izuku as he talked and nodded her head. "Just remember, you're not a monster. These people you are killing have done many horrible things. It would be one thing to kill a random thug, but an entirely different thing to stop mass murders that just enjoy killing innocent people," Stella said, and Izuku leaned down and kissed her on the lips and thanked her. Stella then asked about the creature case since she knew some of it already from the media. "It's getting troublesome. They are tracking down all of the DNAs and have found nearly all of them. It appears to be sourced in Japan, which means I will have to travel there for the mission, which is risky since it means I can run into them," Izuku said, and she felt him tense a bit at talking about them. She nodded her head. "Just remember, if the case turns into a long one, then I will just transfer to Japan so I can spend time with you and all," Stella stated, and he nodded his head at the statement. Izuku just really didn't want to deal with them, but the more he and the commission dug into the case, the more it looked like he was going to be returning to Japan for a long-term mission, since he doubted a case like those creatures would be simple and easy to solve since it took them this long to even track the source of where they were being created to down to one damn country. As they were resting, Izuku felt his phone vibrate and saw that it was time for them to leave and return home. As such, they got up and left and soon arrived home. Izuku found the entire family at the home getting ready for dinner. Since Izuku and Stella have been dating for over a year now and she moved in with the Midoriyas, the Vermilions had started showing up for dinner every other day, which has become a normal event. "We're home," Izuku called out, and Hisashi said that dinner was about done and to get ready, which they nodded their heads at. Soon dinner was ready and they all found themselves at the dinner table eating dinner and talking about different things. As the night went on, Izuku was just glad that he could enjoy days like this, but he knew that one day the peace would be destabilized. As they were sitting there eating dinner, Izuku received a phone call. It was from the president of the Hero Commission. Izuku looked at his father, who nodded his head, and Izuku just answered the phone there at the table. "Hello, sir. I'm having a feeling that I'm not going to enjoy the reason you are calling, am I?" Izuku said, feeling some dread when he saw the name on his caller ID when it ranged. "You would be correct, Hunter. We've gathered everything we could really gather from the creature you captured about a year ago. We haven't received any more attacks from creatures like it, but the issue still stands that it's a threat that needs to be dealt with. As such, I'm calling you to issue you a special agent mission in conjecture with the United Nations, since we've brought them into the loop about this mission and they are concerned about it as well. As such, starting in a few months you are to relocate to Japan for the foreseeable future under the authority of the UN. You are to use your special agent authority where you see fit to ensure you get the resources from the local heroes of Japan to ensure you get the job done. The UN and America want whoever is making these creatures stopped, and if they can't be captured when you find them, then you are to kill them to ensure they don't escape. Do you understand?" asked the president of the American Commission. Izuku was silent for a few moments but exhaled. "I understand, sir. I will start preparing to leave within the next month and a half. May I inform Stella of this order? She plans to attend a hero school wherever I am stationed at, so we can stay together." Izuku asked him and hoped the request would be approved, since Izuku didn't want to deal with being in Japan alone. Everyone at the dinner was tense due to hearing Izuku's words. Stella looked at him in concern and waited for him to receive an answer. Izuku waited and waited but then got a response. "Sorry for the wait. I was talking to a representative from the UN who is in my office about allowing the information to be told to Stella. I explained that your former family is in Japan and are significant heroes who do have some authority to cause you issues. They have agreed with me to have her read in the entire case, so you don't have to hide things from her about it, so she can mentally support you, since you have to be in your home country where you received a lot of trauma. We both know the likelihood of you running into them is going to be high as well, so it would be good to have her nearby. I would suggest having her apply to UA, since it's the best hero school in Japan, but that's for you to decide on where she goes. If you want, I can do a recommendation for her to UA, or she can take the general exam. I know she's powerful enough to beat either exam," the president of the commission stated, and Izuku thanked him. Izuku then looked at Stella. "I'll let Stella know of your offer to recommend her to the UA hero course in Japan and our plans to move to Japan for the foreseeable future," Izuku said, so she would know the location of where they were going. "I'll reach out to you in a few days with the decision, since I know the paperwork for UA will need to be sent in soon," Izuku stated. He talked a bit more before ending the call. "So, yeah, looks like we are going to Japan if you still want to go with me, since I'm being stationed there for the foreseeable future?" Izuku said as he looked at her, and she just quickly responded. "Of course I still want to go with you. I without a doubt will go with you no matter what now, since you have to be near your previous family now. I can already foresee the future headaches that you are going to have now," she stated, and Izuku nodded his head. "Old man, would you mind buying me a property in Japan? Actually, let's put it under Stella's parents' name or something, so if they do figure me out they will have some trouble tracking me down," Izuku stated, and they all nodded their heads. "That is a good idea. Anything to delay them finding you will be helpful. I think it might be a good idea to also buy a gated house, so they can't just walk up to the house and have to go through a fence and a gate. If they go over it, then they would be breaking and entering, and you could cause legal issues for them as well," Hisashi stated, and Izuku nodded his head at that idea. Izuku really didn't want to deal with those people, but he knew he would likely have to no matter what in the end. Stella just rubbed his back and told him that she would support him and help him, which Izuku responded with a kiss, causing her to blush hard since it was in front of their parents. Third POV. It has been about a month since Izuku had received the phone call from the president of the commission in regards to his new orders. Stella had finished the schooling that she needed from her middle school and had tested out of it. They also decided that it would be a good idea for Stella to also test out of her high school education, so the only thing that she needs now is the actual hero course education system. The reason that they did this was to ensure that she had as much free time with Izuku that she could have. They didn't know what exactly UA would do with her free time during that day, since she wouldn't need the classes, but they assumed that Nizu would likely put her in advanced classes like he has done so in the past with students like Stella that have passed through his halls. Izuku had looked around on the internet with the parents. They have even contacted a real estate agent in Japan and gave them a list of what they were searching for in their new home in Japan and the rough area where they wanted it to be. At first, the real estate agent thought they were being pranked since it was a foreign caller making the request, but soon realized they weren't kidding and got to work quickly. Outside of that, Izuku had talked to their parents and had to listen to threats from Francis Vermilion. Francis was threatening Izuku and telling him that he better take care of his daughter or else. Izuku was reaching his limit on listening to his threats and had snapped back. "Oi! You think I am going to let the future mother of my children get hurt or mistreated?" Izuku snapped out after listening to so many words of his. The room was silent until Izuku realized what he said and decided to hide his face in the couch pillow. "God, kill me now." Izuku groaned out as the adults were all laughing at him. "Oh, already planning marriage now are we?" teased Stella's mother, and Izuku groaned until he heard a squeak from behind him and he turned around to find Stella returning from finishing her last day at the school. She was bright red from what she heard, and Izuku groaned again and hid his face in the pillow. "Stella, you heard all of that, didn't you?" Izuku asked, and she nodded her head. Izuku rolled his eyes and pulled her down onto his lap. "Well, I mean it. When we get a bit older I will propose to you, okay?" Izuku said, and she nodded her head while in his lap with a large blush. Izuku was also flushed red as well since he had said that in front of their parents. Stella's mother just said she approved of it while Francis rolled his eyes and grumbled out approval. Hisashi was just laughing at his son the entire time, which earned a glare from Izuku. As they all calmed down, Izuku looked at the message on his phone that he received. "Seth got back with me. The paperwork for the new home in Japan was finalized. It's been put under the Vermilion's name. It's a home on the coastline of the Shizuoka prefecture. It's about 30 minutes away from the school via train and 10 or so away via car. I've had Seth arrange for a car to be sent to Japan for me to drive since my special agent license grants me the right to drive even though the law says I can't. So when I can I will always take Stella to school myself so she doesn't have to take the train, or we can arrange for a driver from one of our local branches to drive her to and from school." Izuku stated, and everyone nodded their heads. They all just enjoyed their time before the children would leave in the next couple of weeks. Time passed quickly and the two of them were off from the United States to Japan. The trip was long, but being together made it seem short. As soon as the plane landed, a car was driven up to them. It was a blue Mercedes-Benz GLC that was nice and clean. Now you would think that Izuku would be riding in a sports car or something, but that wasn't honestly the Midoriya way. No, they were more about efficiency and the ability to meet their needs, which this car did. It provided enough room for them to drive in and transport things, but also was a top-class car for what they needed. Izuku opened the door and allowed Stella into the passenger side. She looked at him and asked him if he actually knew how to drive. Izuku chuckled at that question. "Do remember, multiple quirks, my Crimsonheim. Dad transferred all of his driving knowledge to me, and then he helped me practice on a recreation of a Japanese road a few weeks ago. He went to great lengths to ensure I knew how to drive in Japan." Izuku stated, and Stella giggled at the lengths the two Midoriyas went to ensure Izuku was successful. God damn, the sounds of her giggles make me feel on cloud 9. Izuku thought as he finished loading everything into the car before starting to drive off. After about 40 minutes from driving from the airport, they soon arrived at their brand new home that Izuku had spent the time finding. "I hope you enjoy our new home. I spent some time trying to find something that would give you a feeling of traditional Japan but also still have the modern convinces that you enjoy so much," Izuku stated as they came upon the home. Stella was amazed at the home that she saw as they drove past a gated fence area. If the Yagis or anyone else wanted to get to them, then they had to break into the property or use a quirk to illegally enter, since Izuku had paid someone to fence the entire property in before they arrived. They owed several acres of land around the home as well, so no one could use the excuse of accidentally crossing into their land since it was all fenced at the property line. Izuku parked the car in the garage that was on the driveway that leads further to the main house building. The garage could fit around 3 full cars and had some other rooms in it for storage. "We have a living area further down the path and then another one to our side closer to the shore, but we will be living in the main building that has the pool attached to it. If our parents decided to join us, or rather your parents," Since Dad would have issues returning to Japan, they could stay in the guest houses. Izuku stated as he pointed out the 2 other buildings that were on the land that they owned. Stella nodded her head and they made their way into the home. The home. Living room with dining room. Kitchen. Outside kitchen, dining table and open-air pool. Main bedroom and bathroom on the top floor. Overall, Stella loved the home and enjoyed the more traditional Japanese feeling of the style of the house, but it still provided many modern benefits that she enjoyed. Though she was curious about the bathroom that was connected to the main bedroom. Then she realized that there wasn't really a door blocking the sight. She turned to Izuku, who had a massive blush on his face. "Sorry, just tell me whenever you are wanting to take a shower and I will avoid our bedroom," Izuku said, and then she realized it. They were both alone in a new home together with no one else. It was as if they were newlywed couples. This caused her to blush hard, and Izuku just rubbed her back since he had a good idea of what she was thinking about. Izuku did point out that the other bathrooms had a bit more privacy with them on the lower floors if she wanted to ever use those. He also pointed out that she didn't need to sleep in the same room either, even though they had been doing so for the past few months. She just shook her head and said it was fine and that it was just embarrassing to realize everything, which he chuckled at. Soon they finished unpacking the things that they had brought and decided to go out to shop for clothing and some other things since they only brought the bare minimum for the home from America. Izuku also set for a delivery of food to be delivered by a local food service company. "We have about 5 hours before the company arrives to deliver all the food I ordered to stock the home. So we can go now to get new clothing or wait until tomorrow, since I don't know if you want to get out later after all the food is delivered." Izuku stated and asked her question, and she thought about it and decided she wanted to go out now so they didn't have to waste time tomorrow doing it. Izuku nodded his head at her, and after a handful of minutes they got in the car and drove off to the shopping mall. Soon they arrived at the mall and entered it. Izuku had decided to change his hair color to pure white while outside and wore some black shades to help hide from others since his younger self was still on some missing person papers that were hanging around. Stella had noticed them but didn't comment about it since they were in public. Soon, they had gotten all of the things that they needed and had returned home. "Iki, I'm sure you saw the posters?" Stella asked. Izuku nodded his head at Stella's statement. "Indeed, I don't get why they have put more up. It's been years since I've left and I have no plans to return to them. Anyway, if they ever find out who my father is, they will lose any desire of connecting to me anyway. I don't have any regrets about Dad being my father since he was there for me and has given up his old self to take care of me unlike them. So, I've let my anger go regarding them, but I don't know if it will stay gone if I find myself in front of them," Izuku stated, and she nodded her head and just rubbed his back, helping him stay calm. Soon the food arrived and Izuku opened the gate via his phone and allowed the driver to reach their house. They soon had everything stocked into the cabinets and fridge and were ready to live out their lives in Japan moving forward. Third POV. Izumi Midoriya was a hunter. He enjoyed bringing criminals into face justice for those that sought to harm people. He wanted people to feel safe and secure, and just because he came to Japan doesn't mean that he was going to stop tracking down villains and bringing them to justice. As such, Izumi Midoriya decided to start his hero patrols in Japan after a week of being in the country. Stella and he had enjoyed their free time together, but he did need to do what he was sent here for. So once Stella went to sleep, Izuku decided to go out and start his search of anything that would lead him to find out who was making the creatures. Hisashi had some possible clues to who it might have been. Hisashi had told Izuku and the president of the commission about an old doctor he worked with. Hisashi actually confessed that the doctor is older than 100 years, which had surprised everyone when they learned about it. Hisashi said that the doctor had a quirk called Life Force. This quirk is similar to the anti-aging quirk that we possess, but it's a degraded version in my view. It provides a youthful appearance compared to your true age, but it has a horribly negative effect. It causes the user's physical mobility to worsen, which means that it was never a quirk that I wanted to take since it would hamper me in my battles all those years ago. Hisashi stated, and Izuku would have to agree. From what Hisashi knew is that the doctor was involved in researching quirks and always wanted to find a way to reproduce quirks. The doctor believed that quirks would hit a singularity point one day and cause something to happen. Even Hisashi believed in the singularity point, but he believed that the quirks would reset on the power level and become weaker before growing stronger again. He also believed the quirkless people were a default state of humans that were left in the event that quirks ever broke humans. This way the human race would survive if humans went too far. It's why he always respected the quirkless people due to this belief, since they might be the key to keeping humans alive. Hisashi didn't think that the doctor had made a breakthrough in duplicating quirks, but it appears that he may have found a way around it through a bastardized version of it. It's a good thing he never knew about Izuku's quirk, since it would have proven his theory possible. He never knew of Izuku or Inko. Hisashi had said in that meeting, and Izuku was glad the man didn't know about him either, since the doctor might have tried to take Izuku for experiments. Though, regardless of Izuku's personal feelings towards the doctor and his past work for his father, Izuku knew he would arrest the man since the man was a threat to the world with his experiments. At least I have a point of reference to start searching for, Izuku thought as he was jumping from roof to roof during the night. As he was moving through the city, he noticed someone following him. He used his crows to keep an eye on the individual and cursed when he realized who it was. Well, I didn't think I would run into someone from my past so soon. Izuku thought as the person that was following him was none other than Eraserhead Aizawa Shoyuta, who was Izuku's uncle. Izuku came to stop on a roof edge and waited for Eraserhead to get close to him. Eraserhead came on the roof and slowly walked towards Izuku. "Hello, Eraserhead," Izuku stated, which caused his uncle to tense. "Oh, you know of me?" Eraserhead asked, prepared to attack. "Indeed I do. You are quite a good underground hero. Apologies for disturbing your patrol routes, but I am here under assignment hunting an organization down," Izuku stated, and Eraserhead was confused about who this individual was. "Who are you?" he asked, and Izuku chuckled. "Not a surprise you don't know me. I am a hero from America after all. I am the shadow hero, Hunter," Izuku stated as he jumped off the roof and disappeared via his shadows. Eraserhead came to the edge and saw him gone and cursed. "The shadow hero, Hunter? He sounded young though," Aizawa stated as he decided to move on with his patrol. Izuku then came out of the shadows and watched his uncle move away. Well, I handled my emotions quite well for seeing him, but he didn't really cause me issues. He just wasn't around for me is all, Izuku thought as he jumped away in the opposite direction of the way his uncle went. Soon, Izuku went through several small-time criminals and questioned them if they knew of any organizations engaging in human experiments, since he didn't want to say the doctor's name and give his hunt of him away if he somehow had a way to keep watch on people that knew about him. So far Izuku had struck out the entire first week of hunting, but he expected that in all honesty and would need to expand his search zone slowly but surely until he got a lead. He did create a small uproar in the police department since they believed that Izuku was a vigilante because Izuku didn't stick around after ensuring the police were given the criminals. He wasn't required to as a special agent. He just filed his reports with the UN and they would handle everything on his behalf because they didn't want him wasting his time with the local police unless he was requesting their support in the mission, and he wasn't going to do that anytime soon until he had a lead on where to start looking at. As such, that is how Izuku kept going about his days and kept striking out. However, a special little event happened about 10 months or so before the start of UA entrance exams. Izuku was on the streets walking with Stella when he heard an explosion coming from the distance. They decided to check it out and see if Izuku needed to get involved, since he could easily use his quirks and the shadows to transform into his outfit without any issues. As they approached the area, they saw none other than one Bakugo fucking Katsuki in the hands of a villain that was trying to kill him while using him to destroy some buildings around them. The heroes on site weren't really doing anything except for Backdraft, who was trying to keep the fires from spreading to more buildings and endangering people. The other heroes were just standing around doing really nothing, even though Izuku saw multiple ways for them to get the situation under control. Kamui Woods could have used his branches to get Bakugo after wetting them with Backdraft's help for a few seconds and then pushed past the explosions from Bakugo to grab him. Mountain Lady could have leaned down and picked the villain up. Of course, she would get some damage from Bakugo's explosions, but it would put an end to the fight. Death Arms could have moved to the top of the buildings and looked for a chance to jump down and attack the villain. They could have thrown something into the villain's eyes, causing a gap in the attacks since he would be blinded for a bit and couldn't attack or redirect Bakugo's arms to attack others. However, they were not doing any of that. Instead, they were just standing there letting the idiot die. Izuku could also see his half-sibling and Todoroki standing in the crowd shouting for Bakugo to hold on. Then Izuku heard it. One of the heroes said they needed to wait for someone with a better-suited quirk to come and help, and this just annoyed Izuku to no end. "Stella, I'm going to help even though it's them. If I turn an eye then I'm no better than they are," Izuku stated as he stepped into a shadow, and she nodded her head as she sat at a table at a little cafe watching. Izuku quickly transformed into his hunter outfit and had a few of his crows in the air above the fight. Izuku always kept a large number of his crows in his shadows since he found that he could store things in it and they wouldn't age or expire. Izuku was amazed when he discovered this out with his Shadow Master quirk. Anyway, back to the actual problem at hand. Izuku came out of the shadows and waited for a good time to strike. When the villain turned to the side a bit, Izuku darted out and everyone saw him but the villain until it was too late. Izuku got up close and used his shadows to grab Bakugo and yanked him out. Once he did that, he jumped back with Bakugo and handed him off to the other heroes. They were trying to figure who he was, but Izuku just dashed back towards the villain, who raised a tentacle and smashed it down towards Izuku, who just dodged to the side and pierced the villain with a shadow whip, but it just didn't do much. Izuku though wanted the villain to let his guard down as Izuku jumped back and the villain attacked, but at that moment Izuku yanked his whip back and made them pull the two eyes out and into his hands, which caused the villain's body to break apart since Izuku had guessed as the only actual solid part that they were required to keep the body together. Right after Izuku did that, All Might arrived on site and crashed into the ground looking like he was going to attack the villain, but Izuku had defeated it already. Everyone was stunned to see the villain defeated so easily, but also to see All Might late to the party in a sense. Izuku just rolled his eyes under his mask, though none of them knew that. Izuku handed the villain's eyes to the police officer who was about to ask who he was, but Izuku just disappeared into the shadows near them. Everyone was shocked and stunned. Izuku then came out of the cafe and sat down with Stella without anyone even realizing he came out of thin air since he exited the restroom from inside of the building, which made everyone none the wiser. Stella rolled her eyes at his dramatic display and Izuku just chuckled. The two of them sat there as the heroes and police were looking around for Izuku, but they couldn't find him. Even All Might saw no signs of where Izuku went, so they had to give up. "You know they are going to assume you are a vigilante, right?" Stella said, and Izuku nodded his head. "Doesn't matter, whenever they try to arrest me for it, I just need to show my hero license. I have both on me, and I will show my basic one first before the special agent one, since both have all my information blocked out except my hero name and ID number," Izuku stated, and Stella just nodded her head. Izuku asked her if she was ready for the UA entrance exam since she decided against doing the recommendation exam. She wanted to show off her own strength and not be told she got in due to connections or money. "I'm ready as I can be, but I'm going to keep training with the 10 months or so that we have left. If you have any time, could you help me get a bit better?" she asked him, and he nodded his head. "I will always make time for you, my Heim," Izuku teased, and she blushed a bit and smacked his side, which just earned a laugh from him. Both of them got up and soon left the cafe since they decided it was time to return home for the day. As they walked away, they ended up walking right by All Might in his skinny form, Izumi Yagi, Katsuki Bakugo, and Shoto Todoroki, who all didn't realize that it was Izuku but tensed up when they all thought they heard Izuku's voice but couldn't see him anywhere since Izuku and Stella had already disappeared in the crowd. They all talked to each other and confirmed that they all thought the same thing. Izuku Yagi was just near them and they didn't even notice. Third POV. Over the next 10 months before the UA entrance exam, Izuku had spent a lot of time helping Stella train while he did his work on the special agent case at night. However, he was honestly astonished by the display of her abilities and combat learning speed, which has only gotten better over time. Izuku had realized that even with all of his quirks, that she was one of the best people capable of fighting him or his father in a battle. The reason he believed this was due to how fast she always improved and the fact that her quirk provided her multiple benefits that could disable them. Both Hisashi and Izuku relied on their healing quirks to get them back up and going, but she is capable of producing fire hot enough to cauterizing their cells quickly. She's a close combat person but also a long-range combat individual, which provides her the ability to fight them in multiple different ways, and her quirk also provides her a healing aspect that would make her last against them. Though, Izuku said capable of fighting them in a battle and not defeating them in a battle. Izuku and Hisashi both have a large number of quirks that would allow them to get out of sticky situations as long as they didn't underestimate their opponents, and Hisashi had taught Izuku that again and again. Hisashi had reminded Izuku that even though he was stronger than All Might, he suffered a defeat at his hands since he had let his guard down and underestimated his opponent. As such, Izuku knew to be careful against even the weakest person that he fought and to always approach them as if they could kill him if they were lucky enough, and fate smiled upon them. As the months passed away, Izuku also saw an increase in the activity of those that used to be related to him. He could see them looking around the city where he was on the day of the sludge attack. They must have heard my voice when walking by with Stella. They shouldn't know who we are though. They are just blindly searching since I have seen Uncle Aizawa, Uncle Endeavor, Grandpa Torino, Uncle Sir Night Eye, and whoever his little helper is. Izuku thought that he realized that he called them with titles as if they were family, and Izuku honestly didn't know how to feel about that. He did it out of instinct, and that is how he found himself on the couch in the living room with his head on Stella's lap, asking her for her thoughts about that. From what you told me, they weren't there in your life. So they didn't really harm you as your former parents did, nor sister and her friends did. It's possible you don't really blame them as much as you first thought. The question is, did they know about your treatment before you disappeared? If they did, then it's a whole separate issue, but if they didn't and were lied to by the Yagis, then it's okay for you to still want to be associated with them. Stella stated, and Izuku nodded his head. Right now he just didn't want to deal with them but knew he would have to sooner or later, and the number of times he keeps running into them keeps increasing slowly and slowly. The last few months passed, and it was now time for the UA entrance exam. Izuku drove Stella to the UA gates and dropped her off. People looked at the car but let it go as it wasn't really shown offish. As such, they just ignored it for the most part, but Stella herself did get looks from perverted males which annoyed Izuku, which Stella just giggled at him and put a kiss on his lips before walking away. A lot of boys wanted to glare at Izuku, but he already drove off and parked the car far away from UA before he changed into his hero outfit and teleported by using one of his crows to get a visual of the inside of UA. Izuku blended in with the shadows quickly before the alarms and sensors could pick him up. Izuku had no issues with Niza finding out about him being there, but he didn't want to cause an issue, so he just hid and made his way into the school. Izuku wanted to spy on the exams because he personally wanted to see what they were like on the day of the exam. Call it an old childhood dream of his that he never got to live, so this was the next best thing. Izuku has also been debating on revealing himself to his uncle Nizu. Izuku is highly doubtful that Nizu would have allowed Izuku to be treated like he was due to Nizu's past. Nizu would have taken Izuku away if he knew, and Izuku believed he just trusted All Might's and Green Tornado's words because of how long he knew them and trusted them to not lie to him. As such, Izuku had already asked the UN and the Americans' Commission President for permission to read Nizu in on the case if Izuku decided to bring him in on the case, since he would involve Nizu most likely even if he didn't fully reveal himself. As Izuku was moving around the campus, he soon found himself in front of said Principal Nizu, who was staring at the shadow that Izuku was hidden in. Izuku was kind of shocked that Nizu was staring straight at him. "There's no way he knows I am here, right? I'm pretty sure I hid before the sensors triggered?" Izuku thought and watched Nizu. Nizu just walked up to the shadow and waved his paw and told the shadow Izuku was hiding in to follow him. Izuku did as he was asked since he had been found out. "How did he find me?" Izuku thought as he just followed Nizu. Soon they arrived in the principal's office where Izuku came out of the shadows. "Well, hello Mr. Hunter," Nizu said, and Izuku bowed slightly and sat down without speaking since he was afraid he would give himself away in full since Nizu was smart. "Now, I am wondering why an American hero is here in Japan. Eraserhead told me that he met you before, then there was the event with the sludge villain. You keep under the radar and do your reports for your actions to some other entity. I know that since the police believed you to be a vigilante, but then they received official reports with your hero name and ID number on them through official channels which I can't track back. So that means several things from what I can assume. 1. You're wanting to keep a low profile as best as you can, but you don't mind getting involved in other matters. And 2. You have some primary mission you're meant to complete here in Japan that warranted you to come here. Nizu stated, and Izuku nodded his head. Nizu observed Izuku and noticed how he never spoke in front of him. He's not mute since Aizawa said he spoke, so I must know him and likely could figure out from his voice even if it's modulated via the voice changer. Nizu thought as he sat there. Interesting. Would you mind telling me if the mission involves UA since I found you on my campus? I would like to prepare for any threats you might know about that would attack here, or if I have a mole or something if you are hunting an individual down. Nizu asked, and Izuku shook his head and wrote down that the case doesn't involve UA and that he was here for purely personal reasons since he didn't get to attend schooling past elementary and had tested out of all of his education a few years ago before becoming a pro hero. Izuku wrote that it used to be a dream to attend UA when he was a child, but it never became reality due to his situation in the past. Nizu thanked him for letting him know the reason and offered him a view from the control room with all of his staff, which Izuku accepted since he didn't have to hide in the shadows. Unknown to Izuku, though, he would run face to face with his past much harder than he thought he would. Though, while they were walking, Nizu had been making connections in his mind to all the information he had. He's young, really young based on the note and height. He's tested out of all schooling, so he's gotten his high school degree. He said he wanted to attend you. Nizu thought, but was cut off from his thoughts since they had arrived at the control room. The sad thing is he was close to putting Izuku's identity together from all the small clues he had due to his high-spec quirk, but switched the train of thoughts due to arriving at the control room and needing to be ready for it. Izuku thought was freaking out because the moment he entered the room it was filled with people that could recognize him. Endeavor, Sir Night Eye, Eraserhead, Gran Torino, Recovery Girl, and Nizu were all in the room with the other staff of UA. They all looked at him, and Eraserhead stood up a bit on guard when he saw Hunter. Nizu waved him off. Everyone, this is an American hero who is just visiting campus. He's here in Japan on a mission that is unrelated to us but wanted to watch the exam, so I've allowed him in here. Please treat him with care. Nizu stated, and they all nodded their heads. Some tried to talk to him, and Izuku wrote out responses that confused Aizawa, who questioned him about it. Hunter, the last time I ran into you, you were completely able to talk, so why aren't you now? Aizawa questioned with a raised eyebrow. Izuku just didn't know what to say, so he shrugged his shoulders. Then, that is when Izuku tensed up as the door opened, and in came Green Tornado with all might. Fucking shit. What are they doing here? Izuku thought, and then he realized Izumi Yagi, Katsuki Bakugo, and Shoto Todoroki would all be taking the exam today, and he had forgotten about them. Oh dear God. That means my Heim will have to deal with them. That's just fucking fantastic. Izuku thought, and Nizu noticed how Izuku had tensed but put it aside in his mind for now and would come back to it later. All Might greeted everyone and had powered down, not realizing Izuku was in the room since he just blended in with everyone. All Might, you idiot, we have a guest with us. Endeavor shouted out and pointed to where Izuku was sitting. All Might freaked out and didn't know what to do. Izuku, though, was enjoying the show. Take that, you asshole. I am so enjoying the sight of you freaking out. Izuku thought in his mind as Nizu called him. Izuku turned his attention to Nizu, who wore a serious expression. Hunter, may I ask a favor of you and ask that you keep this quiet? Nizu asked, and Izuku wrote out that he would keep silent. They don't need to know about me already knowing it. Izuku thought since it would be a good thing to have it a favor from Nizu that he could cash in later on. Like helping me keep them off my back if they ever find out the truth of me. Izuku thought in his mind. Soon they all calmed down, and All Might tried to start up a conversation with Izuku, who just flat out ignored the hero and didn't even write out responses. Everyone noticed it but didn't comment about it and just kept watching the exam going on. The written exam had finished and all of the students were in the auditorium listening to Present Mike talk about the physical portion of the exam. One student got up and pointed at Izumi and told her to stop muttering. Oh God, I hate the fact that we share that. Izuku thought since he knew he got it from his father, and Izuku realized that he had passed it on to his half-sibling. Soon, they all went to their separate exam sites, and Stella wasn't with any of his past individuals, so Izuku was happy about that. The exams soon started and Stella, being trained by the Midoriyas, knew to dash off right away as the gates opened. This led her to get about a full minute's worth of time being able to fight the robots before the others were told to go by Present Mike. "There is no go in the hero world," he yelled out, and they all got running. Izuku just chuckled in his mind at all of them. About half of the time had passed and Stella was topping the charts in points. She's even received a few rescue points from destroying a robot that was about to attack another person from behind. The people from Izuku's past, sadly, were doing good and would end up passing. They were all high-ranked, but Stella had far more points due to her abilities. Then Eraserhead spoke up. "I want the girl called Stella Vermilion. Overall, she's amazing, and if she ever loses control of that powerful quirk for some reason, then I can stop it easier than Vlad could. Overall, I doubt she needs quirk training, but heavier focused on quirkless combat since she seems to be far more quirk-reliant, and then she needs the training in the other aspects of being a hero as well." Aizawa stated, and Nizu agreed with him before Vlad King could say anything. Soon, the zero-pointers were all out and about when Power Loader spoke up about one robot going haywire in zone number 3, which was where Izumi was located at. Everyone looked at the screen to see Izumi trapped by a boulder that had pinned her leg and likely broke her ankle, which meant she couldn't escape. Even with her quirk being telekinesis like Inko Yagi's, it wouldn't do Izumi any good since she was clearly exhausted from the exam. There was also another girl there as well, trapped. Izuku wondered why she didn't use one for all to get herself out since she should have been training since young to receive it. But Izuku didn't care since he wouldn't get involved unless there was no room left for them to escape or someone to save them. "I can't get it to stop. Someone destroy it and save them since it's far too close to them anyway." Nizu shouted out as he tried hacking the robot before it would get to them, but the robot was really damned close already and wouldn't stop in time even if it received the command. All Might stood up and was about to go when someone yelled at the screen. They all turned and looked to see the pro hero hunter standing in front of the girls. They all turned to his seat to only see what looked like darkness/shadows dissipating into the air. They all wondered how he got there faster than All Might, but didn't care as they watched the scene since it would be too late for All Might to get there anyway. Down at the robot, the girl and Izumi were screaming for help when Izuku appeared. He looked at her with his quirked vision using All for One and did indeed see two quirks inside of her. Her natural quirk, and One for All due to how much power it radiated off of itself. He knew it matched what All Might still barely had inside of himself as well. Izuku then turned back to the robot and raised his hands and arms. Everyone watched as he pushed his hands together into balls and ripped them away from each other, and seconds later the robot broke apart as spikes of black material, which were shadows, all pierced out of the zero-pointer robot. Izuku had manipulated the shadows inside of the empty spaces inside of the robot and had broken it apart from inside out. This caused it to fall to the sides where no one was standing at. Everyone was stunned at how easily he destroyed the robot, but then got knocked out of their shock when Present Mic's voice ranged out calling the time. Izuku turned to the girls and waved his hands as shadows gathered around and lifted the rubble off of them, freeing them. The one girl got up and thanked Izuku as Izumi tried to stand but fell down. Izuku just used his shadows to catch her in annoyance. "Why am I helping her more than needed? Oh wait. Because I am a hero and God, I hate her," Izuku thought as he carried her via the shadows he was controlling and dropped her on the ground at Recovery Girl. Though, drop would be too harsh since he lightly put her down even though he really wanted to drop her for real, but Recovery Girl would be pissed at him for doing that in front of her. Izuku then jumped back into the shadows and found himself back in the control room where he had come from. Everyone turned to him and he shrugged his shoulders as if nothing happened. Izuku was sure he heard Aizawa and Sir Night Eye whisper out, "What the fuck?" but he ignored them. Izuku took a paper out and wrote something down. He wrote a message to Nizu that said he would likely bring him in on a case in the coming month or so since he might need help tracking a large threat down that he would rather get done sooner rather than later. Nizu nodded his head and said he would be waiting to hear from him about the potential case. Izuku waved and then left them all in the room. "Okay. Are we going to talk about how weird he is?" Present Mike stated as he sat in his chair. Some staff nodded their heads, but Nizu spoke up. "I'm sure I know him from somewhere. It's the reason he didn't talk, like Aizawa pointed out. Hunter was sure I would figure him out and he's determined to keep his identity hidden for some reason. It might be a part of his mission requirements. Anyway, I know he's the same age as our incoming freshman. Nizu stated, and everyone was in shock. Sir, are you sure? All Might asked, even though he and Inko weren't really popular with the staff due to their issues regarding their missing son that they all knew about. I'm sure. I've gotten some clues from a talk I had with him in my office. He wrote out that the case doesn't involve UA and that he was here for purely personal reasons since he didn't get to attend schooling past elementary and had tested out of all of his education a few years ago before becoming a pro hero. Hunter wrote that it used to be a dream to attend UA when he was a child, but it never became reality due to his situation in past. Then we have the fact that he doesn't speak in front of me, which means I can identify him. He's really young, but I wonder who Hunter is. Aizawa, you've run into him before at night since he seems to operate mostly at night. Keep an eye out on him. I might end up in a battle with America over Hunter. I have multiple theories and it's possible he's in a safe situation, but I just want to be careful. If he ever asks any of you for help on something, please accept his request if you can, since I want him to trust us and reach out to us if he needs help. Nizu stated while he was still trying to figure who Hunter was. He indeed had multiple theories, and one of them was that Hunter was Izuku Yagi. The reason he thought this was due to the fact that Izuku disappeared during elementary. Hunter said he never finished past elementary and had tested out. Hunter said he wanted to go to UA like Izuku did, and both had issues in their childhoods. Hunter was also likely the same age as Izuku Yagi, which meant there was a 40% chance in Nizu's mind with the current information that Hunter was Izuku Yagi, but there were many questions of how Izuku got to America and became a hero if it was indeed him. All of the Hunter's information is blocked by the American government. Only his hero name and ID number are available, which means they are wanting to keep his identity under wraps. Nizu thought as he dismissed everyone to get started on their work. While they were all doing that and Izuku was freaking out. I really gave up too much information. Uncle Nizu likely has a lot of guesses of who I am and likely has already figured me out. God, why does he have such a big brain? Izuku thought since he just prayed Nizu would keep silent on his identity for now and just asked in private instead of sending a manhunt for him. Though, outside of Izuku's freaking out, Izuku arrived in front of UA right as Stella walked out. She got into the car and they drove off and went home for the day where they would relax and wait for her results in 2 weeks. Third POV. Even though Izuku knew that Stella had placed first in the hero exam and first on the written exam, Izuku decided to tease her about if she passed or not. Izuku was having fun up to the point that she threatened to kick him out of their share master bedroom to the couch. Okay, I am sorry. Izuku quickly apologized and was on his knees since he knew he wasn't allowed to go to any of the other rooms to sleep and had to stay on the couch or she would just extend the time limit. He's ended up on the couch once before and it wasn't enjoyable. Izuku had gotten far too used to sleeping with Stella's warmth that he didn't sleep at all that night. He couldn't even fall asleep for 30 minutes, which would have granted him an entire day's worth of energy, but nope. Izuku just kept turning and tossing all night long since he didn't have patrol that day and he had eye bags under him the next morning. Stella decided to take pity on him and allowed him to cuddle up to her, which allowed him to fall asleep for long enough to activate power nap to grant him a full night's rest after he apologized for throwing her in the pool that day before. Izuku learned that once the threat came out about sleeping on the couch, then Stella was at her limit with him teasing her or whatever he was currently doing. It wasn't limited to just teasing her either. If he were doing something really idiotic, then she would threaten him with sleeping on the couch. It became an extremely powerful tool for him to use against Izuku, and they both knew it. So, would you like your results or wait for the next few days when it should arrive? Izuku asked, and she decided to just wait, and that is what they did. The next few days passed and the results arrived at the P.O. box that they had registered in her name so that the school didn't know her exact address. It would provide one more layer of protection from them tracking them down if their connection got out. Izuku had stopped at it on the way home from an early morning patrol since he's noticed some decreases in villain activity and he decided to look into it, but he didn't find any of them. It was as if all the villains were slowly disappearing. Izuku placed the results on the table and had made breakfast for his Haim and woke her up once it was done. As they sat down and ate, Stella opened the results and Izuku's mood was ruined. "I am here to deliver the results," yelled out All Might as he was on the screen. Hello, young Vermilion. I am here to congratulate you on passing the written exam with 96%, which is the highest result in UA history. Stated All Might, and Izuku kissed her on the cheek. Good job, my Heim, Izuku said, and they kept listening into the device. Outside of the written exam, we also have the results for the physical exam. Once again, you scored first place in the physical exam with 192 points, which means you are 10 points higher than my personal record. This also means that you are the class representative for the entire first year's class. All Might stated, and then it provided more information like she was in class 1A. The projections soon stopped and they talked about the results. Izuku warned her that the people from her past were attending that school as well since he saw their results and the without a doubt passed. There was also the issue of All Might and Green Tornado teaching at the school moving forward. Izuku overall believed them working there would open the school to being targeted by villains that want to take shots at the hero's reputations, since attacking UA and All Might and not even succeeding would still be a hit to the hero's reputation. However, he wasn't going to reveal himself just to bitch them out over the idea of All Might working there. Stella, if something ever happens, then reach out to me via text. If there's any trip off the main building, then text me the location so I can check in on it with my crows, and if something happens I can come. I'm not really concerned about the main campus, but I just want to be safe, my Heim, because something doesn't feel right with the criminal activity recently. Izuku told her, and she agreed to alert him of any trips off campus. Soon, they just went about their day with some light training and then relaxed since she would be starting school in about a month. Izuku asked Stella about her outfit that she would wear, and he was a bit annoyed about the skin being shown. If Izuku had his way, no skin would be showing, but he didn't want to be controlling, so he kept his mouth shut, and Stella could tell. You want to comment, don't you? Stella asked him, and he nodded his head. I do, but I don't want to be controlling, Izuku said, and she said she wanted his comments, but he would need to accept whatever she decided in regards to it in the end. I wish the chest was covered up a bit more. I could deal with the legs, but I just really wish the chest was covered up a bit more since I don't want other men looking. Izuku stated, and she giggled at him, and he pouted, but she said no skin would be showing. She showed the notes, and she would have a layer of material going over her body under the outfit. It would provide her some protection from the elements and some attacks. It's also meant to be tear resistant in the event that everything else gets removed from me. So even though it looks like the skin is showing, you need to look at the hands compared to the legs and chest. It's two different colors, but slightly. It won't be directly showing any skin in the legs or chest area, and only the lower arms. Stella stated, and Izuku said he was completely happy with that since he didn't see the notes about that. Izuku did make a comment about killing any perverts that dared previous on his Heim, and she just fell over on the couch laughing at that, which earned Izuku just pulling her onto his chest into a cuddle. Soon the start of UA had arrived, and Stella got up and dressed in her uniform, which Izuku admitted that he found attractive. She just jabbed him playfully in the side at his comments, but he just smirked and lifted her chin slightly and kissed her. Izuku wasn't in his hero outfit or anything today. Instead, he was just in a business suit that made him look a lot like his father. Ikki, you know how you always thought you were like your mother? I think you look far more like your father, just with green hair since you stopped adding white in now. Your hairstyles match more now, and you have grown out of most features that look similar to that woman. Stella stated, and Izuku smiled a bit and thanked her. Izuku looked in the mirror and did realize that if his hair and eyes were white, he could be mistaken as a carbon copy of his father, and that made Izuku extremely happy. Stella, what do you think would happen if they find out my identity and I just quickly turn my hair and eyes white in front of All Might? I think it would be a fun sight to see if he mistakes me for my father. I kind of want to see his reaction, Izuku said with a smirk. Stella just rolled her eyes at him and sighed. Ikki, just be careful with All Might. Remember to not let your anger consume you, or you will sleep on the couch, Stella said as she pinched his side, and he gave in and said he would be careful. Soon, Izuku drove Stella to UA and dropped her off. Izuku was going to the local office branch today to do some work and check in with how the operations are going for their Japanese businesses. Stella, on the other hand, soon arrived in the classroom of 1A. She entered the room to find Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, and Izumi Yagi. There was also the boy that called Yagi out at the presentation by present Mike during the exam. The boy was talking to Yagi and apologizing to her for calling her out when she was clearly paying more attention than him and was a better person. Stella just ignored them all and took a seat near the front door. Soon the entire class was filled with people and they noticed there was one extra person with one less desk. Ikki said the teacher for 1A is his uncle, which he's unsure if he hated Ikki or not due to his previous quirkless statues. However, one thing is clear, that someone will be expelled if not more people, since Ikki said that his uncle had a habit of expelling people. Stella thought as she noticed Eraserhead in his sleeping bag at the door. Stella did wonder if Izuku would take pity on the man and give him a second quirk like the Power Nap quirk if it was compatible with Eraserhead's body. However, she was pulled out of her thoughts when he started speaking. Everyone shut up, I am Shoyuta Aizawa. You will call me Aizawa-sensei. Now put these gym uniforms on in the changing room and get out to the training field in 8 minutes or I will expel you. Aizawa stated, and Stella just got up and quickly moved to do it. This caused everyone else to get moving as well, and soon everyone was in the changing room. Stella was standing out on the field and Aizawa came out soon after her and was surprised to already see a student on the field. He looked at her and she looked at him. Good day, Eraserhead, Stella stated, and Aizawa's eyebrows raised a bit in shock that a student and a foreign student at that knew who he was. I'm curious of how you know of me, Aizawa stated, and she chuckled a bit. I've been told about you. Though, I wonder if you will live up to the hype he gave me. We can only see, sensei, Stella stated, because in all honesty, she hoped Izuku had more family that loved him than just Hisashi. Izuku was unsure of Aizawa since he never came to help him, but he always did send birthday cards every single year. Izuku himself honestly hoped the man wasn't like his previous parents, but Izuku was afraid to break the mental image that he has of his uncle, who he thought was cool since Eraserhead fought nearly quirkless all of the time. Eraserhead was about to ask who told her, but the other students came out and he kept his mouth shut, but he was watching her more closely now. Soon, they started doing tests and Stella had to do the ball throw first because she scored first place in the exam. Everyone watched her as she walked up to the circle and took the ball. She powered her quirk up to fuel steam and controlled some fire around the ball and just threw it and it blasted off into the sky. It burnt the ground around her and you could smell the charred ground. Aizawa was surprised at her quirk usage since it was even more than the entrance exam. She held back in the exam but went more out here? No. She was more controlled in the exam, and this was more brute force to get a further distance. Aizawa thought as he watched the number increase and increase. It soon finished and the ball had gone far enough that the distance was large enough to have made it to China's coast. Aizawa showed the score and people were shocked. Then someone talked about how the test was going to be fun, which Aizawa got annoyed at and stated that whoever ended up in the last place would be expelled. The girl with the zero-gravity quirk named Uraraka stated that it wasn't fair. Before Aizawa spoke up though, Stella did. Fair? Is the life of the quirkless people fair? To be beaten and neglected by their own family? To be neglected by everyone that is meant to take care of them? Is it fair for those with so-called villainous quirks to be treated harshly just because of a quirk? Villain attacks? Acts of God that claim people's lives? No, they aren't, but as heroes, we can hopefully correct some of the unfairness with the influence and power we will hold, Stella stated with some coldness in her voice. Aizawa smiled and spoke up. She stated almost the exact words out of my mouth. She's right, and UA gives the teachers the right to conduct our homerooms as we wish. I can do as I wish with you all, which includes expelling you all if I so want to. Let's start the so-called fun, Aizawa stated with a smile. The people that had harmed Izuku in his life all flinched, and Stella had noticed the Yagi's adults hiding behind the building side watching the class as well. Stella just had a light smile on her face as she moved back to the group of students but glared at the pervert that was looking at her and the girls. After a while, they all finished the tests and Aizawa-sensei showed the results. Stella placed first with Todoroki second, Yaoyorozu in third, Yagi in fourth, Bakugo in fifth, and so forth. Mineta ended in 21st place. Aizawa-sensei looked at him and told him he was expelled. Mineta tried to scream in protest. I didn't even get to touch the girl's boobies yet, Mineta stated as he tried to touch Stella, but she turned her quirk on, burning him with first-degree burns. Ow! He yelled out as he felt a fabric wrap around him. Aizawa had grabbed him and was glaring at him. Congratulations, you are now under arrest for attempted sexual assault, Izawa said, and Stella had a smirk on his face. He told everyone else to go back to the classroom and introduce themselves to each other. That is how Stella found herself in front of everyone introducing herself. Hello, I am Vermilion, Stella. I was born in France before moving to America with my parents for the family business that they expanded. I recently moved to Japan with my boyfriend who I've been with for several years because he had to do work here in Japan and we wanted to stick together. My quirk is called Phoenix Queen, Stella stated, and a lot of the girls wanted details about her boyfriend. She just shook her head and said it wasn't the right time to reveal those details. The girls just pouted and Stella sat down. Soon they were allowed to leave and Stella noticed Izawa was looking at her when she left. He likely has gotten suspicious based on my little speech from the tests and the fact that I said me and my boyfriend moved here for his work which would match the pro hero hunter. I wonder, Eraserhead, will you let Izuku down as they did? Stella thought as she left and got into Izuku's car right as he pulled up. Izawa was watching in the distance but had no way of seeing into the car due to the tiny-nighted windows. Third POV. Izumi Midoriya woke up in the morning to find his girlfriend missing from his chest. He looked at the clock and saw there were about 2 hours before it was time for her to go to school. He got up and decided to look for her, and the first place he looked was the bathroom, and he found her there standing completely naked, and he froze. It's not like they were awkward around each other or haven't done some sexual activities, but they haven't been full-blown nude in front of each other or gone that far in sexual activities. Neither of them has shown the desire of going to that stage, and they were just slowly moving forward with their relationship as it naturally advanced without rushing it. So, here was Izumi Midoriya standing there with only his boxers on as he saw his girlfriend completely naked when she normally wore a nightgown to bed since she liked sleeping in them. Stella turned around since she finished drying her hair to find her boyfriend standing there almost naked, but then she realized she was completely naked since she got out of the shower. She quickly covered herself and she was almost as red as her hair. This snapped Izuku out of his daze and he turned around. Sorry, I came looking for you since I didn't find you asleep on my chest like normal. But I'm sorry I didn't say anything, I was just in a daze at the sight of Izuku was stuttering now and had a large blush on his face until he felt Stella pressed up against his back which made him freeze. It's you, so it's fine if you see me like this, but I'm not ready. I'm not ready to go the full way right now since we are still a bit young, okay? She said with some stuttering, and Izuku quickly turned around and hugged her. He rubbed her back and kissed her forehead. It's okay. I'm willing to wait for centuries if it takes that long. We have almost all of the time in the world to take our lives as slow or as fast as we want to, Izuku stated as he kept kissing her forehead. Izuku then picked her up and moved her to the bedroom and pulled some of her clothing and uniform out of the dresser so she could change. He himself started to get change and he took his boxers off in front of her since he had seen her naked. Aikiki, she said quickly, but he chuckled. I get to see you naked right now, so I don't care if you see me either. Remember, we can take it as fast as we want or as slow as we want, but I am comfortable with you seeing me completely naked and I love seeing you as well, my Heim. You have always made me feel comfortable with how my body looks with all of my scars from my childhood, so I have no shame of showing off in front of you, Izuku stated as he slipped new clothing on but still sported a blush. Stella soon finished getting changed as well and they made their way downstairs and Izuku made breakfast for them. Far as I know today is simple, but we do have a battle training at the end of the day. They didn't say who the teacher was, but we know All Might works there with Green Tornado and I think it's going to be them, Stella stated, and Izuku nodded his head. I'll keep a crow nearby like normal but kick their ass, my Heim, Izuku stated, and Stella just giggled, which made Izuku so happy hearing her giggle. God, I love it when I make you giggle, Izuku said, and she rolled her eyes. Soon it was time to go to school and Izuku dropped her off before heading out to do some patrols since he's been noticing a dangerous trend of criminal activity dipping even more. Izuku was afraid of a large attack incoming and decided to warn the UN so they would send a warning to the Japan Hero Commission. Izuku stated that he believed UA would be hit likely due to All Might teaching there and that it would damage the hero's reputation in Japan if the school got attacked while All Might worked there. The UN sent the warning to Japan's Hero Commission, but Izuku didn't know if the school received the warning or not, so he made sure to keep several crows near the school at all times. As Izuku was hunting down criminals and trying to find out what was going on, Stella was going through her day until it was time for the battle training. Stella was sitting in the classroom and she made some friends with a few of the people in the class. She became friends with Jiro, Ajui, and Ishido, who she found enjoyable to be around. They would all sit together during lunch and talk about things going on. Stella's even offered to help them with their homework since she was being assigned harder work that was on a level with some college-level work. Nizu had set it up so she would be earning college credits since he had a license to perform such class types. The homework would be given by the normal teachers and he would grade it. If she had any questions, the teachers could help her since they all knew it as well, but a lot of it was self-study at her own pace. The more she finished, the sooner she earned individual college credits. The class was shocked to learn that she was doing that type of work but accepted it since Stella said it has happened before in UA due to people testing out of the high school level work. As she was waiting with everyone else, she heard footsteps quickly coming, and then the door opened. In came All Might, who did some weird pose. Green Tornado came in as well, but Stella just rolled her eyes and held her tongue. Soon, the class was told to go to the training grounds and get changed into their hero outfits. She did just like that, and after about 10 minutes the entire class was standing in a control room for the same training ground that they took their entrance exam in. You all look amazing in your hero outfits. Now, let's start this training. All Might stated as he started to explain what they would be doing. Some people asked if they would be expelled like Aizawa-sensei does or other random questions. Soon, they were split into teams randomly and Stella saw that she was teamed up with Jiro and they were facing Todoroki and Uraraka. Jiro and Stella started to make a plan as they watched the other teams fight. How good are you with heat? Stella asked Jiro and she said she can handle it for a while. Part of Jiro's suit is heat resistant and has a small cooling system for any support gear she would use, which does cool her outfit as well, which Stella was happy at. I'm a perfect counter to Todoroki's quirk, and Uraraka we just need to avoid getting touched, which will be easy for the most part. Even if she does, I can form wings with my fire so I can act as a counter to her as well. Stella stated, and Jiro put her head down since she didn't think she would get to do anything. Don't worry, I do need your help. 1 to find them, 2 to help stall Uraraka, and if you can defeat her, I'll handle Todoroki and then we will go from there. Stella said, and Jiro was happier she was actually doing something. They turned their attention back to the fighting and watched as it was Yagi's turn. The match went forward and Stella knew about 1 for all but was confused on why she was using it so roughly as if she lacked control of the quirk itself. Did she not train with it? Stella thought but put it out of her mind as she watched Yagi fight Kirishima and get defeated by him. Kirishima was at first being thrown around by Yagi's telekinesis quirk, but he hardened his body and used his fingers to claw into the ground and pulled himself so she couldn't throw him around anymore. After she got a bit tired, he then dashed at her and slugged her in the stomach, and even her attempts with 1 for all were pitiful. She hasn't really gotten any combat training, which is sad considering who her father and mother are. She's too reliant on her quirk. Stella analyzed as she got much better at doing it due to Izuku teaching her. Soon, the fight came to an end and the Kirishima team won. Bakugo had his match as well, and he lost as well since Yaoyorozu was smart enough to make a solution agent destabilize his sweat and make it not be able to explode. As such, Bakugo could only put out light explosions when he sweated and ended up getting tossed by Yaoyorozu. Everyone was shocked at how easily the people they thought were at the top of the class had gotten taken out by other people. That rubbed salt in Yagi's wounds as she visibly deflated a bit. Stella was close enough and she thought she heard something muttered by Yagi about the quirk not cooperating with her. Stella was confused and thought that was crazy that a quirk wasn't cooperating when quirks aren't sentient. Then she remembered Tokyami's quirk is sentient as well, which meant that 1 for all that had passed several generations could somehow have a sentient mind inside of the quirk itself, which would make sense due to it requiring the will of the current user to pass along. Stella decided that she needed to inform Izuku of those details when she got home that afternoon, but now it was time for her match. Soon she and Jiro went into the training grounds. They were playing the villain team, so they just waited for the hero team to come towards them, and they hid the bomb in a separate room with no windows and only 1 door. Stella stood in the hallway waiting as Jiro informed her that Todoroki was coming, and right as she said that ice was shot across the room, but Stella melted it right away. Your ice is useless against me and so is your fire. For more or less Todoroki, you are quirkless in front of me. Stella stated and saw the flinch when she stated that, which made her smile slightly. Soon Uraraka came charging, but Jiro went and attempted to deal with her, which she was doing quite good at. Stella though focused on Todoroki and made her fire surrounded him and started to heat him up. Todoroki kept his ice going, but it just kept melting and Stella just took control of any fire that he put off. Stella was overall the perfect counter to Todoroki in all regards. He couldn't even get close to fight hand to hand since she would make the fire hot enough to burn him, and he had to keep feeding ice out to keep himself cool. As she was doing that, she kept an eye on her teammate and saw that she had successfully captured Uraraka by creating a sound strong enough to stun the girl for a brief moment before she tried the capture tape around her. Jiro then came to Stella and she nodded her head. Let's end this. I don't want to kill him after all. Stella then dashed forward with the capture tape out and used her fire to hide her approach. Right as she got up close, she broke the firewall that she had created and wrapped the tape around him quickly before he could even react. The match was called and they were all told to return to the control room. Stella came back into the room and was congratulated by every one of her friends for doing such a good job at taking out Todoroki, and Jiro was congratulated as well. Soon the teachers got everyone's attention back and they talked about how the match went. After talking for a bit longer, they were dismissed and let go for the day since that was the last class of the day. Stella was walking out of the school when her friends that she made came up to her and asked if she wanted to walk to the station together. Sorry girls, my boyfriend always picks me up in the car, Stella stated, and the girls looked at her funny. Stella, how old is your boyfriend since none of us are at the legal age to drive? Ashido asked with a raised eyebrow. She wanted to tease her friend but was also concerned. Stella just chuckled a bit. Don't worry girls. He's the same age as us. He has a special job that provides him certain legal protections and rights that allow him to drive even though Japan's driving age is higher for cars than America. Stella stated, and they nodded their heads as they heard a car pull up in front of them and the window roll down. Hello my Haim, the male, said in the car, and all of the girls looked at the individual and saw Stella's boyfriend and they all felt he looked familiar and like they should know him, and honestly they should. Izuku though had changed his hair and eye colors to white like his father, so no one would directly match him to the missing posters. Hello, Ike. These are the friends I've made in the past few days here at UA. Girls, this is my boyfriend Izuku Midoriya. We've been dating as I said in class for several years now, but we knew each other as friends for years before that as well. Stella stated as she introduced Izuku to them all and them to him. Izuku waved at them and greeted them all. Azui was blunt when she spoke. So Midoriya, what do you do for a living, since Stella said your work brought you to Japan? Also, call me Tsu. Azui asked, and Stella coughed at Azui's bluntness. Sorry, Tsu, but I legally can't tell you since you don't have the ability to know about it. Just know I work for the United States government doing work here in Japan currently, but Stella does know what I do since she was read into my job since she came with me per my request to my employers. Izuku stated, and the girls nodded their heads at his statement and accepted it since Stella did confirm that she knew about his job. Soon she got into the car and they drove away, but what neither of them saw was Eraserhead, who was leaving the campus but was in shock when he saw the person in the car. He was trapped in his thoughts because he was sure he saw Izuku Yagi, but the hair and eye colors were completely different. Did he get a quirk to change it? Vermilion said Izuku Midoriya, so let's see if I can dig into that, but I think it might be good to inform Nizu though, since I don't want to scare him away if he is my nephew. Aizawa thought as he turned around and headed into the school building and went straight for Nizu's office. He soon arrived at Nizu's office and just walked straight in without even knocking, which shocked Nizu a bit. Nizu, I think I might have found him. I think I found Izuku, Aizawa stated, and Nizu choked on his tea. Explain. Nizu stated, and Aizawa informed him of what he saw and heard about a so-called Izuku Midoriya. Nizu sat there in thought and decided to inform Aizawa of his theories. I think the pro-hero hunter is Izuku. Also, if I remember correctly, the last name Midoriya is the same as the most powerful businessman in America. The thing is, how did they meet and Izuku ends up like this? Aizawa just keeps an eye out on Stella, and this is Izuku Midoriya. You might be right, and Izuku had someone change his eye and hair color. With the power and money that Hisashi Midoriya in America has, it would be easy for him to find someone with a quirk to do it. Nizu stated, and Aizawa nodded his head. They felt so much hope with the likelihood of them finding Izuku once again, but the question is how big of a change has he gone under since he left and now returned. Nizu though was glad that Izuku seems to have gone down the path of being a hero, but the question is how did he get a quirk, and Aizawa wanted to know that as well, but they would have to wait to get their answers for now. Third POV. Izuku Midoriya was not a man easily angered. Izuku could get annoyed and upset, but true anger from him was hard to come by. There are only a limited number of people that have achieved truly angering him, and that list contains Inko Yagi, Toshinori Yagi, Izumi Yagi, Katsuki Bakugo, and Shoto Todoroki, but now it contained a few more people on that list since someone decided to touch what belonged to him. Someone decided to touch Stella Vermilion and threaten her life, and now Izuku Midoriya was truly angered. That is what Izuku felt when he came to the USJ and found his lover, his future wife, his soulmate harmed and injured with the rest of her class at the hands of villains with one of those creatures created by the doctor. It was at that moment that the doctor earned a place on Izuku's shit list and was going to end up dead if Izuku had his way. However, let's explain how we got to this point, shall we? Izuku had gotten up that morning to feel the embrace of his girlfriend against his chest. Izuku had taken to just sleeping naked over the past few days with Stella since they had seen each other naked already once. Stella threw a fit about him doing it, but in the end accepted it, and Izuku could tell that she secretly enjoyed it since she decided to get naked as well, and they both just started to sleep like that for the past few days. They never got sexual with any of their actions but just enjoyed the warmth of each other's bodies. Now, Izuku enjoyed waking up to the sight of his lover on his chest in full view, but today he felt off, as if something was going to happen, and he decided to be prepared for it. He looked at the clock and saw that there were several hours before Stella would need to go to school. As such, Izuku got out of bed and started looking over all of his quirks and making sure he could easily summon them up to be used quickly since he felt as if something was going to happen. As he was doing that, he also called and warned his UN and American contact about his feeling of something happening today. Now, for a normal hero, they would take the advice with a grain of salt since they could be wrong, but Izuku wasn't a normal hero. Instead, he was a special agent and he had all for one. His warnings were not to be ignored. As such, the UN sent Japan's Hero Commission a warning to warn all of their hero schools of a potential attack. However, they warned Izuku that they were unsure of if Japan's Hero Commission had sent the warning out even though the UN ordered them to. Stella soon woke up and found Izuku mediating. Stella broke him out of his meditation and they got dressed quickly and enjoyed breakfast before Izuku dropped her off at the school. Before she got out of the car, Izuku gave her a warning. "Stella, just be careful today. If you go off campus or anything, alert me so I can watch via the crows since I feel a lot of tension in the air today. Something is going to happen." Izuku stated, and she nodded her head and gave him a kiss before getting out. "See you later, Ikki," she said, and he waved back before driving off. Izuku decided to go do some hunting of criminals and see if he could lock down his gut feeling of why he was on edge today. As he was moving about, he learned via Stella that reporters had gathered outside of the school shortly after Izuku had dropped her off and were making a fuss about All Might teaching at the school. Stella and Izuku were both glad that they had always dropped her off about an hour early since she wanted to work a bit on her self-paced college lessons and homework. Izuku thanked her for the information and continued about his day. Overall, Izuku was again striking out. He was capturing a large number of criminals, but none of them had any information until one small-time thug did provide some clues. The thug spoke about an organization called the League of Villains that was gathering up an army to do a large attack, but that he didn't know where since he had bailed on it. Izuku tried to get more out of the man, but he didn't have much except that the organization said that they had a perfect weapon for dealing with the heroes through the thug had no more useful information. Izuku ended up turning the man over to the police and reported to the UN and American officials about what he learned. He was currently on a phone call with them as he was sitting on a ledge of a tall building. "Good day or night to all of you depending on where you are at. I've learned a possible name for the organization based on a thug I had captured. I've gotten as much as he could provide, but I was right about an organization gathering for a possible attack on heroes. The organization is called the League of Villains, and not much is known at the moment except that they are gathering an army to attack heroes and that they have a weapon that can deal with the heroes easily. There wasn't much of a description of the leaders since the man couldn't remember it. I'm assuming someone in the organization has a quirk that allows them to cause some form of memory loss to help hide their operations. Izuku stated, and the officials asked how he was sure that the weapon was the same as the creature from New York. Izuku confessed that he had zero proof but that it was weird that a villain organization would have some so-called weapon that was capable of dealing with the heroes when they were still gathering a large army. It would be weird if they had a large number of these weapons on hand for them to still gather an army. My guess is they have a limited amount right now, and this is their second test run of using the weapon after learning from New York. The villain army is to ensure the weapon doesn't get taken out too easily and to contain most of the hero's time while the weapon does the most damage. Izuku stated, and the officials thought it over and had to agree that Izuku's assessment was a valid one. As such, they recorded the information about the possible organization and told him to report once he had more. As Izuku hung the phone up, he received a text message and memories from the crows at the same time. The alarms at UA had been triggered and the front gate destroyed. Izuku teleported right away to a building near UA and looked at what was going on. He saw the press pushing into the campus and causing problems. They shouldn't have been able to get in. Them destroying the gate would cause more trouble than good for them. Izuku thought as he had a crow watching Stella from the windows to make sure she was okay. He also sent her a telepath message telling her that he was outside the school and that it was just the press. He then received a text message thanking him. Izuku just sent a message back telling her to be safe, but while he did that he reviewed the memories that he received from all of the crows around UA and saw something off in his memories. He saw a man touch the gate, but his crows weren't in a good position to get a clear view of the face. Izuku only saw that the male had a light skin color and light blue hair. Izuku watched the man in his memories as the man put a hand on the gate with all 5 fingers and the gate started to decay. Interesting, a 5-point contact decay or disintegration quirk? Izuku thought as he kept reviewing the memories, but then he noticed the man just disappeared with what looked like purple mist floating in the air. That confused Izuku on why that would be there and how the man disappeared in thin air, but soon the heroes of UA got the situation under control and forced the media out. It was at that moment that Izuku moved behind Nizu, who tensed up at sensing someone behind him. The heroes turned around quickly to be met with Hunter. "Well, hello, Hunter. May I ask why you are here?" Nizu asked, and Izuku handed him a paper with a drawing on it. It was a drawing of what he saw from the crow. Nizu looked it over and his eyes widened. "Is this the one that destroyed the gate?" Nizu asked, and this caught all of their attention as they looked at it over Nizu's shoulders since he was so small. Izuku wrote out an anto-air message saying that indeed is what he's seen, but the man disappeared somehow in the crowd, so the man had a partner that has some sort of teleportation quirk most likely. Nizu thanked Hunter for the information and asked if there was anything UA could help him with, and Izuku nodded. He wrote out another message that said he would come by in a day or so to read Nizu in on a case that he would like help with since he's tracking an organization called the League of Villains here in Japan that has some experimental creatures that they are making to kill heroes. Nizu and the teachers all tensed at reading that, and Nizu said he looked forward to being read in on the case and helping bring the organization down. Izuku nodded his head and dropped into his shadows and disappeared. Aizawa spoke up after Hunter left. "Is it possible that the organization is connected to the attack on the gate?" he asked, and Nizu shrugged. "Cone, and I think Hunter would have told us if he had any idea if they were connected at this point," Nizu stated, but reminded Aizawa that his class at a rescue training at the USJ. Aizawa nodded his head and asked if All Might was already there or not. "He is with Green Tornado. So, it will be you, 13, All Might, and Green Tornado all there for the rescue training, so if anything does happen then it should be fine," Nizu stated, and Aizawa nodded his head as he left to go to his class. Soon though they would learn that the teachers they sent weren't going to be enough to stop the threat that was going to be coming for them and their students. After an hour and a half passed, the students of 1A were on their way to the USJ. They were all in their hero outfits and sitting on the bus. Hagakure decided to strike up a conversation, and the topic was Stella's boyfriend, which caught the attention of Aizawa since it could give him and Nizu some more clues. Hagakure asked what her boyfriend did since she was guessing he wasn't in a hero school since he didn't go to UA. Stella smirked at that statement. My boyfriend works for the American government in a way. He was sent here to Japan for work that I can't talk about, but Jiro, Tsu, and Ishido have all met my boyfriend for a brief moment when he picked me up. Stella stated, and Ishido jumped in the conversation. Indeed, and I must say that he appears to be a gentleman, and I'm really curious about his job since it grants him the ability to drive even though he is the same age as us. Ishido stated, and that caught everyone's attention since they knew you couldn't drive a car in Japan unless you were 18. Aizawa was just connecting the dots and knew that the hero license gave some more privileges but not enough to legally drive unless the American government pulled some strings, which were possible, but that would mean that Izuku was highly valuable to them. Stella, what was his name again? Tsu asked and Stella spoke up. His name is Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya, and he's actually Japanese, but he moved to America with his father at a young age due to his family situation. Stella stated, knowing what she was doing since Izuku had given her the okay already to start leaking some information. They both knew that Izuku's true identity would get out sooner or later, so Izuku wanted Stella to have some fun with it and leave the people in his past dying to know more information. Yagi, Todoroki, Bakugo, and Aizawa all widened their eyes when they heard the name and that Stella's boyfriend was from Japan during his childhood. Aizawa texted Nizu the new information, which only just reaffirmed their theories that Izuku Midoriya is Izumi Yagi. However, they couldn't do anything at the moment with it since Aizawa and 1A arrived at the USJ. This would set of a list of changes and make many secrets be revealed and old scars uncovered that many thoughts were closed. This was going to be the changing point of many people's lives. However, as Izuku started to move some things around and prepare himself for the night, he heard a sound come from behind him, and he grabbed a metal pole.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.